I sent out some money looking for some stuff, and I got this package in the mail. We need something else to go with this because we're geeks, but you know what we need? Hey, welcome everybody. This is
He had Slim Jims, yeah. A macho man now, apparently.
Right, Therese. I'll get you some Slim Jims. He'll hook you up.
Slim Jims.
Tonight is going to be fun. I've wanted to get my hands. I've been reading a lot of comics lately. I've been following this show called Splash Pages. I might have mentioned it once, twice before. And I finally was like, I need to get my hands on some comics that used to be in my collection when I was a teenager, before that collection was loaned to somebody and it accidentally got damaged and disappeared and I never got it back. So I sent out some money looking for some stuff and I got this package in the mail. And shinies. I'm all excited. But you know what? We need something else to go with this because we're geeks, but you know what we need?
More geeks?
More geeks. Yeah.
More geeks. There's the geek. There we go.
Yay! We got all the geeks in.
Hold on a minute. I got some music for Jeremy's dance over here. Hold on. There we go. All right.
Oh man, and I'm about to say
pants already came off.
I know.
I was about to say if that man started putting on working for a weekend, I was going to get my Chippendales bow tie and Farley that shit.
Nothing is off the table today. You know, it's
well, I mean, Carrie. By the way, your Bunnies of Chaos thing is definitely some nightmare fuel. He was just like Bunnies of Chaos. I was like,
We are a death cult. So
this
I mean,
porcelain rabbit of doom. Said porcelain rabbit of doom. AKA, I have not taken down my Easter decorations yet because, by God, why not?
So what I'm gathering from this conversation is we should call him Drew the Enchanter.
First things first, you're welcome, and second thing, get out.
So for everybody who doesn't know, we have way over there, Drew Mollo. Raz, you got to extend my finger over.
Wait.
Oh.
Not it.
No, the other way.
Oh.
We're pointing across.
Oh.
No, the other way.
No. Don't do it. Trust me. I get it confused myself. It's me. Okay? I'm Drew. Hi.
Drew is awesome. He has become my guide to comic book reading lately by being like, oh, hey, you should read this entire universe. And then I do. And then he gives me another one. And it's great.
Jeremy, and joining us is my other excellent host, Jeremy, aka Jar Jar Courtney, over there. And Jeremy, the analogy now is that Carrie is like a nerdy Galactus, and I am her Silver Surfer, giving her world.
That's fantastic. That's actually a great analogy. I like that.
Yeah,
does that make me the severed like zombie Deadpool head from Marvel Zombies?
Yeah, yes, but calling you Headpool just seems a little weird, but fine.
Everybody needs a little head once in a while.
Okay, cool. This is gonna be a good show.
And we have Corissa over there, that way, right below Drew. And Corissa is. I'm so excited. Okay, Corissa is my new best friend in the entire world. She just happened to be on Splash Pages the other day, and they're talking. It's like, oh, what's going on? Oh, really happy chick, and she's into horror. Okay, cool. She's been doing role playing and stuff for quite a long time. Very cool. Started collecting comics and was into Ghost Rider when she started. So she's basically my twin that I just was born a couple of years ahead of. And so now she's my new best friend.
Nice.
So so I got this lovely package and we're trying to see how the lighting works. I think if I show you this, I cut out my name. He included some homemade artwork.
Cool. I'm so jealous. I never get packages like that.
No, you send packages like that, but that's a different joy.
But this got this lovely guy here, and I have to remember which way.
Are you
Venom goes.
opening it now? Because I actually prepared opening music that I feel you would enjoy.
Ooh, opening.
Um,
down for this.
It is many layers of tape and things.
Oh, don't
so-
worry, it's a long song.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna
wrote it
work on
myself.
getting this off first.
Are there lyrics to the song?
No, but you'll understand, and
I'm
I'm projecting it via my TV, so it should be nice and loud for our
perfect.
sensors. So,
Okay.
Carrie, just make sure you say go.
Okay, let me get my finger on some tape here and go.
opening boxes. The tape is being removed. Sorry,
be
ASMR.
careful of the picture. Now breathe as you peel.
It's almost nightmare fuel.
Yeah, we're getting scissors.
I was gonna say, just be careful because he probably didn't put anything between the comics and the package.
I'm just like
Oh, there's
with that
a
much
lot.
tape. With that much tape, like I would have left instructions on exactly how to open it.
This looks like my mom taping our Christmas presents because she would find every corner and she'd get the off-brand generic tape that would just fuse to the fucking box. It would never fit without a knife.
I got these right
Oh,
different
yeah.
pillows, and it came in this little ball like this, which is wrapped with tape, just over and over and over again. And then I had to get the tape off because I knew the pillow was directly inside, which it was. There was nothing between the thing and
Oh
the pillow.
man.
So then I had to take it out. This is 3-foot freaking pillow, and it was like that. Like I don't know how they did it. So, and it wasn't just the one pillow. There was other stuff in there. So
That's impressive.
all these pillows just. I don't know. They must have a machine that's just like jamming in there like a compactor.
Oh, and do all the vacuum sealing.
Yeah.
So in line with what I was just playing in the background, you're saying you spared no expense. So good to know. Thank you. I know. Well, she's opening something, so I just kept thinking, welcome to Jurassic Park. Like, welcome to Carrie's unboxing.
Don't say that again.
Yeah, that did. The second I said it, I was like phrasing.
Yep.
Seriously,
Are we not doing phrasing anymore?
It's okay. We are
That's how you get
rated
ants.
R
Hey,
here.
Tom.
So
Hey, Tom.
hello,
Oh, Mikey, too. Hey, Mikey.
Tom. Yeah, Mikey checked in earlier.
T-Town.
We're just getting. He
I've been
did
so
wrap.
busy. I haven't even reposted the show yet. That's how busy I've been. I'm terrible.
Wow.
Well, fuck you then. Like, be better.
Dude, like,
Right.
seriously, I was at the haunt for like way longer than I should have been today, and she messaged me, "Oh yeah, we have a show less than an hour," and I'm still at the haunt going, "Oh fuck, I need to leave."
Oh, you do? Oh, you do a haunt? I did one way back in the day around the Halloween season, and it was one of those. This is really fun. And by the end of it, I was like, I don't want to do this again for another year.
Well, my friend, I've been doing this for 29 years this year. I've taken the occasional year off of physically haunting to do like more of the review side of things, but mostly I've been haunting physically like the majority of that time.
Cool.
And I'm management, so I train our actors and a lot of other stuff at ours. And the haunt, a lot of people are under the understanding it's only open during the haunt season, but in Ohio, the haunt season starts in September and ends like partway through November, because our industry for haunts is 10 times bigger than anywhere else in the world for whatever reason. Don't know, but it just is. And we work all year on our builds. We do like special seasonal events. It's a life. It's a lifestyle. It's a lot, man.
When you
has a good Halloween.
Raz, when you explain things, do you have that G.I. Joe more you know in the background behind you?
Every time. Man.
You know.
And knowing is half the battle.
I feel like that's
G.I. Joe.
We have reached the outer layer.
Oh, there's an inner or.
Wow.
Inner
Well,
figure.
she spent
that's
We
$150
have some foam and some cardboard in here. He set me up good. This, by the way, was sent to me. He is tagged in a couple of things by John Krysa, Krysa. You can find him over in. I found him over in Jeremy's website.
Hey,
Hey,
that's some cross promotion right there.
look at that. Comic book lovers buy, sell, trade, and auction house. Come and buy, sell, trade, and auction with 20,000 plus other geeks. all across North America.
Nice.
I'm still like caught on the whole outer layer comics. I just want to be like, there is nothing wrong with your television. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are now in control of the transmission. We control the horizontal and the vertical. Go fuck yourself because we're opening a box.
Yeah, Carrie,
Okay.
also save his address so you can send him a thank you note, because you wouldn't believe how many times people are surprised when you do that. And they're like, wow, thank you. And
I
also,
agree with that, yeah, it's not common to get them, but it should be.
yeah, especially if he gets you something really solid.
Oh, okay. So here's where we get.
Ooh, a
Oh,
picture
there's
of
another
there.
box.
And he, yeah, this is the box beneath the
There's
wrapping.
so much art.
My God.
Amazing.
It's his own
I'm kind
artwork
of jealous
too.
just of the
This-
I
art.
kind of want. He should be doing like variant covers for me.
I was talking to him about it, and he was like, I do my own artwork, and I was like, well, that's cool. I'm into a list of different characters, and he's been doing me quite solid here. We have on the front of it, there's free stickers and lift flap for free gift.
Man,
So,
Jeremy, I got to shop at your site. You're getting the VIP treatment here. Like, this is some solid gold. When I order things, I get cardboard and tape and a good luck, son. Carrie's getting this $150 VIP treatment. Like, God.
My comics come wrapped
Do
in
not
tissue
bend
paper.
on the thing.
Seriously, man. What kind of story? Like, it's not that I don't listen to you, but it's like, what kind of thing have you been promoting? Like, Jeebus. God.
I torture myself by when I do my campaigns, I wrap the comics in tissue paper, and it's like the most torture I could put myself through that I could possibly think of. But it looks so pretty.
I'm doing
Okay,
it for the
so-
fans. I'm doing it for the fans. I'm
Yeah,
doing it for the
whatever.
fans.
Your
Oh.
Kickstarter starts in 2 days, doesn't Carissa?
Yeah, Tuesday at noon.
oh, holy
At
shit.
noon.
At noon.
That's Eastern time, by the way.
It is
Not
indeed. I'm
Pacific or
excited.
Mountain or
Eastern.
UK.
Okay, so
You said
I
it starts in
mentioned
2 days.
Yeah, Tuesday at noon is my launch for my campaign.
Book number 4, right?
Yeah. I don't know how it's 4 already. I've only been doing this for 6 months, but it's at 4. So.
Wow.
4 out of 4,000.
Yeah, accurate.
you have the material for quite a few,
I have-
from what I understand.
I have it's if I include the spin-off, it's 80 issues are written.
You know what you should do when you're a little bit more established and you have that money to burn? You should write like a choose your own ending book for your
Yeah.
characters.
Yeah.
Like, how Goosebumps used to do that, where you could choose
Oh,
your own
yeah.
ending?
I used to read Choose Your Own Adventure. That was before Goosebumps. But yeah, I like
Yeah.
Okay, so check
I
out
love
my
those of the
free
80s.
gift.
They were like, some of them were like leather bound books before the paperback ones came out.
Wow.
Look at that.
That's
Oh.
really nice. Is that Jeremy, is that a Death of the Family Joker?
This is his own artwork, I believe.
Yeah, that is.
Like Death of the Family. Oh,
paper is that on?
Yeah, that's the
As well as this.
Is that on foil?
Yeah, what kind of paper is that? It looks like
Yeah,
it's
that's really shiny.
Yeah.
Wait.
It's
Show that again.
layers. This one, which one? This one?
Show the stuff again. So that's, stay. Is that Jason from Part 2 Friday?
It
Yeah,
looks
right. That's
be
the
the mask.
Executioner HUD.
That's what I would think it was. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
I
it
told
was
him I was
good.
into horror, and then here's the Joker. This
It's
is
that plaid flannel shirt that's a giveaway.
layer after layer after layer put on to itself. So
Wow.
That is
yeah,
gorgeous.
sorry,
It looks like
That's
metal. I like it. I just
That's gonna
ordered
give you
metal
nightmares.
prints. I don't know what they look like, but it looks like metal.
I used to have a Godzilla versus Cthulhu print that I missed desperately. I need to try to find that again.
I have special boxes that I'm putting in all this stuff in. By the way, guys, I'm not just tossing things to the side.
No, she's just like behind the couch, like
Yeah.
I've got like comic book sized boxes sitting around.
it's
for
cool.
things.
Don't worry. The ones that she stuffs under the couch is
I
that's what
I
a machete is. But it's all good.
I always imagined Carrie just lived in she had like an apartment in the House of Mystery.
Yeah.
So you went to visit her, you just open a door and it'd be like, oh no, nope, that's hell.
The
So-
mystery
I'm
spot.
clearly in the basement of that house of mystery now. So
Yeah, like when she's like, oh, the sunlight. I'm like, yeah, I
I'm in
think
the attic.
Yeah.
See? Attic, basement.
All right.
We got this, man.
Yeah.
We're a multi-floor scenario here.
Okay. Keep trying, because now this box is like wedged into the outer covering. I'm trying not to damage any of the artwork here.
You gotta listen. You read a lot about serial killers. Use those Jack of the Ripper surgeon hands of yours and just cut around. Just twirl the knife in your hands. Should see me cut pizza, bitches. Like, damn.
Dude, that's gonna have to spot a whole other conversation about Jack the Ripper, though, man. Because that whole surgeon theory, I still think is wrong. Wrong.
Supposedly he was like what was it? A duke? That was the top theory. He was a duke.
Most founded theory ever was by Patricia Cornwell, ex-coroner herself, and also novelist, who actually got permission to physically touch a lot of the evidence that had not been touched in decades. She did the most thorough checking of everything, and what she determined is he was a not very famous painter named Walter Sickert that legitimately had flop houses in different places and again in France, because the killings actually continued again in France. They never officially said it was the same person, but the MO of everything was exactly the same, and several of the scenes in death showed up in Sickert's paintings, and there was no way he could have possibly known any of the details unless he'd been present in some way. It's a really interesting theory.
Jack the Ripper was a woman. Got it. Okay, good.
I go with the James Maybrick theory with the Diary of Jack the Ripper, but
as long as it's not from hell, I'm cool. I love that movie, but the ending pissed me off so bad I'll never watch it again.
Okay, I now have an envelope that is sealed back here.
Oh, it's a golden ticket.
I was just thinking that.
2 tickets to WrestleMania.
Oh, I'm down. Let's go.
Okay, so we have enjoy your custom silverback box. This envelope explains why each box is in there. Why each book is in there.
Oh shit, there's instructions?
Wow. This is a lot of work.
Who is this?
This is not a comic shipment. This is a comic adventure.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's his name again? I gotta reach out to this guy and be like,
Okay.
Everyone order from this guy.
His name is John Krysa.
John Krysa.
It's Krysa, and he runs Silverback Graphics.
I kind of want to know what he's doing, right at this exact moment. Can you come in and give us an understanding behind his thought process of this?
You like shiny stuff.
Can't really see this,
yeah, why is everything so shiny? This man from the 90s with the holographic covers?
I love this guy. He's my new spirit animal. He lives in the 90s.
What?
This whole thing is a printed out sticker that explains every single comic that is in this box for me. So I can read each one, and then we can go.
This guy has a lot of time in his hands.
Seriously.
This guy's awesome. Okay, so
if I ever see one of his sales, I might buy from him.
Well, he did mention to me that if we had a good time with this, that he would do, if we wanted to do anything like this again, he would do discounts for us. So
nice.
Whoa. Well, I'm an adult. I love saving money with coupons. Fantastic.
Being on a podcast sometimes does have.
I might actually own a comic. I don't physically own any comics anymore after the tornadoes and all the crazy shit. I have nothing anymore. So
if only there was a show you could watch that could recommend excellent comics with handsome gentlemen.
See, we don't know each other that well yet, but I have a feeling we're going to in the very near future more and more. I'm a huge comic book nerd, huge, and I grew up working comic cons all the time. I love comics.
Okay, so now
fine.
So I'm gonna turn on a light now because this is no longer shiny. We're getting into where it's darker here, and I'm pulling out the books.
Should we get sunglasses on just in case you're turning the light?
Does this work okay, guys?
It looks fine to me. I mean, I'm in the basement. Everything looks
My God, Carrie, you're so pale. I mean, what?
Really?
I always get called a shade darker than clear, so I know how that feels.
Nice.
I've heard that one before.
I'm actually out in the sun a lot, and I'm still pretty pasty.
I only burned once in my life, and I was just literally talking about this yesterday. I burned once in my life when I was 7 in New York at Jones Beach, and
Well, you went. Well, that's Jones Beach. I mean, that's
I
a
was
rookie.
so-
That's a rookie mistake. You have to go to sunblock. I got
was
sunburned at
7,
Jones Beach.
and I thought because like I wasn't very smart. I thought because I was underwater, I didn't have to have the shirt on, even though water just
worse.
amplifies it. But I didn't lay on my back for over 2 months, so I have yet to be in the sun since. So
Wow. I just forgot to reapply on my legs, and I ended up with 3rd-degree burns from my kneecap down to my feet. And yeah, I couldn't even wear my shoes with the laces tied because pain. I was like, no, if anybody kicks me, I will find you and I will bring Hellraiser like pain to all of your family.
Being born a ginger, I was born with stock of SPF 15,000. So,
Oh my God!
Sicilian. I don't really burn. I just melt a little bit sometimes. But I'm stoned most of the time, so sometimes I actually forget things like sunblock exists.
oh yeah.
We didn't use that shit in the 80s. Like, not really.
I'm just looking to invest in like a really big like beach umbrella, and I'm just gonna carry that with me when I go for my walks. And I'm just gonna look absurd, but I'm just gonna be like, you know what? I am protecting myself from agony. Y'all want to judge? You can probably tan. My people, the sun rises and says, "Hello, Ireland. We're going to murder you."
Yep, my husband's Irish. So actually, my husband's half Irish, half Italian. So
We've pulled together a group of comic book nerds, none of which can go out in the sunshine.
it's fitting.
That's
Crazy.
weird.
I can go in the sun.
Yeah, I'm in my basement. I'm in my basement.
Yeah, I always kind of imagined your office, Corissa, was just a very mystical basement. Like it's just this is my happy place. You got candles ready, a couple of skulls there.
I do. You nailed it. Am I that predictable? I have all the skulls up there. I have a 1920 replica dollhouse of an insane asylum with a morgue in the basement and a freezer and everything. I had all these handmade. And then I had a torture chamber in the back of one and a zombie body on the surgical table. So I have tons of shit.
You need pictures of those sent to us.
You guys are inspiring me now because I
have a
just got back
website.
into a place this week where I can have an office again. And I think the last weekend when I did the first show, like I had the whole thing turned around so you could see people and cats when they were coming down the basement steps behind me, but it felt super Wayne's World, so I decided to flip the computer around a little bit.
So, hey, Carrie, you need to start a GoFundMe so you can travel to Carissa's to have a girls' night. You know, you're like, oh my God, slumber party in the basement.
I have comic boxes in the way, but I wanted to get. I should have known to bring it. I love miniatures. I think they're just amazing. And all of mine are exact replicas for the time period. But I have like straight jackets. I have like restraint chairs and wheelchairs with the restraints on them, and I have like all these surgical equipments and an X-ray that lights up. I have all this cool shit. I have to.
I feel like you're building my haunt in like miniature form right now because like everything you just described, I've got the real life versions of just sitting.
I even have a small embalming machine that's from the 1920s that goes in there. I have it all. I'm
looking for a life size one of those like as we speak. It's so
I don't have a ray that will make it bigger, but if I did, I would totally let you borrow it. But yeah.
Okay.
Carrie, I feel like in another reality, you and Corissa were like Daria and her best friend. Like just gothic Daria and her bestie in high school.
I just saw a meme yesterday that said to the friends that are so awesome but have the audacity to be too far away, and it reminded me.
That's Carrie. That's 100% Carrie.
Okay. So I want to go through this with you guys. We got the list and with descriptions of everything that I got and why it was included. Let's start checking out what I got here, guys. This is a custom job of Midnight Suns and Sandman.
Oh.
Used to love Midnight Suns.
It's Here is your box breakdown. All right, this is Hellstorm number 17.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
And this is the first appearance of December, January, and Lord Allred.
I have no idea who those people are, but I feel like
Me either.
But
I
the way
kind of
she
expect.
said them like sounds so fancy. Now I want to know.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of imagine Jeremy would just be like on his computer, kind of like if this was a heist, he'd be the guy who's like, I've got to get through the mainframe. Hold on, I'm pulling up the codes. All right, we're in. Press it now.
I feel like I should unbox my own box. I think I don't think I've opened it since like the 90s, and it has all my ghostwriters in there and everything. So I should probably unbox my own box.
What? That's so meta. An unboxing
sounds,
on top of an
crazy.
unboxing.
Let's see what's in
Seriously,
my box.
are we not doing phrasing?
yeah.
I was
Please.
just thinking that after I said it. I'm like, I probably should have phrased it better. Yeah, but then again, it might be
I'm
worth
sorry.
it.
I'm a 45-year-old man with a 12-year-old brain. Phrasing is
That's right.
definitely
I didn't think that's where that statement was going to go.
Kept keep listening, and that's all that matters.
Jeremy, I agree with you. If I have to hear, if someone talks about opening a box one more time, I'm either just gonna Hellraiser this shit, or I'm just gonna get one or two of your special brownies. Like, well, I've earned this.
Yeah. I mean, everybody should be eating the special brownies. I mean,
Yes.
this should be mandated, like worldwide.
I live in Nebraska.
If you all live
Special
closer,
brownies.
I could
We don't have
deliver.
those either. Actually,
No?
What else do you make anything other than brownies? Because we just cracked the recipe for infused moonshine recently and did some
I have
apple
not
pie.
tried moonshine. I do brownies and gummies so far.
Nice.
You know
Got a lot of
what?
recipes for you, man. A lot.
What?
We can do this
I don't
after.
drink, so moonshine's probably.
Oh, guys,
I don't either. I just wanted to try it
guys,
once.
we're getting off track.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
We're
Where's
squirreling.
the squirrel? Where's the squirrel?
let's pull back. We're here for the unboxing.
I don't think about it until I see the squirrel puppet. When I see the squirrel puppet, then I know. Like it's the visual. I need the visual. There we go. Okay, now I know. We're good.
We can talk about weed after the
You
good
wearing a
comics.
mask?
do I want to know what that is, or do
Okay.
I want to just
Wait,
Before
Carrie,
squirreling out,
Carrie.
she brings out the puppet.
Carrie, I can explain this. I know I can explain this. Okay, so Carrie, sometimes being the one who's the voice of reason in a group of cats on fire.
I already got it.
Yeah. So that's her
Gotcha.
her flicking the light, letting the comedian know that the set is over.
Yes.
That's her, hi, you're getting a little too distracted. Come back. You're getting quote unquote nuts, but not in a Michael Keaton Batman way. So,
Continue.
yes. So we're focused. We're back. We saw the squirrel.
There's a
It wasn't a
box.
secret.
It's open.
Back. What's in the box?
Okay.
Lost.
The next one that we have is Spirits of Vengeance number 21, which is the first appearance of Byrne and Cal and next to final issue of the series.
Nice.
Okay.
We doing okay with the light? I can't really. It's reflecting a
It's a
lot.
little
Yeah.
bit, but I think it's
Crush
going
on
to be
Jeremy
more what you
Blaze.
Do you think I should turn off the backlight?
Honestly,
Or-
I think it's going to be a little bit reflecting no matter what you do, unless
Yeah.
like you really
Yeah,
use the
Carrie. Yeah,
Okay.
Carrie, it's because since they're in protectors,
Yeah.
there's gonna be a glare regardless because it's the plastic is reflecting off of your screen.
Right.
So either way, it's gonna be a little bit of a glare. So
Okay.
and that light or no light, it's just plastic. Unless you want to take them out, but there's a lot of protocol about taking things out of confinement. You gotta wash your hands, you can't breathe on it.
Just
can't-
keep going.
You can't lick
Alright.
you can't lick your fingers while you turn the page. It's just
An anti-anxiety
cheese
pill so you don't
puffs.
like freak out while you're following all the steps. It's
Probably shouldn't have coffee in a room full of comic books.
yeah.
Probably. Okay, so
Probably.
the next one we're jumping into Sandman, and this is Sandman Overture 6. It contains a story that was adapted to the animation for To Dream of Cats, and it is the final Overture special to ever be made.
Nice. Is that yes, okay, that's a good buy. And that's also a great series. Because that's the prequel to Sandman Neil Gaiman did with J.H. Williams III. And it's gorgeous. So good call.
nice.
Yeah.
And then we have Night Stalkers number 7, the first appearance of Stone Cold, low print newsstand variant.
I used to love the Night Stalkers
Oh wow.
back in the day.
It really was
So-
a different time.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was better.
Yeah.
It was a better
Yeah.
time. A time when the
Oh.
NFL did crossovers with Spider-Man.
I love crossover.
Oh, here we go. I'm all about the crossovers for this one. This is one I think you'll get excited about. Drew, we have
What?
He like woke up. He heard his name.
Yeah,
and you're like,
I was on. I'm sorry, I was on screensaver mode, and then I was like, oh, someone
So
moved them out.
Marvel,
I'm
Marvel
abducting
Zombies.
something. I found this nicotine, which I'm pretty sure belongs to one of the kids. By kids, I mean over 18, by the way. And I'm going to hold it right here. I just want you guys to know that I've now stolen it and taken possession because they don't know where it is in the house. So they'll find it eventually.
Okay, good.
I got to fuck with people here on occasion because it's fun for me and I really don't care otherwise.
Good safety tip. Thanks, Raz. Much
Anyway.
appreciated. Okay, what's next?
Okay, Marvel Zombies #1, first appearance of
nice.
the final roster of Midnight Suns, which was based on horror and occult related characters, and not to be mistaken for the Midnight Suns, which is just another super team.
Okay, that's Marvel Zombies 4.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's 1 out of
they're-
4.
Right. Yeah. Because that was hinted at the end of Marvel Zombies 3, which Jeremy is on our list to adapt because it's actually really good. Yeah. So the Midnight Suns, quote unquote, reunite to deal with the zombie virus. Thank you, Headpool.
You're welcome.
So, yes. Nice. That's good.
Okay, next we'll just keep going here. Nightmare 1, first appearance of Dog Growl, first appearance of Panic, Phobia, and Exile.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Badass.
Wow. All these are first appearances? Man, you did get your money's worth.
I'm telling you, I was like, I could just get myself some trade paperbacks off of Amazon, but I'm like, you know what? Jeremy runs this comic book thing. I'm going to go over and ask if people can hook me up.
I'm glad
and
you got something
with-
good.
within the first
If it was
5
bad, I would have
minutes.
been like, Jeremy runs this shit. I'm like, no, I don't know nothing.
No, dude, within the first 5 minutes when putting up, this guy got back to me. He's like, oh, I got this. I just got a newsstand copy of it. And I'm like,
Very
okay, let's talk.
Godfather.
And Jeremy, you're thinking what I've thought. Like, she'd probably get a bunch of mediocre books, and there'd be like one super duper rare, amazing thing just to say, "Here you go, kid. You get something," and go fuck off now.
He actually told me when he was writing back and forth to me about the stuff in the collection that he actually pulled some things from his own personal collection
Oh, wow.
to add in here.
Guy has like a crush on you. Is there a love letter in there, or
Yeah, seriously.
I think this is
Or
yeah.
really creepy Polaroids of you asleep, maybe. That would be my second question.
Yeah, and on the back, it's like written in red Sharpie.
I have your address?
But your eyes are all burned out of every picture, too, because that's, seems important.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Sandman Orpheus, #1, and this is the first appearance of Destruction, aka the Prodigal.
Nice.
And
Okay. Fantastic.
I
This
still
is-
have not read a single issue of Sandman yet. Still.
you need to fix.
Not for any reason. I want to. I definitely really want to.
Yeah, but you have to. But the thing is, you have to. After each one, you have to, like every volume, you have to digest it
Yeah.
because it really is comic book literature. It's not.
That's why I want
Yeah.
to watch it. Because as like a hardcore, like normal, like book reader, like I miss things like that. So I'm really excited to finally sit down and actually go through and read them. So far, I know what everyone around me has said, which is quite a bit. And of course, the Netflix show, I've seen that.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I still
next
haven't watched the special episode that they put out for the Netflix show.
Next,
I have a
Gary.
hard time considering that a
good.
special episode.
Next, show the twirl.
Can't hold the squirrel and the comic book. Next is Ghost Rider 91, one of the final issues of the second volume of Ghost Rider, and there were less than 20,000 copies ever printed.
Ooh.
Wait. What's Zatharos on the bottom side of that? That's
You're making me go
Carissa.
fancy.
What
Carissa,
number is
I
that?
want cigarettes now. I'm gonna smoke from a wood pipe now. Okay, I gotta.
Carissa, what is no, Carissa? I
You're
mean,
making
Carrie,
me
what issue is that?
jealous, Raz.
He's confusing us already.
I don't smoke in the comic room. I'll drink coffee, but I can't smoke in here.
Well, I mean, it's just a wooden pipe.
Oh, but they'll suck it all up.
I'm stepping
They'll
up
be
from the
like,
cigarettes to the fanciness. Exactly.
All right, you horror. Listen, horror bearded Popeye, calm down. You know.
Oh God, no.
Sounds like John does what I do, and like he goes through and sits there and writes down all of the little first appearances in every book. It's kind of
That's
cool.
awesome.
They have a lot of
That's why you have such a good reputation, buddy. Because
Oh,
you
yeah.
put forth the effort. You know.
I don't sell
That and
anymore, but
brownies.
yeah.
And this
And
is
brownies.
followed by immediately after the next comic book, Ghost Rider 92, which is also one of the final issues of the second volume, and there were less than 20,000 copies ever printed.
What the fuck, man? This is definitely from a personal collection. Like, these are way too specific.
Yeah.
Like,
So,
like I'm sorry, I love like the people I work with, but I don't know. If I really love something, I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna part with this. That'd be like if I told Jeremy, hey, I'm giving away issues of my Starman. He's like, are you dying?
Yeah, right.
You love this series. Are you dying? That's probably the first thing he would ask. Are you on the run? Did you get involved with a gangster? Yeah.
Come on, Drew. We can get you through this.
we're gonna
You got this, man.
next. I hope you're ready. I'm rather excited about this. Special edition Night Stalkers #1.
Hey, I have
Oh,
to
shit, man. That's amazing.
Wow.
Come on, Carrie. I get to do my famous thing for you.
Do it.
Do
I'm doing
it.
Hold on.
That's what
hold
you're
on.
named after.
Show
There's a
that
reason-
cover again.
There's a reason he is the Miracle Sideboard Man.
Oh yeah, this one. All right, I don't have it in as fancy covering, and I have a piece of blue tape over it to show, but it's Night Stalkers #1.
Nice.
Look at us, we're twinsies.
We are. Also, coming up next is Morbius #1.
Whoa. To look at
Oh,
that 90s
fantastic.
gem.
I don't think I've seen that since it came out.
Wow. That was, I'm sorry, the fact that Morbius made like 70 something issues is it just proof that the 90s were a different time? Because
Yeah, very
Really
that's
were.
just a side villain, you know? But he was like,
Yeah.
oh, I had 70 issues and a couple of annuals. I'm like, man, you really made it, Michael. And to think, you were just dying of a rare blood disease.
Okay, and now we have first appearance of the Redeemers and first appearance of Dr. Vittorio in Darkhold #1.
Oh,
Wow.
I got that too.
You got
Nice.
that too?
I think
Yeah,
I have that.
Gary, you gave him time to prep, man.
Nice.
Bam!
I like the Midnight Suns. I don't know.
And
Yeah.
then we're gonna go with he actually put the other one first, but Ghost Rider 31, which is in the special edition, the first appearance of the original Midnight Suns.
Wow.
Oh, that's good.
I'm trying to remember the name of the other group that was similar. Was like the Supernaturals? Is it? I'm trying to think. Is that the group I'm thinking of?
The Darkhold
In it.
ones?
Dark Holders, yeah.
Yeah, the
Or whatever.
Darkholders were big.
We're part of the Midnight Suns.
And then finally, and this is what started the whole thing, is that this is what I've wanted my whole life since I started collecting.
The
Ghost
Bone
Rider
Dark.
#15, the text cover that glows in the dark. And this one happens to be first print, one of the most iconic comic book covers from the 80s and 90s, a rare newsprint variant. And Jeremy, we're going to have you explain. He wrote to me about it. So I got a
Jeremy,
super
you're
rare version most don't know about. The newsstand edition was initially
Oh.
printed with no barcode in the UPC box. So they canceled the production of it, and instead of just destroying them, they issued barcode stickers for retailers to place in the UPC box. So
I actually did not
I must
know
have the
that.
original because I bought it the second it came out.
So if the direct is a first print and newsstand is a second print, this is actually a 1.5 print, and you can see where the sticker has been placed on,
Yeah,
and
I
I can
have it
feel
behind
it too. So
That's
originally
impressive.
yeah,
I found what I was looking for. There was the Supernaturals because those
No,
comics
it's
in the
even more
90s used to come
impressive.
with the Halloween masks. It was alternate versions of Black Cat, Brother Voodoo, Werewolf, Gargoyle, Satana, and Ghost Rider.
Oh, okay.
What's more impressive is that the whatever comic store got that in actually put the sticker on, because most of them just took them and threw them away.
Right.
yeah, he'd gotten
That's
that
why
in the
it's so
same day
hard
that
to
I asked
find that
about
way.
it.
Well, that's why it's so hard to find that way, because it's like I forget what book just came out, but there was a recall on it, and they expect all the comic shops to destroy them. Comic shops aren't
Why
going to
would you?
destroy them.
No.
No, they realize you're talking to people who understand value. They're thinking collector's items. They're thinking the nerds
yeah.
will pay, and it's true, we do.
I think it was that New World Trade book from Image. Indian.
And you know, it's funny the whole time. Like, funny, I don't know a lot about Ghost Rider. When I've only ever read him when he's in another book with someone else I'm reading. So when not, so I was like, he's like, oh yeah, it's Corissa. I'm like, well, Corissa loves Ghost Rider, so that's like the pro, and that's why I just keep seeing her, and she just keeps hugging her emotional support Anubis down there. Like, and I'm just thinking, like, I'm just expecting her to just start bursting in fire. Like, this was so good. You did so well.
I'm trying to be good and not talk, hence hugging the pillow so she can just go through them. But yeah, all I think
I'm
about
on
is
Ghost Rider though. I love Ghost Rider, but like I've only really seen it in the crossover comics when he's been with other people.
You need one of these, Carrie. Now, first appearance of Danny Ketch.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's nice.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Carrie, you have to give Corissa permission to nerd out now, so then she'll watch. That pillow will disappear, and she will just light up.
I see like steam coming out the ears. You got to give her the release. You got to give her the.
Yeah, you got to say
I don't want her to have to bring out the squirrel. Is that the whole box? Did you get them all out?
That's the whole box. So we
Okay, Carrie, you got to say the magic word, man. We're nerds. Shazam. You know,
that was a pretty epic box.
That
was cool.
Yeah. I'm super excited about. I will. Actually, I don't know how to post it in here. Oh, yeah, I do.
Step 1, believe in yourself.
Step 2, denial.
I can just put.
Step 4, heard. Step 5, jazzercise.
And I think I'd rather sweat it out to the oldies, man.
Yep.
Jeremy, could you have named your Facebook group anything longer?
Somebody tried to steal our name. In fact, there's a.
But they died by the time they worded it out. So
they did. They put Auction House on there. And we were
died
like,
of old age. They died of old age as they were typing it.
Well, yeah, and then they committed the cardinal sins of using there wrong, and that's just.
Actually, you know what's the most annoying thing in my comic group is people would put the word sale instead of sell, and that drives me fucking insane. I'm like, no, you're not trying to sell something, you're trying to sell it.
Jeremy,
put it on sale.
Jeremy, the way you feel about that is the same way I felt about one of my exes who kept doing the there, and I went to grad school for publishing as for an editor. So every time she would say like really great things that are not fit to be said here in front of all of you. But she'd say that. I was like, nope, mood stop. Nope. You just neutralized it. It's the small things, and you're like, you sound so dumb when you say it like this.
I've actually gone in and edited people's posts for them.
Yeah, I do this at home, and my wife and the kids are going to kill me all the time.
Okay, don't worry. The box is.
I can't relate.
The comics are repacked and boxed, so this is not going to hurt them.
Sorry, Mr. People. No comics for you.
I do want to pull up just because it's fun. Oh, how do I do that? Nope, that's not it.
Okay, look, it's going around.
Oh, that's the one. There's a reason. The Miracle Sideboard Man, because he was able to do that. He can just
close up.
Every time we watch a goddamn episode of something, people will be talking, and it's like, tonight we're talking about Spider-Man and blah 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 blah, and suddenly, then there was that Darkwing Duck moment. And do you think I happen to have a comic right next to me of Darkwing Duck?
The terror that flaps in the night.
Oh, did you mention Godzilla?
We're all 80.
Well, I was trying to get back into selling a few months ago, but what happened was really I just gathered more comics around me, and
Because they're going to come next.
Yeah, like if directly to my right, I was making grab bags to sell and stuff like that.
Nice.
I just never got around to posting it because I'm super ADD. And yeah, I'll start something and never finish.
Nope.
Yeah.
So we lost Corissa. She fell off.
No. She went to grab something. Magic is coming.
She doesn't keep her stuff right next to her.
Or
has
another
to walk.
question.
Oh.
As you can see, I've assembled my entire collection behind me on the wall.
Yeah. That's
Nothing.
It's all there.
I'm so disturbed when I see your wall, Jeremy, from the ones that are missing. That little empty row there. I'm like,
I took them down because
that used to not be empty.
Yeah, I took them down. It's getting hot, and I'm a little bit worried that the weight of them might pull them off. So what I'm going to do is, and those ones were graded comics, so they're encapsulated in these hard shell plastic. And if those fall, they will go crack. And I can't have that. My heart would die. But there is a pile of them sitting. Hold on.
Another one for the pile.
This is where
I don't have a sticker. I have just a little face.
It's
Bravo, lady.
still counts.
Does it still count?
That was like
Still
an Olympic
counts.
sport watching you on that chair, man. Like you were believing in yourself there. You could see the look
Oh,
in your
yeah.
eyes. Like, you just,
He's practiced.
He Mr. Fantastic.
Keep them all in the books. You know, they're ready to go back up. I just need to screw them to the wall.
You know what? Applause to you, man. I can't bring myself to do it, and I have books that if I'm sure they were graded.
Oh, I didn't buy them. I mean, I bought them like this. I sent out one book to be graded. It took 9 months to get it back. Drew, I don't even know if it's the same book I sent in. So
That's what I was always worried about. Like, what if they're just like nothing inside?
Trust issues.
Yeah, I have huge trust issues. I'm terrified to send anything off because I could just imagine they have some book that like the inside's all messed up and you'll never know unless you open it and who's going to open it. So it's like,
Right.
I have a question because I haven't been to a big Comic Con or any kind of comic convention in quite some time now.
Nerds.
Do they still do on-site grading? Because a lot of the Jubilee cons, the cons that I grew up working at, would always do that.
At the bigger cons, they still have CGC or CBCS will be there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Or PGX too sometimes.
Which twins now because I have number 1 of the Night Stalkers, the Darkhold, and Morpheus, and I have all those fancy the black covers that they had.
Ooh. So these are my favorite kind of groups, and why it's one of the reasons why I don't like DC as much, kind of. But like, if I'm going to do DC, it's going to be like Swamp Thing, like the older Batmans I grew up with, or of course, to do Justice League. I like the Dark Justice League.
Raz, you just haven't read the right DC titles.
I agree with you. Because all my friends growing up were Marvel. I was the only Image fan growing up. Like it was just me and a sea of no one else that liked Image, except for they.
Whoa! Wait. Hold on. Time out. While Corissa is still assembling more to show off, what Image? Because this is important.
Okay, so obviously Spawn.
Thank you. Okay, you can stay on the show. Continue.
I was a huge fan of McFarlane when he did Spider-Man. My favorite Spider-Man runs were McFarlane Spider-Man. That's what got me deep into Spider-Man. And then when he switched over and did Spawn, I just followed. Well, yeah. Violator came out, and Violator, the first run of the Violator series, when he sticks his hand through the back of the cop's head and puppets his mouth, that scene has stuck with me so much. I've done it in 2 different horror films that I've been in, and like 3 different haunts, just because of that scene.
Raz, if you look on our Splash Pages thing, we did an interview at Rhode Island last year with Bart Sears, who was the artist for that, and we did talk about that series. Ooh. So, yeah,
I'll go back and watch that. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, and we also did an additional because he had such a good time. We did a second interview with him, and he talked about that. Justice League International. He did the Jeremy was Brutes and Babes, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Brutes
that was more recent, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to get with you guys from some starting back into comics point, because again, I haven't really read a lot. Walking Dead I read from getting dead because it was there and I had the availability to read it, but like Spider-Man's my guy, but I've been out of Spider-Man since like 2003.
I have never read The Walking Dead.
Great.
Really?
Show
Okay.
sucks.
That's for me. I
Comics
just
are great.
100 times better than the show.
Yeah,
100
but
times.
while it is definitely one of Kirkman's best, I
Oh.
gotta say this: Invincible is better.
Yeah. Kirkman does a lot of good stuff, actually.
Yeah, he does.
I've been shocked with him.
This is the first Ghost Rider I bought. This is issue 7. That's when I started.
Oh yeah.
So issue
East
7,
Coast
and
Honors.
I had
There
to get
is-
the Ghost Rider.
Throwing up gang
7.
signs. East
So I
Okay.
had to
It's
get
an
the-
indie comic company, but I think it's pretty
Hearts.
mainstream now. It used to be called Boom Studios. I was really into Boom Studios when it started
we go.
for a
That's
long
better.
time too, because they
It-
did a lot of the really avant-garde.
What is that?
Do you remember that one? Did you read that one? Danny
What?
Ketch dies. It's the double issue.
Oh,
Now I gotta go back and read all these.
Oh.
I haven't taken these out since like the 90s. So whenever this was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dust them
the
off.
panels, the whole.
Oh,
9
and these were all so shiny and smooth.
Let me tell you, Carissa, so you don't mess those books up, go to readallcomics.com. Read all your comics.
without touching a single one.
Yes.
Okay, and maybe Corissa, because you're more of a Ghost Rider fan, and you know, it's that there's a book. Because when I was a kid, I sometimes only read comics when my mom would go to ShopRite because it was the one place she knew she could technically leave me, so I would stop throwing things in the cart randomly. Because you're ADD at the supermarket, you know you're gonna fuck shit up because you're a gremlin in a little kid's body. But I would read whatever comics was on the stack, so that's how I got to read a lot of random books. And that's Jeremy. That's how I read DC vs. Marvel the first time. It was just on the stack. Yeah, but I also read a lot of books you shouldn't read as a kid, like Aliens or just unnamed books that show a lot of boobs. But Corissa, there was a crossover that I think it was Ghost Rider and Venom, and it was okay. Cool. now that. Can you, Corissa, can you send me what issue number that was? Because I've always wanted to own that, and I, for some reason, could not remember. No, Corissa, you again, send it to me. Do not tell me I'm going to forget, because my brain's like, all right,
I
cool.
want to see it.
Well,
the rest of us would like to see it.
All right. So he was in the Spirits of. You talking about Spirits of Vengeance?
Yeah, it was Eddie Brock. He goes back to the church where he first became Venom. And one of the Ghost Riders, I don't remember which one. I just remember one of them was there. They get in a big fight, but they of course end amicably because back then you couldn't. They were still doing Freddy versus Jason rules where we can't. Well, we're gonna fight, but we aren't gonna win.
Right.
We're gonna kind of end on a draw.
It was Danny Ketch.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Danny Ketch. Yeah.
It's
But
Venom, right?
it's Venom, Ghost Rider, and Johnny Blaze. So it's all of them. And then Spider-Man and Venom, and then looks like it's 4 issues. This is Ghost Rider and Blaze Spirits of Venom because he takes it over.
Okay.
And so I guess it's these 4. So I can send you that. And then apparently I have Ghost Rider and X-Men. So there's that. So
Yeah, makes sense.
And Carnage shows up in the symbiote one too.
what?
Carnage is the man.
Carnage shows up in one of the symbiote ones as well.
I don't know.
And
Death.
see, okay, I gotta ask if you have my favorite. My favorite Ghost Rider was Danny Ketch number 33. It's when Ghost Rider meets up with Madcap and they exchange stares. Oh, I love you.
I haven't seen a lot of these comics like since the 90s. It's exciting
This
to me.
is
So I
a
was like
fun
my
game.
big comic book days.
Hey, Corissa, you're in. You just
And my other thing.
you just passed Carrie's friendship. Do you have my favorite issue? Oh, hey, look at this right here.
I'm holding it in my hand.
You're in.
Hasn't been touched since
You're
it was
so close.
released. So
And then my first ever What If
1993.
that I read was What If number 45, which is it's the what if Danny Ketch's sister or Barbara, what if Barbara Ketch had become Ghost Rider?
I read that. That was a good one. I don't know if I have. I did love.
She
I
goes
love-
super evil, man. Like they end up bringing in like Spider-Man and Doctor Strange have to show up because she's just like wreaking havoc everywhere. She's just
That's women for you.
I'm going to say something that's sometimes very
I'm gonna
unpopular, but Marvel Universe does not exist without Spider-Man. Spider-Man is in everything. Just about every team at some point in time. Like without him, like nothing comes together. Nothing
What
works.
are the original Johnny Blaze?
Wow.
Silent Night, Deadly Night, The Thing, and Ghost Rider. Nice.
So what? You know what? I was going to make a pun about what you called that little collection, and I was like, but calling it a hell box just sounded weird.
Yeah.
Let's see, Ghost Rider and Cloak and Dagger.
Little boxes.
Oh, wait.
Every time I hear that song, it makes me think of that
What
show.
if Barbara Catch?
Boom!
Ghost
There
Rider.
it is.
Oh, I really
Listen
did
here.
have an obsession that I did not remember.
Wasn't here back in the day in the What If comics, anytime they put someone against the Punisher just shot everybody and left, and that was it.
Well,
My-
but
My favorite, I love what ifs. Like
Me too. I love them. Every time it was Punisher, like Punisher just like, okay, I shoot him and I walk away, and you're like,
Okay, if you want to get into the what ifs, as long as we're just gonna advertise like mad for the Dorkening right now.
Yeah.
You need to check out Brandon, Leo, got the Brandon verse going there. Brandon, Leo, and Justin Cooper on Catch 'em Where All Fine podcasts are broadcast, but Comics
Oh my
Paradox goes
Carrie,
into all of the Elseworlds and what ifs.
Carrie, if you said
Alternates
something,
every Sunday with
my
the Dork Night.
entire spin-off is literally one huge 40 issues of a what if. What if they actually ran away that night instead of getting caught up and separated for 10 years? And it became halfway a joke, and then I just got obsessed, and now there's 40 issues. So I love what ifs. So.
yeah, follow your dreams, kids. Carrie, I was going to say, if you said something about how you're the monkey behind the keyboard, I'm like, get out.
No. I am not the keyboard monkey. I'm not that talented.
But
And I
but
remember what the name of the show is.
So you want me to tell you what the 4 parts of Venom in Spirits of Venom, right?
yeah, just message it to me. I can't forget it if it's actually there. Because I feel like if you tell me, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, and then later on, I'm gonna be like, that was a good show. I'm gonna go to sleep, and that information's just gonna get moved to the recycle bin of my consciousness.
Nice.
Yeah, it's an ADD thing.
I have ADD, but mostly I have dyslexia, and the two just don't go together.
yep, it's just brain damage and being high all the time for me. So I got to trick things into the long term. It takes a little bit.
Oh, hey, look, I got a photo sent from Corissa Grant. Nice.
What a psycho.
Oh my God, yeah.
Was it a Polaroid of you though?
New phone. Who did? It's just like, I'm watching you. Don't disrespect the Ghost Rider. I'm like, how the fuck did she? What the hell?
That is accurate. So.
Okay. So Corissa, since you're kind of like one of the Ghost Rider experts, because again, I don't really know too much about the character. I know of him. I know, whatnot. Who? Okay, because I was talking about this with Carrie earlier, just like briefly. I remember Johnny. I remember Danny. And then I kind of remember they had a brief replacement for a while. I think her name was Alejandra. She was like a little bitchy, kind of like mean Ghost Rider. And then they did Robbie Reyes, who I guess has kind of been the primate, right? Jeremy, he's still kind of the Ghost Rider, right? The kid with the car.
That's after my time.
The car is, I think, the Ghost Rider of today.
Right. But
I'm so confused on who's who today in a lot of ways. Like, there's so many I don't know. Like, they're taking so many mantles over.
yeah.
I didn't know who Venom is now.
So maybe I'll stick to what was within Carissa's consciousness of the Ghost Riders. So is it stupid to ask Carissa who's the favorite Ghost Rider, Danny or Johnny? I mean, they're both pretty similar in.
No, but see, the difference is, I guess Danny had more control over it eventually because he would hit the butt, but Johnny Blaze didn't have any choice. He hated it. He thought it was a demon. It took him over, and then that was it. That's why he went to go kill Danny Ketch, because he thought that he was possessed by this thing, but Danny Ketch does it on his own. He'll hit the bike and he'll turn into this, melting man, and then he's good to go. But Johnny Blaze didn't buy it. So it's kind of like the two Ghost Riders were not the same, because he didn't get along with him. But then when in Spirits of Vengeance, they joined up. So
That's all good. No, I'm listening to you, Carissa. Yeah. Okay.
So I would say Danny Ketch, one, it's my favorite because he came in on it, but it's also he took the responsibility to become Ghost Rider instead of using it as a chore. He used it as a hero. So
yeah,
and
he had the chains and
he did
the stair penance there.
or whatever.
Corissa, do you want all of us to go so you and Carrie can just talk about the chains? Because we can go. Y'all like, yeah, he did. It's like, oh boy, all right. Well, it's
you
That's,
don't
that
want to
switches me full on into Hellraiser mode.
I see how it is.
Yeah, see that is Hellraiser. Do you like Hellraiser too?
What do you think? He's actually one of my favorites. So
No,
oh,
Hellraiser.
he's a
we're all
an
looking at
Easter
Carrie's
egg.
box.
That's an Easter egg in my first. That's an Easter
How
egg
many
in my
times can Del show off her box on a live broadcast?
book one. That's one of the Easter eggs. Is that box?
I have
I
the
love mine.
life-size
Mine works.
tattoo right
Was
over
it?
my heart. It took like
Yeah.
12 hours or something. It took a long time to do that. Did it all in one day. Because pain and Hellraiser go hand in hand.
what was it?
He's not. Everyone looked at. His real name isn't Pinhead, but they always looked at him like he was a bad guy, and he really wasn't. So
Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
but-
the original name was the Engineer.
Yes, the engineer. And Clive Barker hates that Pinhead became the name of the character.
Yep.
Like he did.
yeah.
That was the
Well,
Don't stick pins in your head. Then what can I tell you?
yeah, Doug. But that's like Doug Brad. Like I remember that was just the nickname they called him on the crew, and then that just stuck. They were like, "Oh, Pinhead's coming." Like, oh, Pinhead. That's
It
kinda-
happened because of the
That's
very
cool,
first
Carrie.
press release they did in Fangoria. Right after
But-
the very first interview they did with Fangoria, everybody in the media outlets started saying Pinhead. And then
Yeah,
it was over. Yeah.
and it's funny
He
because
just doesn't like it because he didn't name him that. That's all.
yeah, but
Yeah.
it was funny because when I finally, I told Carrie this when I finally met him, Doug Bradley, out of character, bald, British, very, just I wouldn't say resting bitch face. He just has that face that's just like, I've heard it all. I will listen, but please don't be an idiot because I will judge you.
Yeah,
British people. But I walked away, and then suddenly I could do Pinhead as an impression, and I was just like, I'll do it for horror fans. Like, wow, that's really good. I was like, yeah, I've met the guy. Like, he left an impression, and I was like, is that business or personal? Both.
Yeah,
Both.
definitely.
Pleasure.
I've met him a lot of times now, and the thing with Doug is you don't know which Doug you're getting. Sometimes he always has that look and that personality to him, that gravitas, but like you can tell when you're getting good con days for Doug and bad ones. Like before you even physically stand in from him, you can feel it if it's a bad day. You just know, like, okay, I'm gonna skip that table and come back tomorrow.
Right. But it's funny because every once in a while, like I'll see someone start to cry, and my brain is like immediately, no tears. That's the waste of good suffering. And every once in a while, I'll say that out loud, and I'll wait for somebody to give me that look, like that guy.
Yep.
I know what he just did. That was good. And then you get these people like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I'm just like, you don't believe in blood.
The only thing that kills me about this series is no one ever remembers who the fuck Agonistes is, and that hurts my heart because that's back when Judas Iscariot was turned into a Cenobite. It's an obscure one, but it was one of the best runs they did with.
Oh, totally. But I mean, and then I agree with Corissa. That was one of the downfalls of it because in the original 2, it's left ambiguous, and he even said that, angels to some, demons to others, explorers in the realms of flesh and pleasure.
But
And then later on, it was like, they're bad.
Yeah.
These guys are evil.
There's
And I'm
reason
just
why that
like-
statement became about because his initial concept. I got to have a beautiful dinner this one time with him and his life partner, where he explained to me. Got to ask him anything I wanted about Nightbreed and Hellraiser because Nightbreed Cabal is my favorite thing ever written in comics, the book, the movie, everything. And
Right.
he
rest
told
goes for
me
cons.
that his
Mention, just
entire thing
have
was
dinner with
this was always
partner.
Christian based. It was always religion based. The concept was when God was trying to create different beings, humanity, angels, he was in this experimental phase, and he had created the Cenobites first. But in realizing what he created never gave them consciousness. Then at some point in time after the first, holy war in heaven, when Lucifer fell, etc., one of them woke up and somehow got its own consciousness and was banished to Nod. And then after the banishment to Nod, like a lot of things are, it formed the Leviathan world out of that. And that's how everything progressed. So they were, at one point in time, almost sent to hell, and Lucifer did not want them. God did not want them. No one wanted them. They were like neutral evil if we're going D&D terms.
Wow,
were.
Hey, this sounds like something that probably was covered in your season of Supernatural.
Somewhat, yes. In a weird way.
There's only two scary clowns, Pennywise and Art.
I got in a fight with a clown at one of the hauntings. Well, a little bit. But
Who would?
See, when I think of Pennywise
he
being scary,
poked
I
me.
think only
You're not
when
supposed to
something
touch the
is
people. He poked me.
Oh, well, that's actually true. You like that is true in haunt rules. You really, and they say that you're not supposed to touch. The only time you do is if they touch you first.
But
And
then
that's
you'll know that it's a hands-on haunt. Like Ohio's famous for having a lot of the hands-on, like not hardcore, like McCamey Manor shit, but like.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to one like that. I don't want them touching me. I'll beat the shit out of them.
Otherwise, if one touches you to normal haunt, it was honestly probably an accident, and 9 times out of 10, you'll hear him move the mask and go, "Sorry."
This
Yeah.
was no, well that's like okay, so it happened twice. I had the one clown was poking at me, just like I don't know why in the chest. He's like poking me. So like whatever, I floored him, and then at the end it was like
It clotheslines the clown. It's like
I'll
take
see you
that,
now.
Chuckles.
If that happened in my haunt and I found out that he was poking you and that's why you did it, I'd look at the clown on the floor and be like, all right, dude, well, you had it coming. And I, as a manager, I'd be like, oh,
yeah, I'm like, what? That was weird. And then at the end, there was these. I was like on like a, I don't know if it was a first date. No, it had to be like a second date. And this guy, these two of them, try to separate us. And he's like, you go ahead, and this guy will stay here.
That's
and I'm
normal.
like, I'm not separating from my date. And he's like, yeah, no, you have to move ahead. I was like, I'm not going. You're going to have to freaking make me. So the guy like pushes me against the wall. So like I had to knock him down too. But then like, I don't know why, what was the point of separating us? But that date was pointless. He was such a wuss. So.
The point of separating you in a haunt is to give you a more one-on-one experience. That's literally it.
So I
It
should have
yeah.
been
isn't isolated. It's just a vibe.
Okay. But that
So
but also
your New York is coming out so hard
Right?
there, Carissa.
yeah, she just got like especially
Like,
she's
oh, fuck,
talking about laying fuckers out. I was like, damn, Krista, what's your move? The Hellboy, the right hand of doom? Like she's just like bam.
Del, do I have
First
a
of all,
different accent
those
today?
things
Because
make me uncomfortable as it is because they're like an enclosed maze. So like when you trap me, it's like you're not supposed to touch me. And
they shouldn't have like pushed you against like what we do like in normal if we do things like that and what's traditionally done in the industry is you're suggesting the split up. You're making it seem like you have to split up. But if the customers just don't want to do it, man, don't be a dick. Just let them stay together. Like it didn't work on that group. Cool. Your shtick is broken. Do it
and
next
you wouldn't stop though. It was like 10 minutes. We was like I would say like 6 or 7 minutes we were there before I finally had to like shove them. Like I was.
And
like,
then about 10 groups after you got all bunched up because of that.
And
because of them doing that to you. Yeah.
And it's funny because like before I ever was in a haunt, you know, occasionally it's like, oh, let's go to this haunt. I'm like, okay, cool. And I'd always make sure I went with somebody because, you know, despite being 6'2" and very large, there are moments where I'm like, I'm terrified. So I was like, I need someone to hold my hand. Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't want to get separated because first of all, I will tell you, there's only one thing I'm terrified of. There is one thing. It is the fucking sound of a chainsaw. I don't know why. I know there's no chain on it,
That's
but if I hear
60% of all America.
it freaks me the fuck out.
Did Evil Dead did Evil Dead 2 scare you as a child? Is that what
on
happened?
the doll where the Deadite touched you?
No,
Yeah.
That's it. No, I don't know. It's just being in those things and hearing. I will literally run. Like my husband got upset because we went to one and I just left him behind. And he's like, "You left me behind." I was like, "You're the husband. You're supposed to be left behind."
Chainsaw.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, you listen. You hear that? You go Texas Chainsaw Rules. You're like, bitch, you on your own. I'm running. Somebody could come out swinging, doing the dance with the chainsaw. I'm like, oh no, you can dance as much as you want, swinging that fucking thing. I'm out.
Yeah.
Like,
But
fuck you.
realistically, I'd say 60% of every customer ever in any haunt I've ever worked at, just the sound of one, even like a mile away, like the echo of it, immediate terror. Like to the point where you don't even have to have a real chainsaw in haunts anymore. You can have one of the newer, like plastic molded ones that just look real, that play the sounds when you hit the button.
It's, yeah.
I
was in the maze and I knew it wasn't anywhere near me and I was like hiding behind someone. Like I tackled, I don't know if it was what you guys I was telling, but I actually fought one of the, I sound like a horrible person on this again.
Oh yeah, you're terrible.
All the hunters watching.
I have been stabbed,
put a picture of this woman up.
And trampled by a horse in my haunt career. What you're talking about is nothing. You're fine.
Well, there was a different one. Was it here that I was talking about the one at Six Flags? I didn't talk to you about that, right? So I was at Six Flags and I was with the same guy. We did these all like in like 2 days or something. So we were at Six Flags. This one was actually terrifying because you're in the middle of the woods, and I think they're funny, but like stupid things will scare me. Like they honk the car and I jump and whatever.
Yeah, it's
But
the sound.
there was a mentally challenged kid, and I have such a soft spot. Not just because I don't even know. My nephew is autistic, but it's just something I'm very sensitive of. So I guess he was. I don't know the deal. I guess he was going forward and then coming back and telling people what was there. I mean, he didn't know. So this one giant guy that was like 6'4" shoves him into a metal barrel. And I was so pissed. I went up and I shoved him. And I said, who the fuck are you to shove it? And then the poor kid like ran off into the woods. And then my date was hiding because he was scared that the 6-foot guy would go after him. And I was like, I got it. Don't worry about it.
Well,
So,
Please tell me like you stopped dating after this experience with these hunts that you just broke that up.
yeah, because I'm sorry. Like you're pulling some standing up to Victor Crowley lever shit. You know, and this guy is just being on some little like a little bitch. You're just like
he was absolutely a little bit. And the funny part is I actually wrote to my husband that I wasn't dating. I mean, I wasn't dating him, but I had gone in with this guy instead of my husband.
But Krista, you do what you got to do. Like if you were running, like listen, you were playing the field. You know, I understand when you're going on dates, you put them through the gauntlet because you got to make sure they're worthy.
You got to know quick too.
What happened was I was on like I was on Match.com and I I met this guy the first day, and then I met my husband and like 7 others on the second day, and I had told everyone else that okay, I'm gonna go on a date with this guy, so I'm just letting everyone know that I might be with this guy, and I'm not gonna answer anybody until whatever. So I hadn't talked to anybody, and I've left the site, and I was dating this guy, and this was like, I think that one where he was a complete wuss was like the 3rd or 4th date. And I literally went to his house, and I was like in his apartment, and I was messaging my husband, and I said, listen, I said I was going to go with this guy, but if you still want to talk, this, he just totally upset me at this stupid thing and blah, blah, blah. And my husband's like, he's like, yeah, that sounds like a freaking wuss to me. And then he comes in and he goes, who are you messaging or who are you texting? I said, I'm emailing because I wouldn't give my number out to anybody else. And he goes, oh, okay. So I don't know why it's better. But I dumped him and then I went out with my husband. So
good call. There you go. Clearly a good call.
Yeah. It's a good thing I got attacked in like every haunted thing I did. So
there you go. I'm more like Carissa's bullpen here. I was like, she had like a major league team on standby, apparently. Yeah. Like,
7 guys in the waitings.
Girls have so much better luck on those things than men. Like, isn't it like 10 guys per girl gets messed
up? Weird. Absolutely.
Yeah. My husband had the absolute worst pictures on the planet. Like the worst. That's the only reason why he never got any messages. He was just he's 8 years younger than me, so I'm a total cougar. And then his pictures were like 8 years old. So like they were the worst pictures ever. And when I went to go see him,
the first question was, are you sure you're not 16?
Yeah. But so I went to meet him at work or whatever, and there was this manly, bearded guy and my husband hates when I say this. I almost gave that guy my number, but that was actually my husband who just happened to look better than his stupid freaking pictures. And he gets mad when I say that all the time because he's like, you were cheating on me. I was like, hey, well, I haven't even met you yet. I was like, and you were good looking. It's not my fault. Get better pictures.
Cheating on you with you.
Yeah, I was cheating. Yeah.
Yeah, like exactly.
Do you like Pina Coladas? I've never understood why that's supposed to be such a good song because it's like people in a relationship with such shitty communication skills, they both go out to cheat on each other behind each other's back
cheat on each other.
Discover that they're both there.
I love
like, oh wow, I love you more now. No, dude,
listen,
both going out.
It's because 90% of America wants to cheat on their spouse.
Exactly. It's like loyalty. Nope. I'm just gonna dip my quill in my ink as much as I can until the well dries or until I break. And also, Corissa, be happy that you didn't need to sign a permission slip to go out on a date with him. So there you go.
His mother and
we're in our 30s. Thanks.
There you go.
So, honestly, sometimes I can't even deal with one. I can't imagine adding a second to the mix anywhere. That would
Oh, listen, I said that to my girlfriend. We're about to be 8 years on the 20th, and I tell her all the time, like, and I say thank you, and she said what? Because just from what everybody tells me, dating is just horrible now. It's even worse.
Oh, we said the same thing yesterday. Like I would just be a hermit in my basement. Like So.
We got Jeremy smoking.
Yeah, I couldn't take it anymore. Raz is in there, cigarette
sorry,
after
man.
cigarette. I was just
Dude, I'm a
like,
chain
"Fuck it,
smoker.
I'm
I'm worse.
smoking one joint."
I feel like Chris, if you want to just get like a drink, we could just be like, yep, we're just gonna can't drink and get smoke. We're just look at these chalices, drinking
The
this
majority
mead.
of my smoking tonight has just been cigarettes. The majority. You know,
I might have a chalice in here.
Yeah, you do.
I gotta show
I did
Carissa.
get that fancy wooden pipe just to make it seem, fancier while I was smoking.
I thought you were very distinguished with that. I was like, what novel are you working on, sir?
Actually, I am reading a novel.
I heard you. What did you want to say?
Several.
Okay, so
We just did a commercial for one at the beginning of the show, actually.
I have
She has the conch, Raz. God. Lord of the Flies, man. Lord of the Flies.
I require weapons to be as badass as Carissa, but these are all within my reach. So when somebody knocks on the door, and there's like a golf club and shit by the door, because I live by myself. But Carissa, this is one of the things within my reach. It's my couch machete.
Nice.
Yeah, I use this.
I'm sorry.
I keep staying by my bed because that thing could cut through you in like 2 seconds.
Carrie, stop. Did you say couch machete?
Yeah,
you have to be prepared for anything.
It's a
You gotta
couch
have a couch machete and a trunk machete. Like those are
it's
important.
right underneath the
I
couch
keep the Sword of Omens behind me.
And
I just want to be like ho, but then that's gonna get taken out of context.
I keep beside me.
I forgot I had this.
My ice pick.
Oh wow,
Because
nice.
nobody. Oh my god, we were just talking about that, weren't
picture, Yeah.
Nice.
My
That's cool.
husband bought this for me because
Don't
he
hit
knew
anybody
nothing.
with it.
He what?
He's
Don't
a
hit
keeper.
anybody with it.
Yeah, no promises. But my husband didn't know anything about anything, and so he just bought something because it said Marvel on it. What?
He's a
Smart.
keeper.
It said
Yeah.
Marvel. It's a good reason.
But
there is Ghost Rider, so he's all right.
so Carrie, the reason I bring that up is because when I was in college, I think it was like my junior year, back in the year was 2007, children, and I was hanging. It was about to be summer, and one of my friends were just hanging in his apartment before everyone was leaving, and he just walks out of his room, and he just like, hey, do you want this? And he just he has like a 12-foot machete. I'm like, why are you giving me this? Like, what's going on? and he told me he had this when he was younger. He had this horrible acid trip, and during the trip he was convinced of a zombie invasion. Like he was, So he said since that night for the last 2 years he slept with a machete under his pillow. And I'm just thinking to myself, my man, you've had girls over. Are you telling me that literally the woman could have been stabbed with something that was not the blade attached to the body?
See, a sting wouldn't be very good for zombie killing, I don't think. So maybe I do need to get a machete.
Yeah,
Well,
Sting is more like
machete. Because
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get
right
a couch
here
machete.
is my sofa, and so I just have it set so it's like the handle is sticking out from underneath the cushion on the corner side. So I immediately always have access to my couch machete.
I do have throwing daggers, and my practice is the zombie board. So I do have daggers to throw, but I don't really think that would stop a zombie. It would just look cool while I'm doing it. So
Well, but this one also the other thing is being a Jason fan. I understand. I feel a machete is so much better than knife gloves.
The machete is my main character Draven's favorite weapon, and Sierra doesn't really use it. She's a gun or dagger chick, but we're doing a cover for my artist starts the cover for the next one on Monday, and I decided to do something a little different because usually they're fighting like monsters or something. So there's a sexy vampire chick in this one.
Of course.
So So I have her kind of flirting with Draven.
Is she in the shower too, like the other one?
So I have Seraphina in the background about to swing the machete into her because she's jealous. And my artist goes, "Are you talking about Draven's machete?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course. She doesn't have a machete." a machete. Because the machete or the dagger is like a dagger does not look as cool about to kill a vampire, so it's gonna have to be a machete.
So, if you guys who are watching aren't quite aware of what's going on with Corissa, she is
Sorry,
in the process of releasing. She has a Kickstarter going on. There are links to that. I linked everybody's stuff.
Comes
Jeremy
out
just grabbed a bunch
Tuesday
of
at noon.
Tuesday.
Started.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And she's doing a horror comic. And
Or
some of us have
supernatural.
gotten to read parts of it. It's really good.
Thank you.
Oh,
You literally wrote that after that jerk was like, "Oh, it's and everything needs to be changed, but for $200 I can help you do it." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go."
Oh,
For $200,
Wait,
they can help you
yeah.
pick yourself.
And on another note, Corissa, you reminded me that one of my fears is I'm terrified of spiders. Well, no, and it's funny because it's a two-part thing. So I don't mind little spiders, and I think that's because I've read so much Spider-Man in my life that I actually just see little ones. I'm like, oh, look at you! You're gonna go give somebody spider powers. You go do that, little one.
So did you see my sequel with the giant spiders, or did you not see that? Because that's
Oh yeah. So that's the thing.
they're nice.
So but then it's like movies like Arachnophobia. No. Eight-Legged Freaks wasn't weird to me because those are clearly fake. So while that is my night. No, see, for me, and it's funny because I always talk about this. My nightmare is like shit like Harry Potter, where the spiders can talk. Because I'm just like, this is nightmare. Because not only are you huge and hungry, but you can speak. So now if I kill you and I feel a little guilty, like I killed something smart. But it's still nightmare fuel.
But not like Gremlin Spider.
That's pretty fucked up of Hagrid to be like, go talk to this giant spider, and then it tries to eat them. Like that was great.
Hagrid just
But
wants
they're
to
all
see
nice
the
to
best
him.
of everything. You know what I mean? That's his whole shtick. Like he wants to see the best in everything.
Hagrid's just a lovable idiot.
See, the spiders in my prequel actually were nice, but yeah, that
Robbie
was
Coltrane.
Well, and then because the haunt that I worked at, part of the thing, because it was at Phillips Manor, which is in Sleepy Hollow, near like a town over from me, and it's actually near.
I actually know where that haunt is.
Yeah, that's the haunt that I did for one season. And for those watching, that actually is near the old Dutch church, which is part of the legend of Sleepy Hollow. So literally, I'm near history. But part of that was they had a spiders, like part of it was like a maze, and like one of them was spiders, and some of the people in the haunt were dressed like spider victims. So they were, wrapped up and looked like they were drained, and then they would move. And I was like, this is the scariest part of the haunt. Like, fuck this. Like,
Were they actual actors, or did they just have animatronics?
No, they were actual actors, and it was great. And in the haunt, because our haunt that year was based on the legend of Sleepy Hollow, so we took it and horrorized it. And I know because I was in the front, so I was Baltus Van Tassel. So I was actually one of the first scares, which was great because I'm 6'2" and I'm really fucking loud. And yeah, thank you. And I was clean shaven and everything because they did all the makeup. And it was I basically got to be. It was Halloween for an entire month, and it was for the weekend of the month. But
thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, so I had to. So for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I had to do that, and it's funny because I learned so much. And Raz, you understand, so and I'm yelling like at top volume, like repeatedly through the night. So I learned how to do my part, and I would have about 4 off drops lodged in like cheek,
like a chip.
Yeah, basically. So I learned how to do it, and I'd have like 2 here, 2 here. And I'm sucking on that. Because I hid behind a bookshelf, so I would be able to jump out and if I cannot tell you how great it was, but how so many people bugged the shit out of me.
Oh yeah.
Like Krista, like you talk about people touching you. I wanted to punch so many people.
You do. People get
That's my
hands
daily
up.
life.
But during Christmas, I was teaching some of the newer kids and some of the, I would call vets, more about how to do distraction setups because we weren't super busy for Christmas. So I was using it as a teachable moment. No one saw my face. I did the whole thing with a sock puppet just to be silly about it, but also I was actually scaring people with the sock puppet, which is just like, it was a Christmas sock with googly eyes.
It's very supernatural of you.
And I actually had someone walk up, grab the sock, and stick their tongue in it, make out with the sock.
Ew.
And I'm just like,
I hope it was a used
I'm
sock.
behind the curtain. Oh, I mean, no, it was off someone's feet, and they put googly eyes on it, and I stuck it on my hand. I didn't care, but it was bad for them probably. But it's weird shit though, because like people will just go through and touch you. Drunks will come through sometimes, get really close in your space, and your initial instinct is to want to get them away from you in any way you can.
Well, but that's the thing. But that's the thing I didn't like, Raz, is that, you know, like for me, the people I didn't like is the people who were looking for the scare. So like, oh, he's behind the bookshelf, and I'm just like, dude.
I was like, that's why they're going, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like people. I was like, what do you do at Christmas? Do you just go up to Santa Claus, kids at Santa Claus? Oh, he's doing his suit. Santa isn't real. Magic is dead. I'm like, my God, who hurt you?
I'm kind of one of those people when I get their haunts. So, but I don't out loud say, "Oh, they're behind me." I just in my head, I'm going because I'm kind of mapping things.
Right.
Though, and it's something that I employ. Me and my buddy Rob at the haunt employ. If we know there's an obvious space where someone's going to guess it, we will take like a cheap pair of like thrift store shoes and kind of stick them down there, so the guest is like, "Oh yeah, I can see their shoes. They're definitely there."
I'm learning the insider tips here.
And then all of a sudden, they're just sidelined by a completely different scares. Like we know people do that. We play on it to fuck with them.
We have a cool thing here. If you ever go to Gatlinburg, we have the zombie escape outbreak thing.
Yeah.
My husband won't go anywhere because now they run towards you, and I left them behind, and now he's punished.
I've been wanting to do that.
Go like every year.
Oh, see, here's the thing. If that was my gym, I would be thin by the summer because I would learn how to run. You know, because I'm sorry, that would be the greatest exercise in the world. There's nothing that's going to make you run than you've got screaming zombies, you know, going Dawn of the Dead remake running at you 28 days later shit. I was like, oh no, I'm running.
No, my apocalypse plan is just get really good at kneecapping people. That's it. I don't need to exercise. I don't need to thin out. I just got to kneecap people better and just always surround myself with people I don't care for and just kneecap.
Okay, Jeremy.
I'm not a haunt person.
There's a jerk.
I'm the one horror guy, or not the horror guy. I stay the hell away from that stuff.
So my daughter kind of likes horror. Like she was into horror, like she was young, especially zombies. But she's still 18 years old, 19 now. Sorry, is terrified of the dark, but still works in the haunt. Is one of our like main characters in the whole haunt. She's amazing. And like to watch that, like her, like, and it was really working at the haunt. And they got her more into horror. They got like a lot of the fears. She used to be terrified of clowns. Like working in one is not the same as going to one.
Agreed.
You know how the sausage is made, man.
I've
like,
been
and then
to
it's
quite a few of them. No, thank
but
you.
once you work at one for the first time, and you go to one after that, the whole haunt experience is just different because you see a light and you go, "Oh, they're blinding you with that light." And there's a guy
my favorite ones were the haunted hair rides because I knew they couldn't get to me, but they still
can do
scared
those.
the hell out of me.
We
Those
have
are no problem.
There's one in
It's
Sleepy
not really
Hollow.
that I'm scared. It's I get annoyed with people really easily.
You do.
And
I'm a serious person. Yeah, I do too.
You know,
no, Corissa. I've been at a con with him. He really does. If someone asks a dumb question, his eyes will roll so quick that I almost was on standby in case they popped out of his face.
This is exactly why you need to come and do like a special guest, like one night haunt with me, Jeremy, like at the Freak Show. My whole job is the Barker is to ridicule people and heckle them and just to be an all-out dick. That's my whole. I get paid to go and just be annoyed with people and tell them how stupid they are. That's my whole job. When I'm not, when we're actually open. But yeah, that's what I do. And it's
I do that for free.
I do too.
Yeah.
Guess getting paid would be nice.
But
our East Coast hunters were saying that I make props and we have a free hunt, but I want to see everything. I don't give it away, but I want to see. Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's like watching a movie. Based on what I've heard, anyway, it sounds like watching a movie with Brandon.
Oh God.
Because he's like, I'm not allowed to talk when I watch movies because I give it away.
That's a lot of anger.
It's strange. I have a lot of hunter friends. You would think that I'd actually be into this stuff.
No, I mean, listen, everyone has their own preference, man. But I will say, just concluding my story, I used to love when it would be like middle schoolers going in a group because they're already freaked out. they're like, oh my God, what's going to happen? What's going on? You could hear them, and you just know, you set them off. These bitches are going to run through the whole goddamn rest of the thing.
Yeah.
And it's true. Like, I would come in and I would just hear a cacophony of screams, and they would run. And then behind me, there were two people in portraits. So, you know, but the worst is we had this one girl who, she was really thin. She was an Asian performer. Her and her boyfriend, he was actually one of the spider victims. So, but she was like a China doll,
Okay.
but with the broken mask.
Yeah.
So she would just sit in the doll room, and you would think she's one of the, and then she would move. She was by far the scary. Like, I was like, I'm good. This bitch is fucking nightmare inducing.
One of the coolest ones, if you're even remotely bothered by clowns, and this is my son-in-law Matt, who does the D&D shit with us. He plays this character named Props the Clown. When you look at him, the suit he wears, it's a very old school 50s style all red suit. And I showed him like the animatronic movements, and he just started watching videos. You go in, you press a button, and he starts moving. And there's other animatronics in the room. You cannot tell he's gotten so good legitimately.
That's awesome.
You cannot tell the difference until suddenly he stops and steps off that platform. I have watched people damn near shit themselves. Just him just stopping.
Oh,
Well,
that's something you keep a list of when you're working a haunt. I only got to work like the gift shop because of strobe lights and shit. So I can't be in them.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had a
Come to mind. You got to come
the
to mind.
post
You don't do
row,
those.
and there's well, if I can get to Ohio,
Yeah, I know.
there's like a huge poster up with like the best things the guests have said, and then like a tick marker for how many people have wet themselves, shit themselves,
That's
or puked,
now,
or
the hunts I
like
grew up with in the
Yeah.
90s did that, but it was a secret list, the shitters and pissers list. If you got the most, like if your initials got on there the most, you would get like a season pass to like Kings Island, the local amusement park or something like that. Like you would get some like huge prize for terrifying people the most. But then I realized as an adult, training all these adults and kids on how to scare people, how badly we traumatize people who now probably never want to go to another haunted house ever again.
You know,
So now I'm like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't set out to do that.
in Tennessee, you guys probably have heard this. In Tennessee, there's the house that no one could survive. The haunted house has the wait list of like, what is it, 4 years now?
Yep.
And no one's ever gotten through. What is it, 10 grand or 100 grand? If you
It's
can make
100
it all
grand.
get-
It's 100 grand, and no one's gone through a night.
not
There's a
one.
reason for that. That's McCamey Manor. That's their second location because they got sued and ran off the first one. There's a lot of mixed thing about this. I've actually met with this guy. I've talked to this guy a number of times. His whole shtick is that like they can humiliate you, borderline torture you. You actually do have to do a psych evaluation before you're allowed to go in. Every bit of the money that's made all goes to a charity for dogs. Every single penny of everything just goes straight to that guy. Pockets nothing. It's a shtick. You're never going to survive it. Someone's gotten their leg broken and then had to tap out. They will make you tap out. You sign that says you can do anything to me.
I forgot
They
what
will.
wasn't it like 100 pages or something you have to read? I saw it, but I
It's
didn't.
huge. Yeah. It's a very huge, detailed waiver. You cannot, after the first lawsuit, you cannot sue them. Like if you sign that paper and meet your psych eval, you're going through and you're not going to make it. No one ever has. No one ever will.
Right. Okay, because it's impossible.
Yeah, it's made to be impossible, but that's why they make so much money, and that's why that
There's gotta be
particular
some
dog
sadist
charity
out
does
there
very
that can
well.
survive it. He just doesn't know about it yet.
Yeah.
like getting waterboarded and shit, and
I've been
people getting-
waterboarded. That's not as fun as it sounds. Let me just
Yeah,
say
like
that.
I could have did Fear Factor, but I'm not eating that shit. So like,
Oh
Right.
God, that show.
Oh God.
It's Fear Factor times 100, but you're in kind of a haunted house. It's not really a haunted house. That's
Well,
basically what
You
Manor.
know, I'm sorry, Carissa. You mentioned Fear Factor, and every time I'd see people in the glass coffin, and they have like bugs poured over them or anything. Like I know for me, if they were like, "Oh yeah, if you could do it, if you spend like 2 minutes in a thing full of spiders," I was like, "No,
I could do it. I could do it.
I can't."
I couldn't, like, some of it wasn't really fear, like walking over the glass, the broken glass, like that's not fear. And then the other one was there's always one eating thing, and I'm not eating that bullshit shit that they got in there. That's just I couldn't.
The
eating thing
1,000-year-old egg.
Yeah.
The deer bull testicle marinated in I don't know hot sauce or something. Like
I saw one that was like you have to chug a glass of like donkey
that's the
semen,
one I was thinking.
and it was
Yeah,
just
I was
like,
wondering
oh
that.
God, that's just
But that's
Why
not a
would you make
fear
someone
thing.
do that?
That's not actually what it was. In that
That's not
particular case,
fear.
I know for a fact that's not actually what that was. A lot of the things that are in there are super gross. A lot of them are real, but they're not as bad as they're made out to be. They're decorated with like food dye and things to actually seem a lot worse.
Yeah, it's true. But no, I'm sorry. Those bugs are real, and I can't do like it's.
The bugs are real. Yeah, the bugs are
No,
real.
it's like
I could do any of that. I could do the
No.
bugs. I could do the
I
rats. the
no, I
spiders,
just I just can't do the spiders. It's you know what it is. It's if the sensation of them crawling over your skin.
Yeah.
You know,
Imagine them crawling down your throat.
massage. That don't bother me.
no, that's gonna bother me. Like, and then the worst thing is I can't even take a shower because there's the shower scene from Arachnophobia.
Oh my god!
So I was
Let me
like,
just tell you,
Jesus.
the first overnight date with me and my wife, like it was the first time she was going to say that we wanted to do movie marathon. She's terrified of spiders. Yeah, she's flipping me off. Yeah, you can see her hand in the background. So, I finally got her to agree to
Like
watch.
I was like, this arm just came out
It
of
was
nowhere.
a
I was
little
like,
finger out of nowhere. Yeah,
flipping you off
So-
with a prop arm.
we're relaxed. You know, obviously we're stoned as shit. She's starting to pass out, and the shower scene starts going out, and just very gently with my fingers, I go like that. She freaked the fuck out, turned around, about beat my ass, like jumped up out of the bed, suddenly on her feet from half asleep.
Yeah, man, she's about to beat your ass because you're telling the story again.
Oh,
Speaking
she's still
of
freaking me out.
cockroaches,
She's right over
watched
next to
Joe's
me.
apartment yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you ever
See, the
that?
worst-
Joe's apartment?
See, the worst thing would be is if she pulled out an old fake chainsaw, and then Carissa's gonna lose her shit.
Yep.
You know,
I'll
she's
take
gonna.
the snakes, the spiders, the cockroaches,
The greatest
the
thing about the
rats.
spider rooms at Hans, though, if they're smart, they put like the really thin fishing line that you can't really see because of the lighting, but you
Yeah.
walk through it and the line gives like that feeling of the spider crawl.
See, none of that bothers me.
I'm
Yeah.
the guy that runs
I
up
go in
the stairs when I'm
tarantulas. My
turning out
roommate
lights
is
so
on
that the
tarantulas.
ghosts
I mean,
don't get
that's
me.
Yeah,
Jeremy actually
Oh
talked
my
to
god.
Jeremy.
My sister, when she was little, lived up at the top of the stairs, and it was a farmhouse. So there was like my room was shaped like your room that you're in right now, Jeremy. And then, but it was off on one side over the kitchen. My sister's was right at the top of the stairs, and there were two smaller rooms.
I don't like where this story is going.
But my sister was always scared of the dark, and her main light switch was at the bottom of the stairs. So she'd like turn it off, and then you'd hear this like, and she would run up the stairs and then leap and land in the bed.
Oh, I'm telling you, my 16-year-old is going to school to be a cosmetologist. Has a bunch of those heads, the dummy heads, down in the basement with the hair. And I know they're there. I look at them as I'm turning off the light, and I tell them, I'm like, "You're not going to get me this time, motherfuckers!" And they turn off the light, and phew, up the stairs I go.
Did you get
Jeremy? Because I want you to see my Spider-Man.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I did not. It wasn't first, but I'm glad that's what
Is
it
that
was.
glass?
It's glass.
Ding 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 ding.
I actually believe that I saw a ghost, and I stand by it. So
Good.
I was fortunately it wasn't my house, so it's okay. But I was pet sitting as a teenager, and I don't like having the door open. I don't know why it always has to be shut because I guess I'm scared someone's gonna sneak in. I don't know. So ever since I was a kid, I had to have the door completely shut. I can't look out windows. I'm also from New York, so there's probably things actually outside the windows. But anyway, so I was sleeping or trying to sleep at this house, and there was cats all over the place, and the door was slightly opened, and there was like a light source somewhere. And I like pitch black. Like I put tape over things with red lights. I love pitch black.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I was gonna get up to go shut off the light. I don't know. So like I'm laying there in bed, and I'm about to get up, and then there's this long shadow of a person that just goes across the room, like fills the whole room, and I'm watching it go across the room and then go under the bed. And then for some stupid reason, I went to go look under the bed like a fucking moron. I was like, fuck no. So like I didn't
I've seen this movie.
Yeah.
I'm bringing Chris with me if I'm in a horror film.
Yeah.
She's going first.
We need to get you on Campfire, the Campfire show that we do, where we tell each other like real life experiences or just things that we made up.
It was because I always had a fear for some reason to put my hands behind my head, like the so I couldn't, obviously I never did that anyway, but like my thought process, I can't go on the floor because it went under the bed. So I guess I passed out eventually, and then I just woke up and I was like, I'm never coming back here again. But then I was like, well, maybe I dreamed it, even though I remembered not dreaming it. So like I tried to forget about it for years, and I was sitting watching a haunting thing, and the woman's like, "Oh, I was laying in bed, and there was this shadow that went across." I was like, "I saw that."
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I guess I saw
So
something.
did you see anything under the bed? I don't know if I missed that.
I didn't. I went
She
to go
started
look,
to.
and I looked. I went to go look, and I went to the edge of the bed, and I would have had to like lean all the way down, and then I was like, "What the fuck am I doing?" So I went back up. And then that was it. I hadn't left the bed till like the sun came up, so I couldn't shut the door. I couldn't do anything.
Yeah,
I'm
imagining she'd look under and she'd see like glowing red eyes, and she
That's
just
what I pictured. Yeah.
Yeah, like that. She's just covers over her head. Nope.
So I first,
Nope.
We're not
Don't
really
you love
forced
how the
anymore.
sheet can just protect you from everything? Yeah.
If I go on vacation somewhere, it's got to be like somewhere that's like paranormally like inclined, somewhere there's like cryptid sightings. Like this is like the paranormal cryptid thing is like another big part of my life. So like this kind of stuff, I love talking this kind of stuff.
I went to Salem, but I couldn't get the person that I was with to spend the night at Lizzie Borden's house. She wouldn't do it with us. No,
that's my bucket list right now. Yeah.
But
Gary would do it with you.
Like 20 years ago. I mean, we were gonna go during a full moon, but it was like a blue. You know what a blue moon is? Okay, so it was a blue moon on Halloween. So it was a full moon, and it was Halloween, and it was a blue moon. So we decided not to risk not anything dangerous, but fucking people. Like we did not want to see all these fucking people. So
yeah, it's fine.
And they said the traffic actually was like out of the state for Salem. So I'm glad I didn't go. But I used to love going to Salem. I got this necklace there, like I don't know, 20 something years ago. So I got this there, and I hadn't been there in long ass time. So
I haven't gotten to go yet. That's another thing on my bucket list because when we were finally getting up the money to go, COVID kind of stopped the plan, so we ended up having to.
COVID does that.
Yeah, I was supposed to go during COVID too, and then we didn't go, and then we were supposed to go to like the witch's ball that was there, and then I was like, I probably don't want to go during something so. I don't like crowds, and they don't like me, so.
Same. I'm really good at pretending I do because I'm an actor by trade. Also, so I can pretend that I'm great with people.
I like
but
that.
Instead, I'm dying, like just dying.
My aunt came back. I found it finally.
Nice.
I have three necklaces that I always wear, and it's my Tree of Life, my Ankh, and then this is Kin, the Inspiration or Fire rune. And this one broke when I was on my last vacation with my mom.
Yeah.
And fortunately, it broke and I caught it when it happened, so I had to wait till I could come back home and fix it up again. But then a week later, my Ankh just went missing. I don't know if the cord was broken though. Is what happened with it. I didn't know if I pulled it off over my head or what.
The dresser people were borrowing it, man.
Spirits.
Well, my mom's house is full of shit with spirits. My Maddie lived there, and she's just a magnet, and so there's shit flies around the house, doors open and close, voices.
Well, it sounds like it sounds like they're not. It sounds like they're not troublesome spirits. So
No, they're just annoying. Look at me, look at me, look at me.
Yeah, listen. With poltergeists, they like causing mischief. They want to be helpful. It's like what's that Russian expression? Domovoi. House spirits.
Yep.
They're
sometimes the spirit from Angel that lives with Cordelia and brings her soda. That's the kind of spirit I want. Just bring me soda.
I remember that.
You never saw that?
Look, pulling out
early seasons of Angel.
Pulling out the Angel reference, damn,
I've probably seen the most Buffy and Angel just on repeat over and over and over.
The only Angel episode I ever saw was the puppet one.
Oh, I
Smile
love
Time. I love the Smile Time episode. I actually had the Angel puppet.
I love Spike. Spike's like my favorite. I love Spike.
Spike is awesome.
Like when Evil Dead the series did Ashy Slashy and had the puppet, I was like, oh, this is the Smile Time.
My friend wants that so bad, and I've been on the warpath to try to find it. It's always so fucking expensive.
It is.
And I found it for like $80, but I'm pretty sure it was a scam. It was Amazon, but then it was like 2 months and it hadn't shipped yet. And I was like, well, fuck this. They probably want you to forget about it and never cancel it. So I just canceled it. But
And then the other one that's a little cheaper is actually a knockoff version. It's actually a couple inches smaller than the actual
she
one.
wants the possessed one. Yeah, she's got to be difficult or whatever. But yeah, my necklace broke, and then I didn't want to lose it, so I tied it with wire, and I said, "Oh, I'll get back to it." And it's been like 2 years, and I haven't, and it's like stabs me every night, sticks on everything, and I've yet to fix it because that's how lazy I fucking am. But yeah, but this is actually
How lazy she is, but puts out 4 comic books in 6 months.
I have to like limit my energy for things like that, and then laziness can take over everything else.
Not to knock any indie creators, but sometimes I've waited years before I've gotten a second or third issue to a series. You're putting out 4 issues, and that's amazing.
Yeah, it would be monthly, except for I think everyone would just go broke. So I have it as every other month.
No, nerds have money. Have you seen how many Marvel movies there are now? The nerds have money, man.
And they got that new rule there. Aren't they back to the only 3 a year rule now?
Yes, they are, because the nerds have finally said, that's it. We're burned out. The money is finally coming less.
So now, move up 3. Fantastic Four and Deadpool, and then we'll talk.
Like they're like finally like, okay, Marvel is like, we're like, Marvel, we need some time to process. You're throwing a lot at us. Yeah. I mean, 3 Spider-Men in 1 movie, man. That's a lot of web fluid.
You've got to see.
That was my favorite crossover.
You were on it. You saw Leo's room, and then he's like, "Oh, and look at this 5-foot long freaking bat plane." And well,
like, where is this going?
Yeah,
there's actually one I'm excited for in the whole Marvel universe right now, because we brought Sam Raimi back into the Marvel universe, which means Bruce Campbell's back, which means now we can do the real Marvel vs. Zombies live action, because we've got Ash, we've got Fantastic Four finally. We got everything we need now.
Hey,
it's a comic book. I want Ash versus Jason and everyone.
Oh yeah,
Ash to see that. I just want it kept as a what if. I don't want Marvel's brought into the.
I don't want an animated version of it. I really don't. If
it
would be live action.
The series, Corissa, the series you need to read is Hack Slash.
Hack Slash.
Okay. So let me just. And Raz will back me up in this. And Carrie, I think
go ahead.
No, Carrie, I think I told you about this series. I know Jeremy brought
we were reading Ben Goldsmith's book there that had a crossover with Hack Slash.
Yeah. So
we got
basically, Corissa, Hack Slash is. I'm going to try to elevator pitch this to you because I really do recommend it. Hack Slash is a world where slashers happen. Everything's kind of in the same universe. Slashers are essentially considered like a mutant strain of like a virus. If you are like a slasher, you are the equivalent of like an unstoppable killing machine. There's multiple variations.
Wait, is this a movie or this is a show?
No, this is a comic.
Oh, even better. So Hack Slash.
It's Hack Slash. It's
Is it like omnibus? Is this what this thing is?
Yeah, there are omnibuses. It's by writer Tim Seeley, and it's essentially a final girl whose mom was a slasher. She dresses like a goth chick. She has all sort of weapons. She's teamed up with this sweet Frankenstein Jason Voorhees looking motherfucker. His name is Vlad, who wears like a gas mask, long trench coats, and dual machetes. And they go around the U.S. and the world hunting these slashers and killing them to save people.
There's also a lot of great fan fiction that turn into actual big original projects on like Reddit.
Yes,
because they expanded the universe to include that not all of them are mutant, like the strain type thing. Some of them, it's because they find a mask and they put on like Jim Carrey.
The mask. Yes.
So some of the slashers are slashers because of an item, like a machete that was enchanted, or a mask, or that gets even more awesome as it goes.
Yeah. So and the thing being, it's great, Krista, is that there are crossovers with the character. Like they crossed over with Army of Darkness, and they had this one great crossover. I have like 1 or 2 issues where it was Chucky and Hatchet and whatnot, and it was fucking super dope. So if you like, because Krista, your character is kind of a final girl, or at least based on Buffy, who, let's be real here, was the 90s final girl.
Yeah.
Outside of Neb Campbell's Sydney, who still We know she's still alive. We know she was in the last Scream.
She'll be in the next one.
Yeah, she's good in the next one. It's really great. And honestly, if you like horror, it's really good. The humor's good. The art's usually pretty consistent. And it was one of the rare books where the creator was basically there through most of it. So Tim Seeley wrote most of the stories, which are kind of not exactly in order. So you kind of like, you can read it and you don't need to read the others to get it, if that makes sense. They're very standalone.
They're like Monster of the Week-ish kind of.
Yeah, kind of like it's like the first 5 seasons of Supernatural.
Yeah,
Monster of the Week.
The good seasons.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, Jeremy, she's a Supernatural fan. She knows what the good seasons mean.
I am not
watching Winchesters yesterday.
The first like 2 or 3 seasons were very much movie of the week. Oh, was it the first 5 that were
no, the first 5
was the initial what it was supposed to be, and Eric Kripke made it 5, and it was supposed to end at 5, and it was so popular they kept going. But Eric Kripke said he would never write another episode because he believed it should end at 5.
Yeah,
so,
and they had the ending set up. Like they could have stopped at 5 because it technically had an ending at 5.
The same thing with Buffy. Buffy was supposed to end at 5. It ended with her dying, and that was it. And then the fucking fans came, and they did all this shit, and then they brought her back, and then those seasons sucked, except for the one season that proved that the entire situation is her in a coma, but no one ever talks about the one fucking episode where she's in a... My husband didn't even understand it. I was like, she's in a coma.
And then don't forget Corissa, that it... And then the show continued in the comics, technically.
Yes, I have those.
Studios picked some of those up too.
Comics.
Yeah.
Same with Angel. Angel's in the comics.
I like the Angel one too because the very first one was like the moment the dragon. They see the dragon in the show, in that frame. He's like, Angel just points out with the sword and goes, "That's mine."
Yep.
That was epic.
But so I have to ask the Ghost Rider fans. You know, that's the Carrie and the Corissa, you know, the little horror duet there. What I've never read any Ghost Rider, right? Besides the few things.
And we still like you. See how nice we are?
I know. Thank you. I swear to God, I'm not going to pull some Nick Cage thing where I'm just, you know, well, I feel like my skull's on fire, you know. You know, you can have my soul, but you can't. Yeah, you know, you have my curse, but you can't have my soul. I'm like, fuck you.
Couldn't watch the movie because you know what? Fucking Nick Cage.
I love Nick Cage. How dare you?
No, whoa. First thing, that's part of the charm of the movie is Nick Cage going cuckoo bananas, especially in the second one where he's just yelling like he's turning like, Merry Christmas, asshole! I'm just like, what the fuck are you on? Like, this is like if Ghost Rider did crack. Like,
yeah. And then he did that very Ghost Rider-esque movie that was Drive Angry, where I felt like he was just playing Ghost Rider in a car. And that turned out to be like one of my favorite Nick Cage movies. That, Willy's Wonderland, and Raising Arizona are like my top 3.
Raising Arizona was awesome.
That's my
I'm the token hater that has
That's
to
what
be
made me want to
involved.
become a dad was Raising Arizona.
Me too, straight up.
Yeah.
No,
The scene at the end where they're all around the kitchen table and everybody's there. I'm just like, that's what
That was
I want.
family, man. It was fucked up, but it was family.
Yeah,
See, you're both wrong, and I'm gonna tell you all why you're all wrong. One of the quintessential Nick Cage movies, besides National Treasure, which is indeed a national treasure, no pun intended, is Face Off for 2 reasons. The first thing is
5,
Carrie, let me explain, and then you can judge. Okay. Put down the haterade from your chalice, milady.
John Travolta is one of my other just.
Oh, you hate John Travolta too?
Yeah,
but
she does.
No, he
was in Grease. Come on.
Yeah, Carrie. Come on. The man taught us how to look cool in white pants while carrying paint cans. Okay?
How else would I know how to smoke a cigarette and not care?
Exactly. Listen, that man taught me something I have yet to do. How do you wear white pants, carrying paint cans? You eat 2 slices of pizza, folded together,
Look who's
and you still have time to hit on women who do not reciprocate your interest in any way, shape, or form, and still make it to your job only a half an hour late. I was
key to
like,
that
my man,
was-
it's the real world. That's 2 hours you just wasted.
I figured out the key to his character. It's the rolled up box of cigarettes in the sleeve, in his short sleeve, and it's the pair of socks in his pants. That's it. Like if you have those two things with the white pants and the attitude, you too can be John Travolta.
So Carrie, so listen. So the reason Face Off is so good is the two reasons. First thing is you have Nick Cage dialed to 13, right? And then when they do the face swapping, you see John Travolta the whole movie doing his impression of Nick Cage at 13.
And we're getting a sequel.
That's why it's so good.
Yeah.
It's on.
Oh, look
An
at
actual
comments.
sequel soon. It's being worked on right now.
Oh my God. I don't think Carrie has been like, she was like, Drew, you're on timeout. Like, I normally agree with most of you, the things you say, but this thing you said, you've lost like 3% favor with me right now. Because
The only thing,
like,
though, I mean, I know there's that process of disability where you could just take in whatever, but their faces are not even remotely similar in any way, shape, or form. Why they picked these two particular people that, yeah.
Like get
whoa.
Nuts and his brother, the Mickelson brothers.
Like I'm trying to answer that question that popped up, but like, is it bad that
Yeah.
I have to go to my own IMDb to remember what I've been in? Because I kind of feel bad about it. Like I'm like shit. To answer your
Raz has been-
question there, my
Hold on.
debut was a slut. What's happening?
Hold on, Raz, let me speak for you a second. Excuse me, as his temporary agent, let me just say, first things first, buy his movies. Second thing, okay, why
Don't buy them.
should you ask him to read for you if you can just look it up yourself? And number 3 is dab, motherfucker.
Drew's on fire.
Yeah, but yeah, the first one was
Drew
Slashers Gone
Sugar.
Wild. That's the if I recommend any of my movies that I was in that you should see, it was the first one, Slashers Gone Wild, in which that entire movie I play the lead slasher for a company called Slashers Incorporated, and it's a company that rents out slashers to different areas to keep pollution down, littering, and things like that. And when I got hired for this movie, it was my first movie. I'd only done haunts and like theater, and it was, hey, you're going to be perfect for this role. Okay, cool. What do I got to do? So you're going to wear this hockey mask that says "Recycle or Death" on the forehead. You're going to be really crazy loud and just murder people as violently as you want. I'm like, okay, where's the script? Yeah, that's the thing. So I've got your physical actions written out, but all your dialogue, good luck, camera's rolling. So that entire movie, I am doing nothing but improving every single second. It was the craziest thing I've ever done, but it was also the most fun, I think, to watch of all of them. And it's free on Tubi.
God. You just remind me.
So you haven't been in a movie, Drew?
Fun fact that I've actually been in more than a few movies. None of them have ever been put online. So no, I was not a porn star, nor a snuff porn star. I ought to say that.
I have an IMDb.
Yeah. So I was in 2 film projects, which were similar to what Raz just said, where it was painfully simplistic and where my need to rewrite based on loving the material and whatnot. I did write a couple of lines myself that just came up off the spot. And then they were like, oh, that's hilarious. We're going to keep it. And I'm like, okay, good. Because the rest of the script is meh. But I always played assholes because I'm loud and tall.
I can't imagine.
It's not called acting. It's just
You can have the same
natural.
career in a lot of ways, Drew. Like I feel like we're very similar because I've always played monsters, assholes.
Well, it's either that or I'm always a dad or a principal. Like I just become authority figures. It's just, I was like, it's just because I yell at any point. So I did this one movie with a friend of mine because we did this one movie that we only did the trailer and we never filmed anything because the project fell apart. But he did this horror movie that was called Halloween Party, and I played this one character who is just a bro in a pirate costume. And I end up getting killed. But I had this one line where we with this one character comes and she's dressed as an angel. And me and my friend are like Night of the Roxbury double team dancing with her. Like just like pushing her back and forth between us. And I was like, can I try something? And he was like, yeah. It was like, it's a give and take. And I just came up and I was just like, we're doing this. And I just flat out was like, yeah, I've always wanted a fucking angel in the outfield. And he was like, okay, cut. And then everybody just burst into laughter because that just came out of nowhere. And that ended up being part of the movie. And I've been very proud of that line. Although I was like, I loved that movie. Angels in the
That's a great
Outfield. I
movie,
was
but
like,
it's
that's a
pretty good.
Disney movie. And I made it dirty. I'm like, well, it wasn't even that. I was like, I made it dirty.
That's the thing on film sets. Like sometimes you get in front of a camera and you have either a bad script or you've not really been given one, and like, or you're working with someone new for the first time. You've never had an
It
experience.
happens a lot in horror.
A lot. Here's the reason why. When we make horror, especially the indie scene, it's very tongue in cheek. We know what we're doing is, it's cheap, it's smaller budget stuff. So we want to have fun doing it because if that translates to on camera, them seeing our passion, people are going to enjoy that movie more, even if it doesn't have a big budget. So that it's really important. The pranks on set are really important for horror films because you've got days like I had once where I was covered in so much blood I was stuck to the ground for 5 hours. And eventually they had to like pry me up off the ground. And I was a slasher in that movie, and it was a whole weird WWF style fight scene, the chairs and everything. It was pretty funny. But like weird things happen, and you just gotta embrace it and you roll with it because the gore days are grueling as fuck.
I'm sorry, you just reminded me of a prank I played. Do you guys know that song 500 Miles by the Proclaimers that was in Benny and June?
Yes. And I'm
gonna be the man who walks.
Yes. So so I have a friend who I was in the movie with, the same movie, Halloween Party. And we're How I Met Your Mother's fans. So in that show, Marshall, when he was going on road trip, had that Proclaimer stuck, and we played it on and on. So when we're driving there, because we were living in New York, but this was in Long Island. And when I say this is in Long Island, this is deep.
I was born.
There you go. So Corissa, this is deep in the part of Long Island where they have the long Native American names that if you're not from there, you have no idea how to pronounce. Like, like you learn how to say it like, oh, Lake Ronkonkoma. You're like, okay, cool. But other people are like Lake Rakananamananama. So we're driving there, and I have the song on a CD, and that's the only song I have on the CD. And I played that about 10 times. So my friend's like, okay, you got to change the music. I'm kind of good. So the whole weekend, I keep playing the song for her, and I have it on my laptop. I have it. So like she's going to the bathroom. The song is playing. She's eating lunch. The song is playing. She
just went a whole
tell your friend after the weekend, or
you see, here's the thing: the cast blew into it. So on the back of the marker, somebody wrote the lyrics on the back of the marker too. So whenever she did, the clapper, they would just click. And at one point, Chris, it's like because my friend was like, I was about to ready to end my friendship with you. Like, because you just kept doing it so fucking much. Like, it really got on my, like, she snapped at me and she was like, you got to stop. Like, it was funny before, now it's getting really annoying. And I was just like,
well, when I wake up, I know I'm going to be.
I always hide in weird places. I'm a big guy too. And like, I find places that doesn't seem like I could fit into, and I hide and I say it and do weird shit. So like every frame of one of the last few movies I did in Mime, where I was the killer mime character, I would just hide in weird shit. So they're in the front of this car. They have no idea that 30 minutes before they've even seen this car, I've gotten inside it and I've hid down in the back. For even if they look back, they can't see me. So they start doing these lines, and part of the line is it's an Evil Dead nod. So it's the car's broken down, the guy's freaking out. He just looks at the girl and goes, everything's fine. And she says, your car is dead. Does that sound fine? And I just pop up in the background and go, Dead by Dawn on camera. They both jump. The guy hits his head on the roof of the car. The girl dodges out of the car covered in fake blood all of a sudden. She trips over the blood bucket. And all that went into the, you got to put it into the follies at the end of the movie. But like, we would just do
you're a mime.
Yeah. But I wasn't on camera. I was just in costumes. I had to be.
Drew, are you smoking a pencil?
No, this is a fake cigarette. I wanted to feel like I belonged.
That's a real pinner right there.
Okay, now I'm left out, so that's just wrong. You smoke your
pencil. A second one and just have one.
I had somebody who did that to me though with the same song, and I just because of that, I've gotten to where I like the song again, but I do hate you for everything you did to that poor woman. Because
Okay.
I was stuck in a car for like 3 hours with somebody who had bought the single, and that was all that was played through the entire drive. And it was just like, by the time we didn't hang out for a couple days after that. That was
Drew's jealous of my emotional support, Anubis.
I wasn't saying that. I wanted to feel like you had solidarity. So, you, this is a dinosaur. Okay.
Rawr.
Exactly. This is one of those Easter dinosaurs that'll lay eggs. Okay.
I have Secret Agent
Wow.
Cthulhu.
Nice.
I used to have Superhero Cthulhu and Elvis Cthulhu, and I don't have them anymore. And I'm sad.
I have way too many plush animals. Actually, wait, I have one that's really great. I'll go get him.
Oh, you have the one that I have too.
I have like 5 right next to me. I have you've seen them. It's the zombie merman.
Oh yeah.
The demon, the skeleton bird.
I love skeleton bird.
And then my rat is too far away and I don't feel like getting up. But I have a rat, and then I have my 2 characters. So yeah.
I have one plush thing in storage, and it is when Build-A-Bear did the Daleks. My wife got me one of the Build-A-Bear Daleks, and I fucking love that thing.
What is that?
They're so
Drew?
cute.
This is Kif from Futurama.
Oh, okay.
Poor Kif. Man, he just gets beat up.
Yeah, well, Corissa, one of my costumes I've done at cons is I was Zap Brannigan. So you can't be Zap Brannigan without Kif. So, I'm just walking around. I'm like, my God, Kif, when we bring you back to size, I'm going to have you make sure you lay out my evening wear. Because I can't have the boy do it anymore because the boy is you.
I might have to go to a con with you because you actually sound fun.
Well,
I had to do a voice audition for this big sci-fi horror podcast thing, and I actually did Zap Brannigan monologues as my whole audition.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you said, Carissa, because every time when Jeremy started being part of our show, I would just randomly do voices. And Jeremy's like, how do you know how to do this many voices? He was like, what the fuck? How are you not signed somewhere?
It's the multi-personalities coming out. It's not, don't let them fool you. I know the truth.
What happened? I'm sorry, I blacked out.
I said, doesn't have multiple personalities. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Krista, I get to you and we drive together to go.
I'll meet you guys somewhere in the middle and just walk slowly behind the car.
And
we can tie you to the roof if that helps.
Well, are we going vacation style? Because I at least want a rocking chair.
That would be dope.
Sure.
That will arrive.
European.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I won't die, and I won't bring a dog you're going to tie to the back of the car. So that's cool.
And Michael C. Hall will be at Terrificon.
Hey. Yes, he will.
Nice. I'm still excited because not only is James O'Barr still going to the con, he now has a VIP, which I can't do because I have a table.
I'm jealous for that one.
I'm jealous. I'm the one going. So
there's one con.
Hold on, you have a table, right?
I have a table, yeah.
Oh, Corissa, let me teach you the ways of cons. You gotta go there. You're like, you can get them behind, you be talking to everybody, blah blah blah. Go there with one of your plushies, be like, look, it's a crow. You have to sign it now, Mr. O'Barr, or whatever you want to be called.
You make sure. Whoa, that's important. Make sure you know how to say the last name because you don't want to be that guy.
We screw that up all the time.
Yeah.
How do you say it?
What happened?
So how do you say it right?
Oh, we don't know.
No, we don't.
Don't ask us.
I think it's
murder names.
I think it's yeah, but you got to look it up. Look up interviews so you know, because the last thing you need is it's pronounced O'Barr as in O'Bai. I'm like, oh damn, all right, we fucked this up.
I'm pretty sure it's O'Barr, but I'm dyslexic, so I can be way off. But okay.
Listen, you're a writer. Do the research.
Off as I'm saying their name, I'm just like, hey, it's nice to meet you. I got that right, I swear.
I'm going with Jeremy's plan. Yeah. If I know how to say it in my head, it doesn't mean it's going to come out that way. So.
Oh, definitely not.
There's something I want to pop in there before we get too far away more. You guys might be a little confused, those of us that are live just listening in the background, or when you catch us on YouTube later. This is the spot of the month where we usually do buddy check, and we are going to get to that here in a little bit too. But this is kind of our like goodbye to buddy check as an official like full show. So something is replacing it, and we're kind of getting you guys used to it now.
Wait.
Time we're just easing into it.
Wait, keep talking about it. I have the perfect send off. 1 second.
Drew's got music queued up.
So yeah, we do buddy
keep
check to
going.
make sure everybody's in a good place. And if
Uh-oh.
No, keep going. I'm almost there.
Lost Carrie.
Wait for it.
I'm almost there. It's
Please
just not what I need to hear.
spin. Welcome to my Raz Talk.
Oh, hold
I
on.
think we lost Carrie. She froze.
No, she's just very still.
Oh, okay. She's stuck inside the Speed Force. What are you playing, Drew? I can't.
I'm playing tap.
Chaps.
Oh, God, yeah.
R.I.P. buddy check.
No, we will be keeping that as a segment on the show that officially replaces it. We'll still be checking in with you guys, but what we realized is, by the way, she was frozen. I was just messing with you. She was.
I'm not
the show will
completely
continue on,
crazy.
yeah.
I
But,
know where my reality sort of is.
Yeah. But what we've realized is we spend like once a week, once a month with you guys, devoting 3 hours, and a lot of you guys have talked to us. A lot of the same people come in and talk. We've talked about a lot of the same things. We've said a lot of the same things. So we thought that if we just made a segment of whatever show replaces this permanently going forward, that we still had that opportunity to check in with you guys, make sure you guys were good to go, that you were all okay. But we just wanted to give you something else to think about, on the more positive end of a buddy check. So it's just sort of like a rearranging of what we're doing.
Carrie, you missed it. I played taps for buddy check.
oh,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
sorry about
figured
that. My
And I
internet
tried
went
to
out.
con Jeremy into thinking that you hadn't really frozen, but he saw right through my shit.
he saw right through that shit.
Shenanigans, I said.
That's
Ah!
my favorite word.
You know what's
Yes.
funny? Because when Carrie kept talking about the buddy check, I remembered that goofy line from Heavyweights where the one guy kept saying it wrong. So it's like, it's a buddy, buddy, buddy. He thinks it's because he's a little German. He's saying buddy, but it's body check. And and I was just like, Disney made it funny.
All,
Some of those,
all I
guilty
think
pleasures
about
that
whenever
people
someone
watch
says
on TV.
buddy, I think about South Park, where those things are like, I'm not your buddy, pal, and I'm not your friend, pal.
See,
I'm not your
I'm not
buddy.
your buddy, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy. I'm not your buddy, guy.
I was told by a really old man when I was like 20. He was like, "Do you know what a buddy is?" And I said, "No, sir. What's a buddy?" He's like, "Well, that's a guy that goes out and gets one and comes back and gives you." I'm like, "Sir."
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Wrong. When I hear buddy, I think Pauly Shore, obviously. That's where my
Hey, buddy.
Buddy.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Or
Good buddy.
Buddy.
Nice.
buddy.
Man.
Probably one of
I
my
like
favorite
you,
people I ever saw
man.
herb with was Pauly Shore, hands down.
Oh, really?
He's up
That's
there.
a good one.
What was it?
Same day, it was him, Jason Lee, Jason Mewes, Kevin Smith, but that was before he smoked, and Adam Sandler, all on the same day because worked for a radio station. And they were all in town doing the comedy
That's
circuit. And it was
awesome.
weird
My
day.
brother got to hang out with Adam Sandler. He said he was shy.
He is. He's super is, but if he smokes or drinks a little bit, he's chill. But we found out we have the same birthday, so that was super awesome for me.
Nice.
They were all the mall rats were. I was at the. They were late and I left before they got there, but they were at the Lexington Con.
Yep,
It was supposed to be their Saturday. It was Mall Rats reunion, but
Yep.
That's cool.
they got delayed.
I might be going to a Lexington convention. I think sometime in the summer there's a big one. It's like part horror, part comic. I can't remember what it's called right now.
Well, is there? Because I only know of Scarefest, which is the one that you're talking about.
Yeah, and that one's usually in like August, September-ish.
No, it's October this year.
October this year, but they're apparently doing another one that's part comic, part horror, also in Lexington. My buddy does warp speed printing. He designs like convention like setups and tables and flyers for the conventions, the badges, all that shit. And he was just like, "Hey, I need somebody to do this for me. Can you?" I'm like, "Okay, yeah."
So which one's
I'll
that
ask
one?
him. I'll ask him for sure because he's got the date and stuff. And He hasn't actually shown me the information yet.
That would have been perfect for me.
Yeah, it's a newer con that's just kind of getting up and going, from what I understand. But yeah, I'll get the information for you.
I know, but I could have got a table for something like that. At least Scarefest. I miss Scarefest. But...
Hey,
and in case you
you
didn't,
need to come to Ohio and go to Horror Hound. That's the one you need to hit in March.
Horror Hound. Okay.
Horror Hound is one of
Razzie.
the biggest horror conventions in all of the United States.
you
hey,
gotta
Jeremy,
let your buddy know that Jeremy is the man when it comes to the panels.
Oh yeah.
What?
He's
Well,
the man.
Look, he doesn't do any of the booking. He just does all the printing, and
I am a man.
I was
He
gonna
is a
say, I
man.
know he's a man. Is there more to it than that?
Oh no, I've just traveled. I've done a lot of panel hosting for different celebs and stuff. It's what I enjoy doing. I like to make them shine. It's kind of like my little. Like I've hung out with Danny Trejo on stage.
And Danny, man.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Brian O'Halloran from Clerks.
Yeah.
He roasted me good. He's a pretty dope comedian.
He is, dude. Like people don't think that coming from him, but oh my god,
his stand-up, he's wicked sharp, very witty.
And Jeremy, he wasn't even supposed to be there that day.
Yeah, he was.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys made me want to go back to
Loves that
I used to
too.
do them a
So
lot. I've been taking a break.
if you ever see him, make sure you say that to him because that's the one line nobody ever says to him.
Oh yeah, ever.
I love Clerks. I think it was. I actually broke up with somebody that I was with for 5 years over the Clerks 2, I think.
Really?
Whoa. Wait, stop. What did he
Relevant
say about
moment.
Clerks 2?
No, it wasn't that.
I just rewatched it. It's still just as good. What if he did not laugh at Pillow Pants? You did the right call.
Yeah.
No, it was. No, it had nothing to do with that. It was because, all right, so this guy that I was dating for 5 years was late to everything on the planet. Every single thing he was ever late to. And
One's late, one's a pussy. I mean, what the hell's going on with your dating life, man?
right? Well, anyway, so I was I was in a wedding and he was 3 hours late to the wedding that I was in. Like,
Whoa.
What?
Yeah. So, yeah. Well,
That's
anyway,
not late. That's like no call, no show. Like 3 hours.
The only
Up to an hour max is late, and there better be a good reason for it.
That was, I literally said you don't have to go because I was in it and he wasn't, and I didn't make him go to the wedding part. I was like, if you want to come to reception, you can. So he said yes, and then the door's locked, so I had to keep leaving the wedding I was in to go keep checking the door. So that didn't work out. Anyway, we were going to go see Clerks 2, and I was like brushing my hair. So, and I've never been late. For some reason, dyslexics have some kind of time thing in their head, so I'm always on time. I don't know what it is. It's magic, but so I've never been late.
Brushing the hair.
We He said, he goes, hurry the fuck up or we're going to be late. And I was like, yeah, I'm breaking up.
The brush went down on the table and it was over.
We're done.
No, I've never been late in my life, and he's late to everything on the planet. So
And he has the nerve to say to you, "Oh, Corissa, can you stop brushing your goddamn hair? Let's go see this fucking movie, you bitch." And you're just like,
it's not like you were going to be late to the donkey show. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Never be late for that.
Yeah, never.
Yo,
early though.
Yeah, you got to pillow pants that man right there. You're like, no, we can't do anything anymore.
I'm still slightly depressed from Clerks 3. I loved it, but I'm still slightly depressed.
I was so shocked how good that was.
Yeah.
I will have to say, I'm one of the people that was after number 2. I was like, all right, 2 was okay, but I'm kind of.
I was worried.
Clerks 3 came out. I was like, I'm not even going to see this, but I got so many people that were just like, Jeremy, you gotta watch it. It was just that good. And I sat down and I was like, you sons of bitches.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm in a rare minority. I thought it was just okay, Clerks 3. There were certain things about it I didn't like. There's certain things about it I did. The ending, the ending, I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it because I do not like spoilers.
Correct.
I don't know, certain things that I like, certain things I didn't. Kevin Smith very much is a different writer than he was now. I felt like it was one of those like 2 different movies
together in one movie, and one of them I liked a little more than the other. So, you know, but me, Clerks 2 is, I love that movie. I remember seeing it when I was younger and I was dying, and I miss going to movie theaters and the entire audience is dying at a scene. Because I'm sorry, when Pillow Pants came on, you have this dumb Christian kid, no insult to anyone here who's listening who is a Christian, okay? But you have this dumb, like, I was like, my God, you're me in another timeline.
If I be a better word.
Yes. So you have this kid, this naive Christian teenager who's talking with a straight face, like every woman in the world has a pussy troll that she has to piss out when she's 21. And he's just talking, and then Jeff Anderson's face is priceless because he's just like, he's fucking with me. This kid's not fucking with me. This kid is being legiticus. Like, you know, he's terrified. And
it's not of an, as not an actor as he is, you could see that look in his eyes, like go from
and the entire theater was dying. Like, I'm just sitting here and everybody is losing their fucking shit. And I miss that because I've been in the theater a few times where I saw those kind of moments. Like, one of them was in The Dark Knight when Gordon is revealed catching the Joker. The entire audience applauded. I saw it with. And then, of course, if this is a spoiler, bitch, you too goddamn late. In Endgame, when everyone's assembled and Cap says the line. I've never
like a 1 year old. It happened over a year ago. You probably would have or should have seen it by now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. Listen, Carissa's been writing her magnum opus. I don't know if she got a chance.
I saw it a couple of times.
Okay, listen, I don't know that. That basement is vast, and your pen is mighty. So I don't know. You know,
I actually don't mind spoilers, but go ahead. But yeah,
no,
I've
but
seen
I'm saying,
it.
like that. Like, I miss those moments because I feel they're few and far between, where you have like a full audience and everybody goes crazy at a scene.
Yeah.
You know?
Those moments are better to drive in because you can hear, like, you can see people moving around their cars, horns are honking, like people are freaking out, like, oh my God. It's like times 10. It's crazy.
The only time I remember people going ballistic at a movie, and I'm sure there's tons of them, was when they thought that Mulder and Scully kissed at the X-Files movie.
That was the big
And they all went ballistic. Yeah. And I had to be the one to say, they didn't kiss, you morons. And I'm like,
last time I remember a crowd going wild at a theater was went to see Twilight with one of my ex-girlfriends, and the werewolf took off his shirt, and the whole female crowd was like, oh.
Jeremy.
I was like,
Jeremy.
what the hell is happening around here?
Love, man. Wow.
Oh my God. Jeremy,
that is love. Let me tell you.
Jeremy,
I saw the ball heaters too, man. Yeah.
I swear to God, Jeremy, I'm going to take one of your brownies right now because I'm so full of rage. Like, Twilight.
Oh my God! It was.
Does this mean I get to share my unpopular
Drew, I sat there
opinion?
the whole time, eyes rolling. My brain hurt by the end of it. Like,
I mean, what was your encore? You saw Warm Bodies? Like,
well, there's not much I won't do.
That was at least funny though.
It was all right.
I will say this about Twilight. I've said this on many of our shows. A lot of the books I actually ended up enjoying because what I did was I pretended that Bella and Edward didn't actually exist, that they were just a fever dream of everyone else's bullshit. So I just ignored all the Bella and Edward parts, and then the rest of the books are actually really fucking good.
Well, the thing that I have to give them is the whole vampire council. That was part of the movies. I was just like, oh, this seems a little interesting. And what's Bella having a child with a vampire? Like,
in the books, that's actually really well written. And there's these 2 Romanian vampires in the books. They're a little bit in the last movies, but they show up and they're like, well, what side are you on? And they're like, well, what side are you? Okay, well, who are those guys over there? I'll tell you what, we're just going to sit here and heckle all of you and make fun of both sides relentlessly until one of you wins, and that's what side we're on. And they do that throughout the whole last book, and it's epic.
I didn't read those books, but I also didn't read Vampire Diaries, and apparently I was talking to the guy that wrote them, and I think he was slightly insulted that I didn't know who he was because he told me like 17 times who he was, and I was like, okay, congratulations for being you. I don't know what to tell you. So I think he was
L.J. Smith wrote those, yeah.
I
I
don't know.
like the Vampire Diaries.
I added him to my
The show.
Twitter. I sent him a message because I send everyone a message that has horror, and I send them my issue 1, and I send it to him, and like he kept saying, I wrote some books, and I was like, congratulations, and he's like, oh, I wrote the V War or whatever, and they made a show out of it, and I was like, congratulations, that's awesome. And he goes, it didn't suck, and I was like, all right. So
Okay.
yeah, but he sent me
so
the link, and
confused.
he was very proud of it, and I think he stopped talking to me because I was not impressed because I didn't watch the show. And
Well, yeah, you didn't want.
I
You
own
didn't.
V.
And now you
Corissa,
got the show mixed up with another show. Like that's V Wars, and then Vampire Diaries is a whole older thing because LJ Smith is a female. And that
this
was the
is
whole
guy.
other
He
earlier
wrote
series.
Vampire, whatever it's called.
Wars.
He said
Yeah,
that
Vampire Wars.
He said Netflix made a movie out of it starring Ian, whatever you say his last name. So I assume
Mulder,
Vampire
Helder, Fard, I don't know. I know who you're talking
Yeah.
about. It's Vampire Diaries, and
Yeah, Diaries is an old CW thing that started in the early 2000s based on a book series from the 90s. It was written by a female.
Yeah, by
this
Vampire
guy,
Wars is the Netflix
Very
one. I think
well,
we're talking about.
I don't know if it's no, it was like
Stephanie something was the writer of
Hold on, I
Vampire
can
Diaries.
tell
Myers.
Myers, yeah.
Stephanie Myers.
No, you
is,
see, we're
Twilight.
talking the like the alien one that had.
No, I love that.
V
Oh,
Wars.
okay. It was like
V Wars
like,
is the Vampire
oh,
Wars.
okay.
Netflix
No,
thing.
the lizard. I saw that. He's
I
talking
own
about
that. I had to buy it.
It's about.
'cause I was
He
like-
says it's about vampires because
That's
I
V
have
Wars.
vampires in mine, and he says, "Oh, I have vampires," and I was like, "Congratulations."
well, it's because you
I'm
didn't
not
want to.
impressed with your vampires.
Yeah, exactly. It's Carissa. It's because you didn't want to suck his big steak. That's what that is. He was just like, yeah, exactly.
You don't get that level of pomposity with some people. It's like, oh, I made this awesome thing, and if you don't worship me, you're terrible. It's like, okay, fuck you too, buddy.
Yeah. Well, I
Just
mean,
don't
you see.
get that from people at any level.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, Carrie, you might be taking over the show this week because I'm about to have a goddamn heart attack. These people are talking about Twilight.
Jonathan,
I will say this though, straight up, like being someone that grew up part time on a reservation, what she wrote in the books, like what life is like in a reservation, was the most spot on thing I have ever read in fiction in my life, and that's kind of what impressed me with the books. Like her setting and detail to that was fucking spot on, and that's why I will always give her my respect as a writer.
You're right. It's not Vampire Diaries, but
Yours.
Ian Sumner, whatever the fuck his name was in another vampire one, right?
Mhm.
That's what. Okay, so that's what he's talking about. I didn't see either one of them. But yeah, Jonathan Mayberry or Mayberry, I don't know what the fuck his name is, but yeah, him. So he seemed nice.
This show is important, guys.
It's a good thing I didn't say I didn't watch Vampire Diaries because you would have been like,
Jonathan Mayberry.
So yeah, that.
Yep.
Okay,
Vampire Wars.
in my defense, you
Yeah.
make the same person a vampire in both. You can't, blame me for your stupid.
Well, also on top of it, I mean, for him to just keep bringing it up, that's like when I have a conversation. I was like, I'm on Splash Pages every Tuesday. That's good. Good for you. I'm on Splash Pages, a weekly podcast reviewing and talking about comics. We've been at conventions.
Not only did he
Have
bring
you ever
it
heard of
up,
Splash Pages? Is that
sent
like
me
a
the
thing?
link. Like he's
You
like,
know,
We've interviewed
I
people
have
like
files.
Bart Sears.
yeah, he sent me the link to all his awards and
That you obviously asked for.
Yeah,
Link
exactly.
to awards? That's weird.
I don't know who you are. I don't.
Yeah, this man.
Okay.
This
I
man.
felt weird about reading off my IMDb page. I can't imagine
This
like
man-
here's my
I'm
award.
just so
man-
glad he said I've seen Vampire Diaries because I would have been he would have been like,
Yeah.
"Fuck."
Yeah,
That
Carissa.
was
This.
one that worked out really well for Ramsey Campbell. I don't know if any of you guys are friends with or follow Ramsey Campbell on Facebook, but
No.
he's hilarious. He loves to troll because he's like his 80s or 90s now, still writing. Oh, good night, guys.
90s.
Thanks for showing up.
Have a good one.
Sleep well. But when he has people troll, he's like the most prolific horror author alive. And
Okay.
so
This guy thinks he is.
yeah, so what this guy actually is,
Oh.
and he has these people. He puts up his phone, like he has this old flip phone that he uses, and he'll like videotape
Coffin phone.
people calling him and like any kind of telemarketer type of thing, or people will like be sending him those Fisher emails and stuff, and he'll reply to him. But the best one was somebody was like, and what do you do for a living? And he's like, Google me. And they're just like, okay. And then they did, and they're like, so I see that you are writing horror. Yes. And he just kept going with them. But like, that's something he can say,
I
but
gotta
your
start
person,
doing that.
not
Google
so
me.
much like,
I wonder what
yeah,
it
just
will come up
fucking
with.
Google.
I'm just thrilled that I didn't see Vampire Diaries, because I would have been. I mean, who knew that there was 2 vampire movies with the same guy in it? I don't. Vampire series.
I mean, not the first time that's happened.
I met the guy. I met Ian, and he's quite the fucking hugger.
I've heard
So-
that.
Oh yeah.
Is that a bad thing?
No, because he's gorgeous. But I mean, it was super, super nice. And I didn't really watch the show. Well, if they're gorgeous, it's nice and great, and if they're not, it's creepy. So
He
it's
does have those eyes.
Okay,
Yeah,
Jeremy.
eyes.
Jeremy, you know what this means? If we have to ask, we're not gorgeous, so we're gonna have to ask permission to hug Corissa if we ever meet her. So
I'm not a
I'm
hugger,
sorry.
so like I usually
Yeah.
get attacked, and I hate that. Like,
I said I
Way
was
off
sorry. Okay, I was
Way off
excited to meet you for the first time, and I squeezed you.
It was adorable.
I was actually saying last week or the week before, I was dropping off my stepkid to his aunt's salon, and she went in for a hug, and I put out my hand and shook her hand.
At least you didn't slap her.
I am the awkwardest. I'm like,
Yeah.
I already know this. It's if you meet Jeremy, you're like elbow bump. There you go.
Yeah, elbow bump.
Hi.
Yeah. No, it's kind of like Corissa. It's kind of like it's like meeting your partner's dad. You're just like, hello there, sir. How are you? Yes, it's very, very business. It's very business. Like, yes, let's talk about business and then go out for a beer later. Like, haha, yes.
Scroll up, look at
After
Drew
about
like,
a
hey,
half
man.
hour, I loosen up.
I went out
I
with
just walk in,
Jerry.
fist bump you, like, hey, you want to burn?
The only people
Then I'd
I
be
ever
all
hung
right.
out with that were ever somewhat famous is, and I guess they're famous, is everyone at Supernatural. Like I sat on Loki's lap and he bought drinks, and then I went to
Nice.
He's
the
so
cruise
nice.
with Misha, and then I did it with Misha and danced with Misha, and he's funny when he's drunk. And then those are the only people that I ever really talked to.
Who you
but,
need to watch out for, but in a mostly good way, is John Barrowman. He's not a con hugger, he's a con kisser, and has had to been warned many times by his agent handler to not just kiss random
It's
people.
true.
He just likes to lick
Because
people.
I'm a huge fan of John Barrowman, especially as Captain Jack Harkness in Doctor Who, right?
Who?
So
Wait.
I see him across the
Raz.
convention floor, and I go, it's
What?
you. What?
Mhm. No, so Raz, I want to hear her licking story when you're done.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. And I'm like,
not
hey, man, it's you from across the convention floor. He goes, no, it's you. And we proceed to run towards each other like one of those slow-mo, like romantic moments with the flowers. We get up close, and I'm just going to hug him. And he grabs me, both sides like on my head, and just pulls me in a really long kiss. I'm a straight man, but I'm cool. I'm not, I'm not.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's John Barrowman, man. He is
I let him-
beautiful.
He looks at me dead face and he's like, my handler told me never to do that again. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, listen, man, I'm straight. I'm not offended. And you're you, so it's
I'm
cool.
flattered. Thank
And
you.
then
Here's
we
my
were
number.
like, yeah, exactly.
One
Like,
of the
we're
nicest
cool the whole
people
rest of the time. but
I've
he's-
ever seen at a con.
He's amazing.
Oh, I'm telling you, one of the cons up here was snowed out, and the cast, all the actors and stuff were still there. They went out and proceeded to have a snowball fight with all of us.
Oh, yeah.
I know the story.
John
Yeah.
Barrowman, everybody, like, it's freaking crazy. I'm just like, can you believe the dude?
Dude, he has like heard that like fans were broken down on the side of the road on the way to the con and ordered Ubers to go get them to the con. Like, this man does everything for his fans like that no other human being I've ever heard of has ever done.
Carrie,
See,
I have to
we're
say,
gonna have to watch out for Mr. Glover with Rich the next
Um,
time we see him.
But I was just replying to somebody, John Krysa, who is the person that put that book together, texted me about an hour ago that he couldn't access the podcast for some reason. So I just sent him a link and told him if he wanted to, if he's still up or whatever, if we get him, if we're still talking, then I'll let him hop on.
Yeah.
Wait. But
Okay, so what were you going to?
For me.
no, I was gonna say, Carrie, you've been so stoically listening the whole time. Like, I was like, did your screen freeze and then your hand moves? So I'm like, oh, thanks, you're still here. Like, you've just been
That's
like,
why I was
you're
playing
like,
that gag
what?
on
No, it's-
Jeremy earlier, because she really is that still sometimes. I knew that she was frozen though, because if you look in her glasses, she's a quick typer and she moves through screens a lot. So if you're not sure she's frozen, Look at the reflection in her glasses, and that's how I always know.
Or
She's not always paying attention to us.
No, she's always. That's the thing about her. She's always hearing it and paying attention, but she's always doing like a bunch of stuff at one time.
No,
She's a multitasker.
She's on some DC 90s shit. She's on some Oracle business. She's like, I'm typing away. I've already hacked into your system, motherfucker. Like, ha, virus. Fuck you.
Oracle's a she? Da, da, da.
Da, da, da.
That's
Spoiler.
guys.
But
From the 90s.
But yeah, so Corissa, the thing with me is I'm like a dog in person, so I'm very happy and energetic, and when I hug, I forget
You
that
wag your
I'm.
tail?
First things first, shut up. Second thing, no, I hug, and because I forget how strong I am, I'll like pick people up, or I'll just squeeze, and I forget that women have boobs. So
Yeah, I'm sure you forgot.
yeah. So so no, I then they're like, oh, Drew, please, oh God, and I've gotten in trouble because of that, because one or two people that might have back issues or whatnot, and I didn't know, and I squeezed and maybe ruptured a disc or fractured a vertebra, whatever. Not whatever. I have apologized profusely, but then I'm like, you're banned from hugging this person. I'm like, okay, that's all right. That's one unsatisfied customer out of 100. So that's fine. So like I did that for, I think I did it for Jeremy. And Jeremy is taller than I am and much thinner than I am. So it was like hugging a scarecrow someone left out in the field.
It's okay. You're outstanding in your field.
Oh,
Do you do that? See, I have my friend Glenn is
bone.
like has the same build, and I call it Glenn Lovins, and he does the wrap, and it's like you're completely encaptured in his arms because they go so far.
You guys in our nooks and crannies between our joints.
my husband is not a hugger. I get a hug on my birthday, Valentine's Day, and Christmas.
See, I'm in the middle. Like I'm a hugger, but like
my
I would
wife-
rather do like the mash thing first, like the fist bump
For
until
my
I
wife,
get to
I'm
know you. And it's
much more touchy.
Yeah.
Well, Jeremy, I've met her, and I can believe that she has to put up with you, so that's fair. But no, Carissa, do you savor it when it happens? He hugs you and like, yeah, that's the stuff. Mm-hmm.
No, it's like I this isn't worth waiting all year for.
So you can't like get video of it and like savor it for the.
Yeah.
And you put some cheesy 90s music, like some Shania Twain, like you're the only one I want to, just
The only one I run.
My husband listens to metal, so that's not gonna happen. He's in a band.
Okay, so Cannibal Corpse, Fuck with a Knife is a good song to hug to.
Yeah, he's a drummer.
He's a drummer. Yes,
Ooh.
I approve. Former drummer here. Go for it.
I just bought him
They've got rhythm.
his dream drum set.
He's
It
got
was,
big.
shit, I should know these things. DW Collector Series?
Darkwing Duck Collector Series. That's
Knew it.
No.
These are the drummers that play through the night.
I would have liked the Darkwing Duck Better one, but no, this is like what is it? Collector Series? I don't know. It's copper. It looks pretty.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
You're talking to comic book nerds. We've seen bronze, we've seen holographic, we've seen silver. You could say, "Oh, it's copper." I was like, "Okay, what age is it?"
I just ordered prints on copper. My bookmarks, metal bookmarks, and I don't know what the hell the difference they would look, but I did get a copper bookmark, a black bookmark, black metal with white, so it's whatever. And then I got the silver. So I never had a print that was metal. Have you guys had the metal prints?
No, I've heard of them. I've not seen them yet.
I want to get a new hashtag up at the bottom
I
of the
did
screen.
see at a con. You've heard of the Deadpool books and stuff like that?
Yeah, I saw that.
These really cool. I guess the covers are supposed to be kind of. To me, it just looked chromed out, but
there are metal covers. I'm not doing that.
Are they?
There is. I would think that would be. I don't know. My friend does it, and she charges a ton for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, they were expensive.
Yeah, they're expensive.
I was like, I can't do that.
I don't know. I ordered 10 of them, which they were like $8 each, so it's not the worst.
Oh, that's not bad. No.
Yeah, but the bookmarks, they were only like $1.44 each. So I bought like 40 of them because I'm like, either if it's not popular, you just give it away. And if it's
Oh my God, Carrie.
No, I put her up to that one because it reminds
You're
me like
ridiculous, Carrie.
when people are like in prison and you put
Pug
like the
for
free section
Corissa.
6 times. Yeah, I felt that this was a moment that we should put that up.
Carissa, are you seeing this passing
No.
by?
I
Hashtag
made a
Pug for
hashtag for you
Carissa.
and had her put it up.
nice.
And if
That's-
you want her
that'll
to get
probably make her
more hugs,
more-
let us know.
maybe
Send
that'll
in
make some more
emails,
accounts.
comments. Just support our movement. It's really important, guys.
I can have that as one of the rewards.
I think I'm a good hugger. Raspi, a good hugger.
Yeah,
I'm
You're
a
an
good
excellent
hugger.
hugger.
definitely.
How
There's an
long,
art to it. There's an art.
how long have you guys been doing the buddy check for?
That was actually something we had only started and done maybe a couple before that one we pulled you in on.
Oh, okay.
So this was a newer thing towards it started because as the haunt season was over, a lot of haunters, me and a couple others, we get super depressed because we're used to performing in front of people a lot and always being in that spotlight. And what people don't realize is that when we're not in it, we do that for therapy, guys. That's a therapeutic thing for us. When we don't have it, there's that outlet now we suddenly don't have. And it's oddly even worse, around Christmas and all that shit too.
Every time you say haunters, I think you're saying hunters. I'm like,
That's the
So we
total
started it
opposite.
for that reason, and then it expanded from there, from the first episode of it, into realizing that it's it was a seasonal thing kind of for everybody, and then we got into the military aspect of it, which Del can explain.
Yeah, I have a lot of family who is military and friends who are military, and they do. There's a movement called 22 a day, and this was probably 5 years ago or so, or maybe even longer. Research showed that 22 United States veterans die a day from suicide, if not more, but that's the average. And so on the 22nd of the month is supposed to be Buddy Check Day. And that's where you call up your military friends and you don't have to wait until the 22nd. You can call them whenever.
Yeah,
but it started that movement.
Yeah.
So
we're
that,
trying to get on that date.
so we were
but,
trying-
it's hard.
yeah.
Schedule.
But
kinda
we've been doing it. We had a lot of people coming up, and then I felt really weird on the one episode because I'm like, I'm so glad that there's so many of you here that are fucking depressed. And
Yeah.
like,
The second she said
we've had people put up I just changed my meds and I'm getting my meds from Mexico, and just all sorts of different shit. And we're talking to people. But we've had less going on lately, so it's just kind of been rest. And
anyone can add me. I'm hyper 24/7, 365 days. So if someone needs to be distracted, I'm always available.
That's kind of what we did.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It worked into our whole Ally thing, which is all about telling stories, whether it's writing, learning how stories are told, the campfire episode, the audio drama we do now. And then this was a real life personal stories, this is the depression, these are the crazy things we've been through, or viewers have been through that they share with us. But this is also how we've overcome those moments. So we talk about the depression and the different illnesses, but we talk about ways we've overcome it too.
Oh, I'm the only one in my family that isn't depressed. My father is actually locked up in an asylum for clinical depression.
Gotcha.
Which was terrifying as a kid. But
So, Raz, this is what I say. In the words of Bender from Futurama, we're going to start our own buddy check, okay? With blackjack and hookers. Forget the buddy check.
That's kind of what we did, yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we did today.
So since it kind of drifted off, we decided we're gonna, make sure that we keep an eye on everybody. But
we'll do a segment of the
another
new
show.
show that's that, yeah.
Yeah. And if it's a particularly depressing time, around some holidays and stuff, set up a special buddy check. Hey, it's time for the holidays when everything fucking sucks. Come join us and talk about shit that doesn't suck in your life, or we'll talk about how to make things suck as badly.
Hey, Carrie. So when you guys have a convention, what are you going to call it? EorCon? Hello, Pooh. How
Thanks
are
for noticing me.
And
sync even.
Entrance fee is a hug.
Yeah,
a hug and a joint. I feel like those two things should go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Oh God, there was a time they do this thing called First Fridays downtown, and it's first Friday of every month. All the artists get together and they put up their shit. And okay, I'm sorry, I'm open-minded.
It's actually a countrywide thing. The First Fridays, that's any art scene of any in any town across America does the first Fridays. Yeah.
Okay, well, we went to one guy I was seeing for a little bit, and we're walking around. There's like, they just rent out different places in buildings that like they currently aren't being used by any office space or something. It's just an empty office. And they made this one room that was supposed to be the women's room. And it was like a bed, and then it had all these red and purple and stuff draperies hanging around it and
Why
pillows.
did it have to have a bed?
And it was supposed to make
mixed messages.
yeah, well, it was supposed to like let you feel like you were in a womb or something. And it was just really weird.
I can do that at the haunt with 2 airbags.
And it was like, you know what? No,
Um,
this is weird. And then the people right next to them were like, get a ticket and get a hug. And we're like, where do we get the tickets from? Oh, that person right there. So it's like, hi, okay, I'll take a hug. And like, but they were like trying to be gender specific on hugs. So it was like guys giving guys hugs and girls giving girls hugs because they didn't want anybody to feel violated or something.
Okay.
And it was just like, are you
Should
fucking
be the
kidding
person's
me?
choice.
This is where
That chick made a fortune selling hugs. She sells cuddles.
So we just made like, then we just started fucking with them because like somebody's art display was their journal of art, and like it was all things like really, really detailed, like photorealistic pencil sketches of them popping pimples, and then weird things with monkeys, and then there'd be like blank pages for like 4 days. There'd just be like blank pages with the date on them, and then it would be like another pimple that grew on another spot, and it was just like, okay, this is just fucking weird. I don't know. Like, this is the first Friday I've been to. So then we started walking down the hall, and there was like a couple of pieces of artwork that were on the wall, and then the guy I was with was a photographer, and so he'd like been trying to take pictures of anything that was actually worth taking pictures of, and then we decided to just start taking pictures of shit that wasn't actually art, but there was like, a pipe on the wall that had like a coat hanger wrapped around it.
Everything is art.
He's like, and so people would come over and watch and be like, oh, that is a very interesting piece right there. And we're like, yeah, it's called building repairs on the cheap.
Actually, some guy did that. They did that at some kind of art gallery. The guy left his glasses on the floor in front of the wall. Yeah, and they thought they were taking pictures of it, being like, this is a beautiful installation and whatever.
Oh yeah, fun with
that guy that did you see the guy that sold, and I kid you not, it was an invisible sculpture, and he sold it for thousands.
Yeah.
No.
He got a piece of paper saying yes, a piece of paper that said this you own the first invisible sculpture that this guy did, and I don't know how much it was, but it was a couple of thousands.
And hold on. There's like a description of it, which basically led into the fact that, hey, you can't possibly perceive what this sculpture is because it's original. That's why it's invisible. Yeah.
Hold on. This man made thousands of dollars selling air.
Yeah.
Well, he sold a piece of paper saying that he sold air, but yes. I'm going to look it up.
The paper is
what the shipping cost was,
Was his name President Scroob from Spaceball? Because that's what I'm thinking.
No, it wasn't in the can though.
But yeah, so
holy
Carrie,
shit!
It was like 10.
How much?
1.2 million.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What?
Okay, so this is called selling yourself, not.
On Wednesday, almost 60. One of the receipts he wrote to provide an ownership of his. Okay, so he originally sold it for 18,000, but then it resold. Okay, so the buyer gets a stamped certificate exchange.
Somebody
for
bought it from the person that.
And then someone bought the receipt. One of the receipts he wrote to prove ownership of his invisible artwork sold for more than 1.06 million euros, which winds up being 1.16 million at Sotheby's, auction house in Paris. That's an expensive receipt.
I need to get a better job because I clearly don't have enough money.
I need my receipts to be worth that much.
Corissa, write more magnum opuses. Okay.
Like, are they there like in like pulling off their heist and then in the museum they're like, oh fuck, it's heavy. Like, are they doing the mime routine while they're stealing it, or because I've got this whole story in my head about it now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So this kind of, Gary, like, it's funny because I thought with your story you were going to say something how you had gone to an exhibit where some people who do art, like they like, oh yeah, it's very creative. It's like, this is bullshit. That's the same way I feel anytime you go to a con and there's always somebody trying to sell a script.
Yeah.
And they'll
Yeah.
go up to celebrities. And it was funny because I was at this con in Connecticut. And Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic, was there. And him and his brother were there, and they had a panel. And literally all they did at their panel was they just sat there and ate donuts and had people ask questions, which is genius because somebody actually brought them donuts. And of course, a bunch of these people will just bring up these scripts. And some of these people, they clearly have issues, so they're handled well. And then some of these people are just stupid, like, just dumb young morons. And then the script and Doug, in his true fashion, read one of the scripts out loud in his hilariously fast fashion in front of all of us, so we could laugh at how stupid this was. And the kid's laughing too, so I'm like, okay, whatever. But I'm just thinking to myself, like, how dumb do you have to be? You're gonna bring a script. You don't know. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. You're gonna bring this to a celebrity and be like, "Hi, I want you to read this and let me know what you think." I was like, what are they gonna do? A Rick and Morty? Like, son of a bitch, I'm in.
I like how Tom Savini handles it because he gets this a lot. What he usually does, he looks at him and says, "What's this?" And just as they're starting to tell him, he signs his name on it and hands it back, and that's it. Then you're out of line.
See, but Tom Savini is not only a horror icon, and we must be so grateful for all of his makeup work on the Romero trilogy, the original one, and gems like Friday the 13th, and his wonderful role as Sex Machine in Dusk Till Dawn. Got to give all credit to those horror gems. He's also a badass motherfucker, so that makes sense. Yeah. So just a little fun back there.
And very handy.
I just also, again, I'm just still like everyone's very bright, and then you just Carrie shrouded in darkness. I'm like, that's her hair. I'm like, right.
No,
it's fine. But I'm just like,
have her hair down on the show.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't reach. It doesn't work. It's longer than my arms now.
That's how she measures things too.
Well,
Yeah.
no, that's not hair. It's called Carrie's curtains.
Yeah.
It's like I knew a girl in college who literally grew her hair almost to her kneecaps, and she would I remember one time she said, someone was like, "Oh, that's a nice towel." I was like, "I don't have a towel. This is my hair." Literally, it would just cover her. So you get it was like an extra blanket. I was like, "What a wonderful black robe." That's her hair, dude. Like, I was like, "How?" I was like, "The money you must spend on conditioner." Like, Jesus.
Yeah.
And
how many car doors have you closed this in?
Trying to go at a hotel when they're like, "Okay, here's your bottle of shampoo." I'm like, I need about 15 of those.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've got that, and then I feel like Carissa's got like a ponytail of doom.
I'm surprised it doesn't permanently stay this way because I've had a ponytail for like 45 years now. So since my hair grew. So, but if I tease my hair like underneath, like it'll actually look thicker than hers. It's like it's super thick, but because it's always in a damn ponytail, I don't have to deal with it.
See, Carrie, you guys can just have a little hotel braiding party. You can just braid each other's hair, brushes, tell stories.
Like they'd be there for like weeks though, if they were braiding her hair.
Yeah.
We're not doing every individual strand. We're talking offensive. Right. We're talking offensive weapon. They'd be able to braid them, and then they'd be able to whip someone in the face with it. Be like, just do it.
WWE then.
I actually just cut my hair. It was really long, and I was getting annoyed with it. And it's probably not even because it was like 3 months ago, and I just went and just cut it. So I think it's somewhat even, but no one can tell. It's always
that's the length I'm going for right now.
So, well, you know what? It wasn't even during the pandemic. I probably cut my hair once a year, and I was gonna cut it right before the pandemic started, so like it hadn't been cut, and I was like a day away from cutting it myself. And then it opened up, so I went and got it. And then the other day, I was just annoyed with it, and I was like, I'm just gonna cut it.
See, my hair was about your length, and then after I got COVID, I'm one of the very unlucky people that still has long COVID, and all kinds of weird things happen sometimes with your system. One of mine was sores just started randomly opening up on my scalp for no reason. So I'd go to put my hand through my hair and come back, and there would just be blood.
It's like cabin
on my
fever.
hand. Yeah, so I had to shave my head a couple times in a row to get my scalp okay again, and now I'm like finally able to actually grow my hair back out after like 3 years of that shit.
Thanks for that nightmare fuel. My husband lost his sense of smell and taste, and it's been.
I still do. In random
Yeah,
cycles,
he
sometimes for a day.
hasn't gotten back. Yeah, he eats a lot more spicy food because it's like the only thing he can taste, which does
Yeah.
not go well with heartburn that he gets. So
Oh, yeah.
So
Sometimes I'll lose it for a day. Sometimes it's a month. Sometimes I'm good for like 6 months. But then all the same cycles just happen again, right down to the sickness part of it. Just thank God not as bad as it was then, but like out of nowhere, it'll just hit and go and come whenever it wants to.
anyway,
Hair is fun.
what?
Talking with John again.
Yeah.
He's having problems getting here. So
But me and Jeremy, our hair is thinning, so we don't have to worry about these problems. But
Yeah, I got a really bad haircut a few weeks ago.
I was gonna say, Jeremy usually has much more hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I usually hide it a
I
lot
was
better.
going to ask you about that. Yeah.
yeah, and it's so funny because every time I grow my hair long, which I think is sometimes just me being like, I'm enjoying this before I have to go Lex Luthor. Like I'll always lay down and I'll come up and my girl's like, you look like you've been electrocuted. Like I think I remember one time because I lay down and my hair will just because I'm on pillows and whatnot. I looked up, I was like, oh my God, I look like I'm turning into Freakazoid. Like
I miss that card.
exactly. I looked at myself, I was like,
hair, the classic
Yeah,
brain hair where it goes like up when I wake up in the morning. It's like up here at an angle.
No, my hair proves how awkward I am. I have a sister-in-law that's a hairstylist. I have a 16-year-old kid that is learning to do hair, and still I go to Great Cuts to let the stranger take $20 off of me and fuck up my head.
well, it's
Like a
much
plant.
better than me. Remember, that's why I have the mustache, because I had a shaving malfunction, and then I was like, I'll try this for a bit.
Oh my God, that happened to me, and I was so fucking mad. My beard was like 3 times the length it was now, and I was trying to kind of trim it up for the haunt, and I had clippers that decided to die as I was doing it, and somehow they went into my beard, like my whole beard was tangled up in clippers. I was fucking pissed. I had like literally just shaved my face, and I walked into the haunt.
Yeah.
No one recognized who I was for like the first hour.
That's so.
It's okay because Raz, my dad pun powers increased tenfold with this mustache. So you can ask Jeremy. He was like, yeah, his jokes got bad.
That's my favorite part about being a dad is having the excuse to do all the puns whenever the fuck I want. Like that's like the draw for me.
Well, I feel like I look like an '80s dad with this mustache. I feel like I'm about to tell you all a story, and then it's like, and that's why you don't do drugs.
80s dad is
At
also a
least
gym
one
teacher.
joke a day.
I feel like I'm about to be Stan Marsh's dad in South Park.
Randy.
Randy?
Randy Marsh. It's just like, God damn it, Sharon. But no, see, it's funny because every time Jeremy's talking about his projects, I always feel like I just want to be Mr. Mackey. I'm like, oh yeah, Jeremy, drugs are bad. Okay. You really do marijuana. Okay. That's bad for your brain. Okay.
So
Like, I'm just kind of
That's literally my second favorite cartoon of all time. Only second in because of Rocky and Bullwinkle's my number one.
fair enough.
Wait, what?
I keep trying to give John this link to be able to come on and at least see a little bit. Maybe we can ask him some questions about throwing the box together, and everything keeps wanting him to actually be on. There we go.
So we
So
want to talk
John,
to
this
you
is the man who
about
threw
your
together
box.
the box.
The box.
Where? I don't see him.
Delphine's box.
He's down there. He's gone.
Yeah.
I don't see him.
Graphics.
You don't see
The
Silverback
word.
graphics?
Well, let us
words
just
I
treat how
don't
lovely
see
your
anyone.
You don't see the words?
Oh,
It's
the
the
word.
words.
Oh,
The
oh,
words,
the word.
yeah.
I thought we were gonna see him. See him. I'm sorry.
I tried.
I need to take
He's
one more
been at a
break.
con.
I will be right back.
I'm actually gonna
Okay.
get going, so I'm gonna
Oh.
say
Okay.
yeah. Only because my husband's already sleeping, and I'm probably gonna wake up going in there. So,
All right.
Awesome to meet you, by the way.
yeah, it was nice meeting
Yeah.
you too, and seeing you guys all over again. And thanks for having me on and all that. Bye.
Good
Nice having
times.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
Check her out in the links afterwards, everybody.
Yes.
Check out her
Those are our
Kickstarter.
reposts.
I still have to
Gary-
take a bathroom break.
Yeah, you
Okay.
could just, I tell everyone they could just search Worthy Chaos and Kickstarter or anywhere and we pop up. So,
Listen, Carrie misses you already. Bye.
aw. Bye.
Bye.
And then there were 3.
And then there was 3. two guys, a Carrie, and a horror show. I like these odds.
Had a con yesterday, not pretty out today. I gotta let you know that we were very impressed with everything that
Very
showed up in the box and the artwork
Extremely.
and stuff. That was all your art, right? That I was showing off. Like, I'm all, look at this! Oh my god!
Yeah, it was very delicate. You know, the unboxing. Because honestly, sir, anytime I've bought stuff, it would just like, this is cardboard, this is tape. It might have bubble wrap in it. You know, fend for yourself, Dick. You already paid. You know, yours are like, oh, this is intricate. There's artwork. You know,
The whole
you
thing,
know,
so the whole box was
the
art
main a
itself.
few words. And it was just, you know, and then on top of it, you had a list, man. You had a list of these first appearances and whatnot. I was like, my God, you got your money's worth, Gary. Like, Jesus.
It's impressive.
Oh yeah.
Man.
Yeah, we were showing each part as it was opening up, and then like I still have like there were the stickers and.
And
Oh,
we're
yeah.
gonna get more yearlings up
package
too, man. We're
stuff.
gonna be getting a lot more yearlings up and reposting too. Like I said, yeah, people need to
100%.
experience themselves.
And Carrie, you got to send that man a thank you note. You got to calligraphy that shit.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I'm working on it. Got
I
my
love how
fountain
Jeremy
pen.
just comes back, no idea what's going on. He's just like, yeah,
Fuck yeah.
smile and nod. It's
Making 25 at a shot is a bit of time.
I bet, man.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh yeah, I got places
Put 'em
for
on
the
something
stickers.
cold.
Put on something cold.
I'm assuming they might change colors.
Ooh, that would be
Yeah.
cool. I have some like.
You know what you could
I
put
have
them
to
on?
think.
You could put them on some D's.
These nuts.
Nuts. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just wanna emphasize that.
Yeah. See what you did there.
These are cold.
Yeah. Been a while.
I caught on.
Wait. Oh, they change color. Nice.
That is awesome.
I will make sure to do so. They're like,
See, you
these nuts.
Yeah,
Wait.
these nuts.
know, they actually make a snack called
Got
D's
'em.
Nuts, and what it is, it's like these little like beef stick things that are like weirdly flavored, but they're called D's Nuts. So sometimes we'll go get the small package at the store and do the joke, but then throw the snack bag at the person we're making the joke to.
Well, that's why Carrie has a squirrel, because she knows how to handle those nuts.
She does.
At least these
We-
nuts.
There are stories.
We tried to do a thing with I make weird merch.
Are you directing air traffic?
You
Yeah.
make weird
It gets
merch.
confusing.
I make weird merch, and we were doing a show on Applewhite. What was the cult?
Oh my god! Hold on one second. I know
Apple
it. It's
seed?
escaping my tongue. We just did a whole episode about it.
Marshall Applewhite, Heaven's Gate.
Yep, Heaven's Gate.
Okay, so Heaven's Gate, Marshall Herf Applewhite is his whole name. So I was immediately like, oh, so are his followers Herf nerders? Because like you do.
Yeah.
And let me just steal a second. Please.
Our new T-shirt's going to be hugs for Corissa, I think.
But so I put together this whole thing. I took like Marshall Applewhite's face and like did a bunch of playing around with it, and then made like hashtag Herfnerders. And then they went by in the cult thing. Doe and T were their cult names, and T was like this nurse who was the female that was like helping him solve this. And so we had Herfnerders, and then since they were all crazy, we had T's nuts. So I took a picture of her and made it all wonky and had T's nuts at the bottom of it. And then Yeah,
That's
they
why she's
tried
in
to
charge
put
of
them
all our
up.
product placement.
Yeah,
Strange merch
they tried to
indeed.
put them up on a. They tried to put them up on a different site than what I do my merch on, and they were like, "No, you can't do that. You
Yeah,
can't
it's
have
a nope.
those."
What?
They need to stop quick.
See now I'm scared because I feel like you're just gonna just continue to make nightmare fuel merch. Like God forbid, she's like, oh
Well-
hey, I'm gonna do something with Cthulhu. I'm gonna design a Cthulhu dildo. I'm like, what?
No,
Like,
we actually the other piece that I'm
was a
missing
whole other
right now.
conversation.
Yeah, that we already covered that one. You got to start catching up. No, we had one of the things is Little Bundy Foo for Ted Bundy, not walking through the college, scooping up the little girls on the head. But I'm not even gonna try with that one because
We'll get banned
John
from-
John is down to make nightmare dildos.
oh my
Once
God.
we get the heat press and the machine going again, we can like custom make the
Oh,
little
no.
shirts and just sell them directly from the site, so we don't have to worry about the getting banned on.
If you make slasher dildos, you got the pinhead
Boom.
dildo, the
You got the Freddy.
that came out at the wrong time.
with
And then,
Freddy
oh my
twisting.
God,
Crazy.
yo! If they do like a Rick and Morty one, you got a Scary Terry dildo. You know,
Yes.
Welcome to
Hey,
my
bitch.
welcome to my fuck, bitch. You know,
Okay, you need to. Where were you able to sell them, or where were you able to get them printed? Because they wouldn't let them print.
Carrie wants to know.
Well, I mean, I think I can get them
I would
printed where I
just go
do,
to
but
Kinko's.
Jeffrey Dahmer Beauty School, changing the face of
See,
women
we got one of those
everywhere.
Cricut machines, but we got like the
Nice.
one that does like glass and leather and all that. But then we got this heat press that does like shoes, hats.
Oh my
shirts,
God!
everything you can imagine. So I've been trying to get a side business here at home.
I
But
have
now
a
that we're out of the
shirt press
hotel
for it.
living, we can actually get that going again.
Carrie, if it was a Leatherface
Yes.
dildo, when you turn it on, it would make the chainsaw noises.
Yes. That would be epic.
Joe Gacy clown collage. The
Last
last
call,
call you make
you'll-
for your kids.
God damn! Wow.
Hey, Susan.
Susan,
Hey,
yes, we are still here,
Did-
and we
is-
just
is-
got.
is there a
first week
record?
Drew's like passing out, but it's all right.
I'm running on so much adrenaline right now. My body is just gonna die.
I think
I'm
we've
just
done
gonna-
4 hours was our longest.
We shall do 4 hours and 5 minutes.
O'Shea Simpson Cutlery.
I'll need to actually take a
So
bathroom break if
clean.
we're gonna go that
Oh,
long.
You won't know.
Oh
Nice.
my God.
That's kind of
I got to
funny.
go up 2 flights of stairs now to go to a bathroom. That kind of sucks.
Glove can't fit.
They got dark because none of the rest were. I
As
love
they
you.
as they do.
John is awesome. You're my new best
Wow.
friend. Because yeah,
I wouldn't buy the shirt, sir, but I admire your effort.
I have to put all. I make all my dark
See,
stuff.
I like
and
I like the comedy with this because I'm getting like crucified here at home because I like to make weird like parody commercials like for like video skits and stuff. And I've been trying to get this one off the ground for a long time, right? It's your classic like 80s orange juice commercial. The kid's rifling through the cupboards, gets the orange juice and says,
Oh my
mom's
God,
smart, so
Susan,
she
it's
knows."
true. They definitely
What?
would. Susan, are you saying it would keep them on the hook?
Oh my God.
But so like the kid's like, my mom's smart because she knows that orange juice is a part of a well breakfast diet. Seems like a normal orange juice commercial, right? At the very end, mom is on the screen, smiling. They got the orange juice product shots, and as the kid's going out the door, she hands the kid a backpack. And if you look real close, there's a tip of a gun barrel, like sticking out of the backpack. And then it goes to the normal, again, tight product shot, the whole, blah 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 orange juice. But then you hear gunshots in the background. And I'm getting like vilified with this. It's a terrible thing, but I really want to make this parody commercial like really bad.
I'm okay. I agree, Raz. You
And
are.
we're
You are.
horrible people.
It
at
might not be
BBC,
the right
by the
time,
way.
Raz.
Raz, you
It's
deserve
gonna
to
be
be
the right
vilified
time,
for it.
Jeremy. It's gonna be the right time.
But I swear to God, I just thought of another. Like, why is my brain? I feel like this is why my brain's awake. It's hooked on this idea because I just thought of a Child's Play one, and the tag is, "Hi, I'm Chucky. Want to play?"
Yeah, I like that too.
Okay, John's got a good one here. If you made a Freddy Krueger, it could be 5 different fingers, and it calls you bitch the whole time.
Hey,
Or it
bitch.
says, I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy.
Yeah. Welcome to prime time, bitch.
Trigger
The
warning.
slime he ever
Okay.
did was in 5. So
You
faster
well,
than
listen, it's
Bastard Maniac,
past
stronger
it's
than your
past
local
11
Madman.
o'clock. It's now wait, what's the show's title? Because normally if we were at Splash, it was like Splash Pages After Dark.
This
I do
is
the
just the Owlite.
It's the
We're
what?
the Owlite brand. We're the Owlite brand, and this is just a fuck it show. Like
All right.
having fun, not a regularly scheduled program.
Fuck it, After Dark.
Yeah.
Unwrapped, I guess, after dark.
Unwrapped,
Unboxed.
uncensored, and sexy as
Owlite
hell.
Unboxed. There we go.
3
Michael Myers has a GPS in it and follows wherever you go silently. As long
No.
as you don't stay silent.
No. What?
Magic
No, what
Book
happens
Note.
with the Mike Myers one is the second you turn it on, you get the John Carpenter theme playing. You just
And the batteries never
And everywhere
die.
you go, it shows back
and the
up.
batteries never die.
That should be the tagline for all the slasher dildos, though.
Yeah.
Can't kill this one.
And then we
Oh
get
my, yo. See, all I know is Jeremy on Tuesday, like, oh yeah, we were on Carrie's show. What was it? It was fine. We changed the subject.
Yeah, it was just fine.
It was fun.
It was fun.
We're almost going to get to do the sex criminals episode, Drew. We
You don't
definitely can't do
understand
your
what
on
that
Carrie's
spawned
show.
because she was telling us about the sex criminals thing, and then on another show we did, I think it was the Applewhite, the Heaven's Gate one. Hexus and I went on like sex crime, like a whole conversation, like probably like at least 20 minutes until this girl showed up.
Did at any point you hear that's gonna make for awkward erections in October? That
That's fantastic.
a pup.
You gotta, okay, that's like a Kegel workout. You're just like,
Yeah.
okay, I think I've got it in the second configuration.
You just gotta
now.
stick it in there and hope for the
No,
best.
just-
really.
No, Susan, the tag for that one is your suffering will be legendary even in hell. That's the tag. No. When you turn that dildo on, you just hear the sound of chains rattling while you're
The
doing
bell
it.
slowly gonging in the background.
Yeah.
Building.
Bong. You're like, oh god.
You opened the
Um,
box. You
oh, dude.
came.
Yeah, that's when you're done. You open the box. You came.
Puzzle box dildo.
So does that mean if they did a Jane Silent Bob dildo instead of
I marry the
Jason used
I
going,
marry the
"Dong."
first woman who finishes the.
I love us sometimes. This
What?
we
No,
have
no,
a lot
see-
of fun here.
No, wrong. The puzzle
No.
box dildo. The tag is "What's your pleasure, Mister?"
Good.
Yeah.
Ooh,
There.
Oh.
there.
It's like a flaking.
I took. Oh my god! No.
Susan's one of the bunnies.
This is not.
so.
I feel like that's gonna be like a sequel to the movie Teeth, where instead of the teeth in the vagina,
That's
like,
just what I was thinking of.
It's
Like
a crossover film.
yeah, you just have the dentata. You just have the doctor with his fingers cut off, freaking out, yelling dentata.
But
As
then
he's
you pull
like-
up the scene from Clerks 2 about the troll and the pussy, and it kind of all comes together.
Oh god. They're not.
It's
They're not all in the same universe, man. Don't do that. Don't
So-
Marvel. Don't Marvel connect all this fucking shit, man. Okay, don't do
We
it.
have somebody else who does that during the week.
It's a total different process.
See, you know.
I can
Oh
only
my.
imagine what somebody just walking in on the conversation would think. They'd be
Yeah.
like,
Hey, Jeremy, do you want to see if Leo's available? I mean, his faces would be legendary.
oh my god. Poor Leo would. We could talk about snakes, but dildos, I don't think that would fly.
Listen, he was so quiet. Most of Sex Criminals, like, are you okay there, buddy? Do you need a little? Do you need an ice pop? Little treat there? You know.
Nap
Yeah,
time.
Listen, I was impressed he maintained a straight face because anytime they're on our show, like my goal is just to get a Drew. What the fuck? That's my goal. Like if we had a
Kinda
bingo
reminds me
card.
of Alan Tudyk a little bit.
I'm making bingo cards, by the way.
Ellen today.
That's
Okay,
kinda who
see
it
here,
reminds me of a little bit.
I make T-shirts like Drew's wearing a shirt that I made because I'm a psychotic fan of the Dorkening, and these are out. Just got shipped. Jeremy, you should be there tomorrow. Susan, How do we?
I get presents.
Okay, Hexus wasn't there, so I don't know exactly how we got on this topic because he's usually the one that starts bringing up all the nasty sex stuff. But
I went to the bathroom. I don't know nothing.
Yeah. Jeremy just showed back up into this. To be fair, like
Susan. So essentially, when my brain has an idea, I'm kind of like a horror franchise. I'm just gonna take it till it's good and then run it to the ground. So I'm basically Friday the 13th in this bish. So until that well is dry, pumped, and poisonous, just gonna keep running with it.
Right, and once you hit Rule 43, you've known you've gone as far as you can.
It's true.
What's Rule 43?
I thought it was 34.
Is it 34?
It's 34.
Dyslexia. Yeah, sorry.
34.
I'm old or young.
Basically, it's where everything gets turned into porn, no matter what it is. There's a
no, I do know
I was gonna post this in actually on the Splash Pages Discord, and it says no, it's right. You can't post anything that would be considered not safe for work on the Splash Pages or the Darkening Discord. And I had this whole thing going after reading what was it? Was it Unlimited or Injustice? It was Injustice, where like, okay, what about if you were in the Bizarro underworld porn? Because it would all be backwards. So you'd be like, no. Oh, you're so dry, baby. Oh God. And just like, stop.
You're dry. I hate
shallower.
Take
You are
it
the ugliest motherfucker I've ever seen. And so
okay,
so
Carrie.
I just kept
Carrie,
going and going.
Carrie, I say this in the nicest way possible. Please write a Bizarro sex script.
I
Bizarro
will.
porn.
I will. But only if I can get you guys
see
to
my
do a
face on
reading.
the screen, they automatically know it's not safe.
Carrie, I swear to motherfucking God, I'll be there for that reading if you do it.
Okay.
I'll even read.
I mean, I wrote half of it.
I'll even post this audiobook.
I don't like. I'm already basically like Henry Cavill Superman right here with the mustache. So, me love Henry Cavill's Snyderverse Superman is best in all cinema.
Yeah, it was all like that stuff because they talk like they've been beaten up by fucking house elves from Harry Potter beyond like just speaking backwards. So it's like, you be so ugly, me hate you, not want ever in room, and yeah,
you soft inside me.
You so loose.
Thank you. Just give me flashbacks of All-Star Superman. Just like, oh God.
That's what it was. All-Star. Like, what was it? I've read too much lately.
There's one superhero that I just absolutely see no value in and just cannot stand. It's Superman. Weirdly.
Oh, so Raz, that's what I was going to say is if you shoot me a friend request, I will literally send you a list of 90s DC that's worth reading.
Cool.
And you can ask Carrie and Jeremy. When I say I'm giving you a list, it's not, hey, there's 5. It's like 15 types.
I've heard stories, yeah.
Oh, and then that reminds me, Jeremy, you're on my list tomorrow. I'm going to give you those ultimate titles. So you can finally start them.
Thank you so much, John, for the book. And look, the first half of the show, first third of the show, since we just keep talking, it'll be on YouTube tomorrow, or tonight even. But thank you so much. And more business sent your way. Thank you.
And thanks for being part of my group. You made us seem like we were good.
Oh, hey, look. I got a friend request from someone named Jesse Gilbert.
Yeah,
how cool.
The government name. They got pissed off that I was using Raz, which I use on everything legally, even for the most part. So they made me change it or lose everything that I had done on Facebook a couple of years ago. So pissed about that.
Hey, let's check that out. Cool.
I'm still salty about that, damn it.
I lost my whole account for no reason. So there's that.
No reason.
Then when I do the official name change, then I've got to figure out how to prove to them I'm still me. It's a thing.
But yes, so this is good.
Now Swamp Thing I'm fully up on. I love me Swamp Thing. He's probably my favorite.
Yeah, Jeremy, Jeremy, we do need to review Swamp Thing on our show.
Yeah, we haven't done, I don't think, any Swamp Thing in a while.
I don't think we've done any Alan Moore. I think
Alan Moore's a hard read. So
yeah. Well,
it's
no, Jeremy, that's
and
not
worth
right.
it.
Because we've talked a lot about Killing Joke, but I don't think we ever read it.
I don't think we've read it on the show.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like one of those universal ones. It's like you have to kind of assume everyone's read Watchmen by now.
Yeah,
that one read. I did enjoy that one quite a bit.
You know,
although
I
have to say I cheated while reading Watchmen.
That's fair. It's Jeremy. It's a thick book, man. I tried reading it before watching the movie, and I couldn't do it. I was like, I'll read this after.
I definitely skipped some stuff. The letters.
Yeah,
that was a lot. Yeah, that especially was a lot. Yeah.
Well, it's because, and it's funny because Alan Moore, he's the first person to be like, I don't like graphic novels. I hate that term and everything. I was like, but you and Neil Gaiman basically founded the term because your stuff is literature. It's not like it's done. Yeah, it's not a one and done.
Pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want a job that pays well, you want to become Alan Moore's letterer. Because good God. I'm still I'm bouncing around on finishing From Hell because even though I am a huge collector of all things Jack the Ripper, have studied it. We were talking about that before, but I have I've read all.
I know. Anything all movie, I can watch it.
I've read all the different things. I have all of the history, the police reports. I accidentally once was going through my family photos folder on the computer and had like some of the autopsy photos somehow accidentally got put in my family folder for some reason. Oof. But yeah, it's kind of like when you're like, oh wait, no, that's not grandma. No.
That's not, oh boy. Whoa. That's like
there was another comic series I loved like in the 90s, and then it became a show a couple years ago, Preacher. That was the comic I really got sucked into.
Yo, Preacher is a weird book, man.
Yeah, it's super weird. I loved it. And the show was cool, but it wasn't weird enough for me.
You see, the thing is, if you like Preacher, The Boys book is...
Yeah. I've not gotten to read any of them. I've read pieces, but I love the show. I've been wanting to go back to read those.
Oh, no, the book is even more twisted. And Jeremy, fun story with that is I remember petitioning for us to read Herogasm, and
I was surprised they did it on the show.
Yeah, I think we only talked about it briefly. I know we did. Yeah. I was just like, man, that would have been great. I was like, nothing like a good old superhero sex convention. You know, it's just, whew, that was graphic.
What I was getting at with the Jack the Ripper thing, though, real quick, and then we'll go back to that. It's just that even being a history fan and knowing everything and like having read it, I already know exactly how Whitechapel is laid out in my head. I know everything that was written in the police. I know every piece of evidence that was gone. I know the conversations that they had with people. And the way Alan Moore writes it, he has those letters, like he has this huge thing where he's explaining like the all the architecture and how it goes back with the Illuminati and sun gods and stuff. And then he writes at the end of each issue, like pages and pages of, okay, on this page, this actually happened, this possibly happened, and this is why we think it could have happened. This actually happened, and it's pages of history, and it's awesome. Mariah, sneaky.
Well,
but it is heavy reading, even if you know it. You got to take a break for a second, then go back.
But Carrie, and when we talked to Bart Sears, we did address that because I've read that like Alan Moore, his scripts were like a phone book, and Bart confirmed that where they are thick because Alan describes everything that's in the panel. He wants whatever is in his head. He says to the artist, you make this. And he even would include little like thumbnails of what it looks like on certain scripts.
I will be right back.
And that was his thing. And Jeremy, the book that I recommended us to read, and I don't know if I added to our list, was League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Because
That
That's
is
because-
really good stuff.
Yeah, it's really good, and it's because it's basically Alan Moore creating a Victorian literary Justice League. That's basically what it is, and it's
And-
genius.
Susan, I'm with you. I love. At this point, it's because he was never caught, and since they've gone through so much forensics, they're never going to figure out who it is at this point.
Well,
I love everybody. We all get our point that we can be like, yeah, there's so many websites
Well-
devoted to it, and everybody has their own theory, and we are all justified in having our own theories
Well,
because,
But Carrie, it's the same thing. Like they never found out who Torso was.
and that was great too.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing is, it's the same thing about like who killed Jimmy Hoffa. Like we're pretty sure it was the mob, but you know what? In the end, the mystery is the best part of it because that's what draws people in. It's the speculation, it's the debate, it's the theories. Like
and how many people were possible? Like they had Leather Apron, they had artists who mentioned, all the different people who would have the ability to do so, who were in the right places to do so, and had the right brain frame.
Say Susan gets it.
It's super fun to just have that out there.
But yeah, Calvin
And Hobbs.
Calvin was here back in the day. He might still be here. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
We've been picking up viewers in the past little bit. Oh yeah, Calvin's still here.
She said Calvin and she said Hobbs, and I was like Hobbs, Bill Watterson. Love that stuff.
Calvin's like, I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours watching these jackasses talk.
Yeah, this man is just like, I have watched this debauchery grow and fester and infect these idiots. I just want to point out, I'm on Facebook if anybody wants to be friends with me. And if you message me, I will talk. Carrie and Jeremy can attest to this both. I have no problem, and my ADD loves it because I'm like, oh my God, thank you, distractions.
People, friends, I can suggest things to them to read. I can ask them what they like to read.
Fuck. But yeah, but no, horror comics are always the best. Like those, I think sometimes those are sometimes one of the best because you just have the fun with it. That's why, Jeremy, that's why I feel like Hack Slash is good. Like we enjoyed it when we were doing the Ben Goldsmith stuff. That was a great book. I mean, Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash was stupid, but it's stupid fun because that's what all three of those franchises are.
Yeah.
Stupid, gory fun.
Well, Mariah joined us, by the way, Raz.
I think
Mariah, and
you're not going to get stupid with those comics. It's kind of like going into Cocaine Bear and expecting an Oscar-worthy movie.
That was an Oscar-worthy movie.
I agree with you. I totally would agree with you. But
I'm about to hear soon.
Dude,
so many people I've seen online that
so
they're
much
like,
more gory than we anticipated.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Yeah, and it's so funny at times, and an hour and a half, which is like a gem now because I was like, what, an hour? But I will say this:
a short movie these days.
My partner saw the Winnie the Pooh horror movie.
I'm excited about that one.
I don't know.
Yeah.
She said it. She said it really wasn't good. Like she gave me the play-by-play according to her, and I was like, okay. I'm glad I didn't waste my time. But I will say this: if you do like it, they are doing a sequel because the original made stupid money.
He's actually doing a couple different franchises that ended up in Creative Commons. He just did an interview the other day where he said it was Pooh and there's some other stuff not Winnie the Pooh related. I was surprised he was going to be able to do.
Nice.
I didn't know about this Winnie the Pooh horror movie. I don't know how I missed it.
I like bad movies, especially bad horror. Like there's a special.
It's called Blood and Honey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So essentially, the premise is
our little thing that Leo has right there.
Pooh hit Creative Commons, so they were able to legally make a horror movie about Winnie the Pooh.
The Pluther.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
thank you.
It's on there.
Okay. I'm assuming everything is on there. So
if it's not, you just ask and it will.
Yeah. And
okay.
you know, and then the one thing I will say is, since we're on the subject of horror, and I've been saying this for years, that if we're going to remake horror movies, can we remake shitty horror movies? Because then there's no way the new movie is going to be worse than the original.
We did that recently. The Pet Sematary remake. Even if you like Pet Sematary, it's widely agreed upon by fans of horror and Stephen King. Pet Sematary was not a fantastic movie. They did that remake.
Wait, we're talking about the original?
Yeah, the original Pet Sematary was good because of Gage and because of Jed. That was it. The rest of the movie, the rest of the acting, it was not great.
That cat.
Yeah, like it just, the rest of the movie was not great, but the remake they did was so fucking good. And this is actually a true thing that happened. When King had his private viewing of it when it was finished before it went out there, he sat there for like, they said what felt like an eternity. It was probably like 5 or 10 minutes, just in silence, in the room by himself when the credits rolled. And they thought, oh, fuck, he's pissed. He leaves the room, comes out and looks and says, this is the first time that anyone's ever taken something I've written and did so much better than what I actually wrote on the page, and makes me wish that I would have wrote the ending that you wrote for this movie.
Well,
somebody's ever seen.
Well, also, it's a very special movie for him because, you know, well, one, he never, like, I'm a big Stephen King fan, so I know this. And I've read the book, and that was one of the few books of Stephen King's I read that really depressed me a little, because it's it's a depressing book. But he never intended to publish it. It was if his publisher hadn't requested it as part of his contract, he would have never seen the light of day. And then the originals, I thought the original was still pretty good. I do agree, Judd is one of the best. And it's funny because every time I would see him, I just think, oh yeah, I'm gonna take you up there sometime. And I'm just thinking, I was like, yeah, you're gonna trust Herman Munster to take you up there sometime, buddy.
Like, you know, when I think of creepy kids, I still think Gage. Like, as far as kids, there's a lot of great ones.
Isn't he coming to Terrificon?
Who's
the
that?
original actor? Isn't the original actor who played Gage coming to Terrificon? Wasn't that one of the posts you put up? Because I was like, that kid scared the fuck out of me in Pet Sematary.
Wait. Are you talking the same kid as Gage, who was also the creepy kid in New Nightmare, and it was also boys have a penis, girls have a vagina from Kindergarten Cop? That's the same kid. In all three,
right?
Yeah.
If he is, oh my god, I gotta ask him about Kindergarten Cop. It's gonna be like
that was awesome. But the new one, like the remake they did, was so out of left field. It did not go the way you thought it was going to go, and the way the whole thing. And I'm sorry, it's been many years enough for like pseudo spoilers, but like a different kid dying. Suddenly they're all now pretty much undead. Like it's a weird version of more Wendigo than Skinwalker, I'd say. Like kind of like the whole mythology of what they did with it in this new one. And he liked it so much that it was like, I wish I'd have done that. And now we're getting the Judd spinoff when Judd was younger and he went through the whole thing. And we're getting a sequel to that.
Cool. Well, I mean, but that's the thing. I was like, certain things we don't need a sequel for. Like I loved it. I loved the book. Could have done without one scene that nobody talks about.
I actually disagree. I did a whole dissertation about that scene for one of my classes, man. And I think it was necessary for a weird reason. And Kid thought. She thinks that she has to do something that is going to unify all of them so they'll remember what happened.
Oh, no. I understood it. It's still just
written, but
yeah, it's uncomfortable. But we're regardless. I mean, listen, we're talking comfortable. I mean, Stephen King must have like a Quentin Tarantino thing about food because he describes food way too much. Like he goes into detail. I'm like, my God, man, it's a fucking sandwich.
It's it's a toss up between him and Anne Rice on who describes things the most thoroughly. Like Anne Rice will take like 30 pages to tell you what a wrought iron gate looks and sounds like.
Yeah, it's like Anne Rice. Who are you trying to be? Homer on the Iliad? Like, you're wasting thousands of pages. It's one fucking detail on a shield, my man. Like, who cares?
James.
Yeah, that's the worst. Yeah, about it.
What happened?
But I agree with it though. Like, okay, like when I think of Pennywise being terrifying, when I think about Bob Gray, which is really what everybody forgets, that Bob Gray is a whole extra dimensional being, and Pennywise is a tiny little part of what that is. But like the book focuses on all the different things he becomes. It's just a small part. There's the cannibalistic insects. There's the werewolf. There's all these different things.
Don't forget the monster.
The miniseries actually touched a little bit on that. The new one didn't near as
Well,
much as
no. The thing being is that with it, and Jeremy, don't worry, we're gonna move away from horror because I know this isn't exactly your forte, and I like including people. With it, the kids part is the best.
Oh, hands down.
Okay, because the clown is scarier to a child. I mean, don't get me wrong, grown-ass adults are terrified of clowns. We've seen this in the Terrifier, because Art is just gleefully psychotic in all the best ways. But yeah, it's just in both versions, the adult ones were still meh. And it's sad because in both versions you had some great actors. I mean, I never saw part 2 of the new one, although Bill Hader as Richie is still the greatest casting ever. I do think it was funny because there was a scene in it, and again, like you said, Raz, if you haven't seen it already, fuck you, spoilers. Stephen King played the bike shop owner for the where James McAvoy's character, Bill, getting his old bike back, and he offers in that world, he's essentially an anagram of Stephen King. He's a best-selling horror author, and he's reading one of his books, and he says, "Oh, you want to sign for me?" Nope, didn't like it. Didn't like the ending.
And earlier in the movie, like in the second part, the producer of the film he's working on tells him that he's going to bring in someone to rewrite it, and he's pissed. And he's like, "Well, dude, come on, you don't do endings well." So there was actually 2 of those jokes in the same film. Yeah.
And it's funny because I've always said this. I was like, yeah, Stephen King, he's really good with beginnings, but he is like, there have been few books where I was like, wow, this ending is really great.
It also
it's because he was doing an interconnected. Well, it's because he was doing an interconnected universe before Marvel ever did it.
Oh yeah, big time.
You know, every book he does, there's just characters from everywhere. Like
there's
what was
universes. He writes in 2 universes. There's like the gods and monsters type of universe that he does, but then there's also the universe that includes the shop, because everything that includes the shop is its own universe. It's not connected to anything else. It's
exactly.
Weird how he does it.
You know, because and it's funny. Susan, I agree. Like the magic was a really big part. Like they did touch on that more in the second one.
Yeah.
But I will say in both versions, whoever they get is to play Pennywise is always great. I mean, you had Tim Curry as the clown.
I just had goosebumps.
I mean, I'm still scared of Red Balloon. You know, and every once in a while I'll catch myself saying a Tim Curry Pennywise line.
Yeah.
Just because, by God, he just had such terrifying glee.
It's his presence. Like the thing about Tim Curry is it doesn't matter if it's fucking the Muppet movie he was in. Oh my God,
Treasure Island.
Yeah, Muppet Treasure Island. Whether he was in that, or whether he was doing Pennywise, Legend, the demon in Legend. Like no matter what he does, give me a clue. When he is talking, your eyes are fucking on this man. And here's what I didn't like about Skarsgård as much. They went very character driven, and it was more about the setting and set around him and the CG with him. He was still terrifying and great. But when Skarsgård was talking, I was looking everywhere on the screen. But when Tim Curry was talking, I was looking at Tim Curry when he was talking. And that made it more personal of a Pennywise, like a deeper connection where I felt like his version of Pennywise was something that could happen a lot more realistically than Skarsgård's Pennywise.
Curry is the man.
Yeah.
Did you guys see they did a bunch of different takes when they were doing the first Georgie bit? With the like, hey kid, you want the boat? Get down here, reach in. And they were showing one, and I guess it just took them forever doing it. And Skarsgård didn't even remember doing it. But there's one where Georgie's just like, yeah, I'll take the boat. And like, and okay, kid, take care. And like the kid just runs off.
That was the first time seeing Skarsgård in costume, because they had this thing where Skarsgård was not allowed to interact with the kids at all until they each individually saw him for the first time.
Well, so
their actual reactions were
genuine.
Yeah. Well, when you see Skarsgård up there, something horrific and fucked up is about to happen. When you see Tim Curry as Pennywise, he looks like a fucking down on his luck clown until the fangs and until the change happens, and then you're like, what the fuck was that?
Oh my God, him with the red eyes and the full mouth of teeth, that still creeps me out.
The bathroom shower scene.
Yeah.
That's a moment in cinema that still to this day actually gets to me a little bit. And those are ones like if I'm having like a bad day and I'm not watching The Office already because I'm depressed as shit. I will watch I will watch the miniseries followed by chapter 1 and 2 and just make a whole night of it just sitting here.
And Jeremy, I just did that for the first time. So that wasn't something I accepted my bag because you did that face. You're
That
like,
was fantastic, by the way. That was spot the fuck
Yeah,
on, man.
you know,
Actually, I'm going to have to be the next person to drop. I have to get up for kids in the morning.
all right, bud.
So
Oh.
I am sorry, but
Don't be
as much
sorry.
as I enjoyed this,
Oh.
I have to get up at some
All right.
point.
Trust me, Jeremy, I'm only going to be here till it hits 4:05 on the live meter, and then I'm out.
22 minutes.
He's going
Actually,
for the
21 and a half.
Guinness.
I'm going
Thank
for
you
the
so much for
record.
coming, Jeremy.
Thank you,
Oh,
Jeremy.
thank you guys for having me.
And-
I'll
I
see you soon, man.
And I have you
Oh,
linked
yeah.
to throw out all your contact info real quick.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Oh yeah. Hey, Jeremy. One more thing. How'd you enjoy reading another Spider-Man origin story?
Oh God, I fucking want to kill you guys. I'm
Quick question:
so-
is Spider
I was
Island worth
just telling my wife today.
Yeah.
She's just like, "Oh, it must be torture." I'm just like, "Oh, you don't even know." It's like the 16th time I've read a Spider-Man origin story.
How many times can Uncle Ben die?
For
I've been
real.
on the edge of starting and like going through and reading Spider Island. Is it worth it?
Yes,
That's my
It
next
is.
thing I was going to try.
my man. First thing, Jeremy, go with God. Bye.
Yeah.
Love
Good
you,
night,
man.
guys.
Love you, man.
All right, and then there was the terrible trio.
Dun, dun,
All right,
dun.
ask me your comic book questions, young man.
Like I said, I haven't really read comics with any consistency since about 2002, 2003. I don't even know who Venom is right now, and Spider-Man is my favorite ever.
Eddie Brock Jr.
Eddie Brock. Oh, nice. Okay. Because I know for a little bit it was Scorpion, and then it was U.S. Agent for a little bit.
Wow, you really went back.
I'm telling you, that's how long it's been because life
By the way,
happened.
you're wrong. It's not USA Agent. It was Flash Thompson.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, you're right.
Calm down. And then it went back to Brock.
Yeah.
Okay. And now Venom is his kid.
Okay.
Yeah. Trust me.
Still even alive at this point.
Listen, anytime Carrie is doing reading, she always writes down questions, and then the next day she's like, "Hey, Drew, so I'm awake now, and I'd like to ask you some questions." And I'm just like, "Hello there, caller. Welcome to the Drew Network, where we answer all comic book questions. Hi, I'm Drew. How can I help you today?" And just like, "Hello there. My name is Carrie, and I'm not a Catskills comedian. How you doing there, hon? So I have some questions for you." So
I've just been out of the loop, man. Like life got crazy. I toured with a band for a decade, got into film and back into haunts and crazy shit. So I had the time for books. I just didn't have as much time for comics.
hold on. I
Yeah,
feel like I
sorry.
should. I feel like I should entertain what viewers we have. So I was like, hold on a second. Yeah. All right. Let's do this. Yeah.
Fuck.
I'm sorry. I wanted to look cool with these cats. This is a blood-soaked fake cigarette, but I know how to use it. Seen a
You
lot
got
of
your
things.
placement almost right though. Like you're close, man.
1 second. Seen a lot of things. This cigarette can't really contain all the horror I've seen, but by God, I've seen enough. It was funny. When Chris was talking about the crow, I was smoking. I just remember what was it? Shouldn't smoke these. They'll kill you. And I was just like, I can't deal with this anti-drug bullshit.
I'm still divided on the new one. I'm not what I wanted, but I'm divided a little bit on it still. 'Cause I love those comics. I'm a big lover of those comics. Like growing up, like
I feel like there's a way to do it where you could be a little bit more faithful to the comic in certain regards. Just ignoring all of the unnecessary sequels that happened after the first one. Like,
I
my
will say
God.
that I felt the actual spirit behind 3 was probably one of the most genuine to the comics.
Agreed.
Because
But-
he was just a normal guy, but
but
then they
just-
fucked it up with this.
yeah.
Right.
But just after that, I was like, oh my God. 'Cause I was like, why?
Listen, I love me some David Boreanaz, but he did not need to be in a Crow movie.
Agreed. Well, I enjoy me some early Edward Furlong, and he did not
Early.
believe in Premiere too.
But even
So-
over his teens is useless.
He's gotten kind of weird.
He,
Listen,
And that's for me.
I know people
He
that have been on
loves
set
this
with him working on projects, and they'll never work on another film that he's attached to again. He also became Ron Jeremy's best friend for a really long time, and there's a lot of lawsuits involved for a long time.
But I just think for me, again, like the early horror is the best. And I'm not talking just general universals. You have to watch those. because they paved the way. We wouldn't have
do.
horror what they are without them. And then as we went along, like the 80s was a golden time for horror. If we're talking horror, and then you have all the pillars of that. American Werewolf in London, Reanimator.
Yeah.
You can say
They're doing a new Reanimator though. They are remaking Reanimator.
Yeah, but and then you have to and then you have to include others, like the Evil Dead really did their thing.
Susan
And
wants
then
to bring up Hammer House.
Yeah, Hammer films were a big deal.
oh yeah, 100%.
We wouldn't have the Chucky films without Hammer.
And then don't forget, we also have to include the British horror movies. Vampire films would not be if we didn't have Christopher Lee as the terrifying version of Dracula. He is. And when we say Dracula, we're not talking about Dracula 2000, where Dracula is sexy. We've remade Dracula. He's actually Judas Iscariot. He came back as a vampire. I was like,
that hurt me so bad to watch, just the whole storyline.
Well, for me, when I realized that was Gerard Butler, I was like, wait a second. You mean the guy who became King Leonidas and later the really loud Viking dad in How to Train Your Dragon was the sexy Drac?
Yep.
I was like, my God, I wish this was a real cigarette.
Yeah. I did like John Carpenter's Vampires a lot with the lore they did with the Catholic Church, because that's actually legit one of the origin stories in mythology about vampires.
Which is why it's so great that years later now, we have to remember the Italian horror for both in terms of content, but also style.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I didn't know this, but Tim Burton's Sleepy Hollow was his homage to the 1970s horror, the Italian horror films. That's why, the style is the way it is. It's lit a certain way. Even the blood is mixed to a consistency that matches like the dull, copperish, but sometimes bright red
and the
of Italian horror.
Too.
And it's funny because there's an Italian horror movie I've been meaning to see that I actually recommend to people because I saw clips of it enough. I think it's one of Derek Maloney. It's called Cemetery Man.
Oh, that's a really good one. I really like that a lot.
Yeah. Carrie, Cemetery Man. Oh, yes, the boobies. Yes, Italian horror, love boobies. Cemetery Man is a guy in a small village who him and his, if I didn't recall, mentally handicapped sidekick have a responsibility to essentially put down reanimated corpses that'll just come back to life randomly and wander graveyards at any point in the night.
It was a Rupert Everett that was in that.
And it's all in Italian. Yeah,
Susan's all about the Italian horror. So
yeah,
it's a love. Honestly, it's almost a borderline romantic movie.
See, Susan's doing that. Like, see this guy right here, this new guy, like him. He fucks with the Italian horror. Like digging this dude. It's a fake cigarette, but I'm gonna let it slide. All right, cool. All right, cool. But but for me, I think what also was great is that later on you got the horror comedies. I feel like you had to have humor in it. Like Evil Dead, you started seeing it. American Werewolf in London had its comedy moments.
And then Paris just took it too far.
Yeah, and then even Peter Jackson with his horror, Dead Alive, The Frightener.
Because like he did those great movies, and then he does Lord of the Rings, and then King Kong, and suddenly kind of forgot his horror roots, like a lot of it. And
but I keep wanting him to go back to horror a little bit. Like even John Carpenter went back to horror eventually, and it was so funny because I've met John Carpenter, and it was an amazing experience, and I'm so thrilled because it was just total dumb luck that I got to meet him. But like you just think about his work, like even the work that he was like, The Fog. It was like, this is fine. I was like, well, John, pirate ghosts. I mean, what are you writing? Did you make did you like a rejected script to Scooby-Doo into a movie?
I always thought the same thing. Yep.
But the thing with John is that he also did like other movies. So you had like Escape to New York and Like my brain is like, it is almost time to
Big
sleep.
Little
Power
China.
down. That's true. But you had
Big
that. But
Little
then you,
China is his big takeaway for me, like for the non-horrors.
yeah, and then you have like The Thing, which you know at the time looked like it ruined his career, but now it's the thing he's pun intended that he's remembered for. Personally, I still think another one of his great gems was They Live.
Oh, that's one of my favorites. I've actually got the Roddy Piper
Best
action
fight
figure
scene
from
ever.
that my wife found for me.
Thank you, Carrie. It is a great fight scene, and I have a funny story with that. I met Roddy at a con, and I own They Live and whatnot, but I have two friends who are big wrestling fans, and you know it's Roddy Piper, you know what I mean? So he's there, and I do this whole thing, and I ask him, I was like, "Can you sign?" And I have shades on. I was like, "Can you?" And I took a photo with him. I have the shades on. He's like the coolest guy, and I was like, "Can you sign these autographs for my friends?" They couldn't make it. He was like, and I make sure they get to spell it right. He was like, "You got a lot of friends, man." And I was like, "Yeah, well, you know, these people couldn't come. They're really big fans." He was like, and he looked at me and was like, "You're a good friend," and I was just like, at that moment, like I never met him, but I wanted to give him a hug. I was like, I don't know why, but you telling me that really means a lot. And I was just like, I can't be a bad friend because Roddy Piper told
you're a
me
good
I'm
one.
not. And this man used to break coconuts against his head for a living. Like
He's a very he was, sorry, rest in peace. A very no nonsense, straightforward guy. I met him a bunch of times back like growing up, you know, when I was younger, working in Arena where a lot of the WWF pay-per-views and stuff were at. So like I got to meet a lot of them, and he was always one of those guys that if you did something stupid in front of him, he'd be like, "That was dumb as fuck. Why'd you do that?" Just not even thinking about it. Just the first thing out of his mouth.
Well, that's why I loved him when he was all on Always Sunny as the maniac, because you know he had such a great sense of humor. But you know, like that's the sad thing with John. Just back to John, you had him doing that, then he had him doing Christine.
Yeah.
You know, which it was so sad because he did a good job with Christine, but it was one of the few things he was offered at that time. You know,
I think he only had one misstep. I think his only misstep was the Mummy movie that he made. John Carpenter's The Mummy.
He did The Mummy?
He did. It was called John Carpenter's The Mummy.
Oof.
And he more produced it than anything, but he still did a lot of, you know, stuff for it. And that was like the only one that I ever saw, because I've seen everything he's ever done, where it felt like, okay, if there had to be one movie in his career that might have not been as good as the rest of them, it's probably that one. It's not a terrible movie, but like when you look at everything else he's done,
but you do have to admit that it's a dumb movie, but man, Ghosts from Mars is still a guilty pleasure.
That's labeled in the fun movie category because
to watch. And it's funny because a lot of people shit on Escape from LA, but when I finally watched it, I was like, this is actually a good movie. Why does everyone shit on it?
And knowing that Bruce Campbell was off
screen, the Surgeon General.
No, he was off screen during the whole section where Snake is talking about. He looks over and he just goes, "Tool shed." He's looking at Bruce Campbell off screen, right in the eye, because 2 nights before then he had seen Evil Dead for the very first time, and he remembered the line and he saw Bruce, so he's looking at Bruce off camera, saying "Tool shed."
Tool shed.
And they kept that whole thing in the movie.
That's awesome. But you know, but then after Ghosts from Mars happened, he took that big hiatus, and then he came back, and
he took the directing hiatus because he was still doing all the musical soundtracks, because he had that website for a while where you could pay him to write soundtracks for like indie films and a lot of that.
I know. And what I really wanted to do, I really wanted to pay him to write like a happy birthday theme.
And his prices are stupid reasonable too.
I know, it's the thing. So I was like, man, that would be, can you imagine you have a happy birthday horror theme written by John Carpenter? I'd be like, well, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I was born Halloween, so yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was the whole Halloween debacle too, because he didn't want to be involved in first, because he's still pissed off that
they
got made. Yeah, he never wanted that. He never wanted them to be related. So then they finally talked to them. They spun him the idea, and from my understanding, it was actually a little bit more Danny McBride that got him on board than most of everybody.
Right.
Which, after the Aliens debacle, was so surprising that Danny McBride was a part of a horror, franchise sequel, whatever, that actually was super successful, because him doing the writing on that Alien movie, the sequel to Covenant was the name of it. That one was not great. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't great. And I was surprised that he stuck with horror. And then, I've been mostly impressed with what happened with Halloween. The films came out of order, though, if you ask me, but I liked it.
I liked 4 just because Danielle.
Maybe run.
What's her?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought she
Danielle
was great.
Harris.
Yeah.
Thank
That
you.
was we call
Danielle
that
Harris, the future final girl of Hatchet.
Yep. I was
She
actually
was
so
just
glad that they
great as a
transferred
little
her in
girl.
to Hatchet.
Yeah, and she's still pretty. I mean, you see her in Hatchet,
Oh yeah.
and you're just like, my God, look at this badass, inked, like sexy, still short, but final girl. You know, not
Yeah.
there's anything wrong being short, you know, but you're just like, man, this woman is
Impressive.
seen so much.
Did you see Holliston?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, her playing herself, like the larger than life version of herself in Holliston, was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Like seeing Tony Todd, having met and like for a period of time kind of knew him.
Oh my God.
Even seeing him like the larger than life version, Derek Mears, not even playing himself, but playing the security guard, like that's
Listen.
one of my favorite TV shows of all time.
Listen, I mean, when I got to meet Tony Todd, he is such a sweetheart. I love him. But I will say, because we were talking about remakes, Raz, the Candyman remake I actually liked. I thought that
Me
was
too.
pretty good.
I loved it, and it was right in the spirit of the original. And the way they did it, transferring it to a new actor, was so tastefully done.
Yeah.
I think other people need to take notes
Well,
on how to do a remake, but still like not a remake, because it's really a legacy sequel. But
yeah, I think the thing with Candyman is and Carrie, I'm sure you would agree with me on this. It's just when you're doing horror, do your best to stick to the original material as much as possible. And Clive Barker, you know, his stuff is very realistic, but that's the thing about his horror is it's all grounded in realism. You know, you're not dealing with, you know,
I see it as a mix of where realism and fantasy meet, and the way they can combine in very interesting, fucked up ways and complement each other.
Yeah, I've always thought his stuff is more fantasy based than horror based, and a lot of it. I mean, it's dark, but I don't consider a lot of his shit to be horror. But yeah,
when I was growing up,
he writes women very interestingly because, like Magica is my favorite Clive Barker, and having all the different goddesses going through stuff in there, and the story of Jude, and the way that women, and it's like the whole thing going on with the reason they were suppressed is because they were afraid of them. And that's not something that a lot of authors do, is make women just like Rawhead Rex was another Clive Barker, where the creature, I mean, once we're giving it the year rule. If you haven't seen it yet,
Rex has been out since
or
the
read it, yeah. The monster is turned away from menstruation. It's scared of women. So you're like, on your period, you're safe. Yay.
At a young age, like the reason why I really truly got into writing and like started getting serious about when I was younger, and then into acting, then into making horror films, was because of Cabal Nightbreed. Because, you know, we'd had Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. We know that the humans could be the bad guy. We've got serial killer movies, but the juxtaposition between Man and Monster and Cabal / Nightbreed is probably the most beautifully done example of that ever crafted. And like that is the sole reason why that is like my driving project in life. Like, and I'm dying for the new TV show, but it still keeps getting pushed back because of COVID and like a million other things.
And then, you know what's funny? We were talking about horror in terms of comedy. Another great one is Scream.
Yeah.
You know?
Honestly, the first 2. Absolutely love the first 2. 3 made me mad. 4 I liked again. 5 was decent. Haven't seen 6 yet, but I'm about.
I heard 6 was really good.
I've heard that, and again, I know so many people like both that were on the production team for a lot of these movies, or I know some of the actors or what have you, and just a lot of big critics. And I'm getting like a lot of mixed. But I noticed the people that tend to not like it are the people that are just so stuck on this isn't as good as the original, but it can't be, because it's got to be different. They've got to change with modern times, and it's hard to do.
But that's what I'm saying, and it's funny because I was talking to Carrie about this. You know, the same thing happens with comics. You know, you have these fans that are always bemoaning, publishers to just do something new with the character, do something new, and then they try to do something new. They try to shake it up. They try to, And then the fans complain like, "Oh, look at this. This is horrible. We don't like this and everything." I was like, "Okay, you cannot get your cake and also eat it all the time."
Right.
And and a lot of these people, I don't know. It's like a catch-22 because some part of you is like, you say a lot of these people, "Oh yeah, say that to my fucking face," and then you have people at cons who are, they get death threats,
Mhm.
or these people who just walk up to them, and they'll just tell their opinion for free. And I'm just thinking, okay, that's different if you're having a conversation with the person. The person's like, "Well, what did you think?" I'm asking for your opinion. I'm showing you respectfully, that. But if you just come at me and just say, "Oh, I thought you're very annoying on that show last night. You didn't shut the fuck up and your mustache looks like crap." I was like, "That's great. I hope you crawl into a ditch and die, you cunt-soaked, opinionated whack job."
My response would have been like, I mean, in that position, but my normal response is, how many shows did you wear a mustache on this week?
Boom.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
Well, it's just
I-
it's always so easy for that. But Carrie, please talk because I'm getting tired
Oh.
finally.
I was gonna pull up Susan liking all the full core that's been coming out in the last few years. Slow burns and artsy, but I love them. I was just pulling up, and what actually disconnected me the last time, for some reason, when I do a search, it logs me out and logs me back in.
Oh.
I don't know why. I have to remember to do that on my phone instead. But Aramentari, the Blacksmith and the Devil, that came out, and it's a Basque horror film.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, fucking fabulous, but watch it. It was on Netflix. I think it might still be.
Oh,
You have the
I saw that
choice,
originally.
and you can watch it. It's both subbed and dubbed because it's in Basque. But if you can handle watching subs, listen
Please
to it
do.
in the original Basque because it sounds so much better. And read the subs. It is such a
If
good.
you ever have a chance and you can do subs,
Susan,
you should
you'll love
always
it.
watch something with the subs. Because I remember when Brotherhood of the Wolf came out, and I still love this fucking movie so much. I actually got to see it in like a couple cinemas worldwide. Did it in the original French with the subtitles. Only a couple cinemas. And we had one in our town that did it. And then later on, when it came out on DVD, they did the Americanized version of it. And I just didn't like it. It didn't have the same feel. Like, it was so weirdly different.
Carrie, we broke the record. It's 4 hours and 5 minutes. Yeah.
All right.
Can safely go.
Okay. I think we should probably wrap this one up.
Let's give it 10 more minutes and we'll wrap it up.
10 more minutes and we'll wrap it up?
10 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
So in the end, I think the thing really comes down to is horror should always just be good scripts, great performances, and good ideas.
Yeah.
And I think that's why a lot of independent horrors are actually better than a lot of mainstream stuff, is because they're allowed to be creative. They're allowed to take risks. And do all the risks work? No. But there's still that. I mean, a lot of 80s and 90s, for every good successful one, you had one or two that were trash.
Yeah.
And in the end, it's really up to us. If we don't go out to see these movies, they won't get made.
Nope.
And that means we save money. Okay. So what can we complain? It's like if you watch something that somebody downloads on Plex, if I sacrifice an hour, fine. That's an hour I'm giving up willingly. And then it's an hour I won't do again because I'll say, like, someone's like, "Oh, well, I didn't really like it that much." And for me, my thing with popular horror movies is I'm distrustful when it gets a lot of good reviews. Like, I remember it was like years ago that movie It Follows coming out. Everybody's talking about how great this fucking movie is. And I finally watched it. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? Like, what's so great about it? This is literally a supernatural version of AIDS.
Yeah, so there's a running joke in our family about how literally it's just a supernatural STD. Like, warning you against supernatural STDs.
I didn't even watch it.
It was
just like,
it's filmed well. The acting is great. Like, a lot of things about the movie are likable, but the plot itself is just not. So no matter what they did right, it kind of didn't matter.
Right. And then it was the same way I felt about the Babadook. Like, the Babadook, I liked, I appreciated it, but I wasn't like, oh my God, this is like one of the greatest horror movies I've ever seen. I was like, it's fine.
Yeah. Same way, along that same line, The Bye Bye Man made me angry. I will never watch that fucking movie again. I will watch Titanic again, the extended cut, before I will watch that again, because
Well,
they took this great idea that was from a Reddit story, No Sleep story, called Obscurity Man. They turned it into the Bye Bye Man. Did not even give proper credit to the original creator of this idea. And they made this movie that had everything going for it. The concept was brilliant. Everything was the acting, everything. But they fucked it up so royally and so just in ways I can't even understand how they fucked it up that bad, that watching it is an actual chore.
Well, I mean, I think that's the thing that bugs me about it is, it's the same way that, I'm not a fan of Avatar, but I know people who love Avatar. And I'm just like, okay, you go see that. I don't care. I think it's overrated and ridiculous, and I think James Cameron has done better. But it's the same thing with horror. Like, I love the genre, so I'd rather spend the time rediscovering classics that I've never seen.
Yeah.
I'd rather spend that time with stuff I'm invested in. Like, one of my favorite horror comedies the last, I would say, 5-10 years, I really loved Happy Death Day. I thought it was
loved it.
You know what's going on with that now, right?
Are they finally doing a third one?
TV show.
Sweet. That's going to be great.
I know that Tree has already signed on for it, but Bloom, he kind of got backed up with COVID and then Five Nights at Freddy's and a lot of the big stuff. But he just did an interview not that long ago saying that the TV show is still on the table. So,
because I know that same director, I think his name is Christopher Landon, because he did that movie Freaky, which I've never saw, but it's on my list, and Carrie is on Plex, so I got to get to watch that. I loved it. I was like, wow, it's Freaky Friday, but meets a slasher movie. I'm like, perfect. This is great. But as I'm saying, like, and you can get the gruesome kills, the good lines. But again, I feel like the horror, like, I finally watched, I think, what is one of the best horror comedies of the last 10 years, Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
I'm glad that was your response, because I was hoping in my head, I'm going, please say Tucker and Dale.
Yeah, Tucker and Dale versus Evil. It was such a wonderful parody. And it was such a great story. And then you had Alan Tudyk. I mean, Alan Tudyk can do no wrong. So let's just admit that.
And Tyler Labine, dude, from his days on the Reaper TV show, I already loved him from Reaper. So seeing him playing that character was just like,
But I mean, the way I look at it is with horror is, I mean, and we've all been to horror cons, is that there's something that everybody can love, and me, when I go, I just like to play, who is that character? And I know all of them. Yeah. And but I also love seeing ones that I don't see often. Like, if somebody, if somebody really loves something, they'll find someone, I'm like, oh, that's awesome. And it doesn't even need to be horror. You could do something that's a little horror infused. Like, you could do, oh yeah, the college kids and the wood chipper. Oh my God, it was so dumb.
That's one of my favorite scenes.
You could do something from Italian horror. You could do something from that. Hell, like anything. And it's just, people will appreciate it. And I think horror fans are some of the best, most well-behaved nerds.
Yeah.
Not all of them. Some of them are pretty dumb.
Yeah. But if you go to HorrorCon, you're going to see comics represented. You see sci-fi represented. It's the only genre that just takes every other genre and says, hey guys, come over here. Let's hang out. We got something for you. When I go to a comic convention that's just comics, unless it's specifically horror comics, which has a little bit less of a pull, a lot of the big conventions I've been to, it's not as inclusive.
But Shaun of the Dead every day. Yeah. But thank you to Edgar Wright and Simon Pegg, aka for the episode in Spaced, which inspired Shaun of the Dead, which was inspired by Resident Evil 2. It's just, in the end, horror will live on because there's always stuff that terrifies us, and it's always fun to imagine. Not everything that is scary is great. We've watched enough sci-fi movies to know that there is such a thing as a dumb movie that really should stay dead. Yep. Which is why I'm so tired of every versus every whatever the fuck it is. I'm like, oh my God, stop. Like,
it's also why they should have never made a sequel to Screamers, because they completely ruined the franchise after the first one.
I still want to see them bring back old footage, and you know how they did like Laurel and Hardy meet Frankenstein?
Oh,
yeah.
Like Abbott and Costello, do some of those. That would be fun, because just stick Michael Myers in. Oh, here we go.
Love that. Like,
totally Black Books.
So yeah, it's a good one. I like that one
But
too.
I
Just a
just
wrap-up question: like, if there was an older horror film that's never been retouched or even talked about, like one that you think would make a great, like modern, like worth the remake, what do you think it would be?
oof, that's tough, man. Because for
Not
my,
your favorite, just one randomly that.
no, I mean, like I said, for me, okay, there's one movie that I saw ages ago, and I don't know why it stuck with me because it was such a weird movie, but I wasn't great. I think Motel Hell would be good to be remade because the original is such a weird concept.
First ever
Um,
chainsaw duel in a horror film, by the way, was that movie.
yeah, and it's such a weird concept. You know, two hillbillies who are just killing people, planting them, and selling the meat, and they think that they're doing the world a favor. That they have this conversation that they think they're going to be looked at fondly, like they're saving civilization. I was like, you're just a bunch of hillbilly Nazis.
And like the
Like,
reason why they killed people in the movie was because their secret finally got out. And the secret wasn't they were killing people. The secret was that they weren't using preservatives. And that was their motivation to actually murder people that came sneaking around.
yeah. So,
preservatives.
I also think that there's enough Stephen King movies that probably could be remade, be better. Because let's be real here. For
Most
every
of them are already on
good,
the slate, though. Most of them are already either being made into shows or movies for
yeah.
the next 10
Well,
years.
because
Contract.
let's just be real here. For every good Stephen King movie, there were like two that were garbage.
If I never have to ever see the Dreamcatcher book again, I could not be happier. It's the only book of his that I read that I felt like it was a chore and I hated myself for reading.
Well, he was also really high on oxy.
Oh,
Doing
yeah,
it.
yeah.
You know, but you can always kind of tell. Like I felt the same way about Tommy Knockers. Like I read that, and I
God.
was like, half of it was okay, and then half of it was like,
I sucked it up and read it 2 years ago, and I was like, but it's still a little bit better than Dreamcatchers.
well, I mean, come on, man. Thank you, Susan. Susan, friend me. You have excellent taste.
Although I am excited for the remake that they're working on for Tommy Knockers because it actually looks.
I can't do it. It was just
That movie,
too much.
that book just killed me. I couldn't watch it.
The miniseries
Okay,
was
and
fantastic.
now we have 500 pages of somebody having a good idea when they're driving down the interstate 200 miles from the location of the alien craft, and then they have to order a bunch of pancake makeup because they're all turning translucent. And then this person forgets their idea, and then it goes back, and that's all that
And then
fucking
the kid
happens.
makes the kid disappear with the magic trick.
Okay, by the way, there was one movie that I forgot to mention that is a gem classic favorite of mine, and it has its controversy, which is why it's not like one of my top 10, but it's still good. The Twilight Zone, the movie.
Oh, I love that fucking movie. I made the mistake on one of the first plane ride I ever was on alone for some reason.
No.
And I've seen the movie a million times as a kid, but I'm terrified of planes. Like I fucking hate planes.
Oh
And it
no,
was
you
my
didn't.
first trip as an adult by myself. And they played the movie, and I'm like, oh, that's so hilarious. And then what I did not know that if you look out the wing of the plane, there's those little flaps that just automatically move with the air.
Yeah.
So I'm watching the movie, and I'm just seeing those flaps on the wings going up and down. First window seat ride, and I am suddenly freaking the fuck out. The old couple behind me had to calm me down.
The captain says no smoking.
My mother was on a plane ride once, and there was actual duct tape on the wing,
Oh no.
and
Oh,
she was
no.
just like, "Is that real?" And they're like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. That's fine. That's what they do." And she's like, "That's fucking duct tape."
If I had to pick
Hold it.
two
I
that
don't want
should
to
be
fly
remade-
relying on duct tape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who this should be remade right now is a classic, like going back way farther, is Don't Look in the Basement. The whole concept of the movie was it's a free-range experimental mental hospital where the patients are allowed to chop wood. There's this girl who's a nurse, gets hired as the new head nurse, and right as she's showing up, the patient turns the axe on the doctor and splits his head open. Whatever, a new doctor's going to show up, but this girl's going to have to live there. And she's learning the ropes from the current head nurse. Well, as the movie goes on, you find out that there is no head nurse, that the head nurse training her is just a patient, and all the other staff members there were also patients because everyone else had already been murdered.
Wait.
The movie is like a cat and mouse of her in a mental institution.
Wait. We're forgetting. If we're talking anthologies, we're forgetting one of the greatest anthologies of all time, Creepshow.
Artifacts. Oh, Creepshow, yeah, Creepshow, definitely Creepshow.
Thanks for the ride,
1
lady.
and 2.
Oh, thanks. Right. No.
God, I hated that. That was that and the raft out there.
Oh, I
That
love
Oh
was,
my God, the raft.
To this day, I
Oh.
mean, we still go to the lake and stuff all the time. To this day, that's something my wife and I always talk about is the raft.
Right. So do we eat the free range mental hospital patients? Or
I mean, yeah, there's some weird stuff in that movie, but
Don't
it's a
forget-
beautiful fucking movie. They don't look like a franchise, kind of, but they're unrelated movies, but they're
don't forget. Oh no. If we're still talking Creepshow, don't bother with the second one. Only half of it. Don't bother with Creepshow 3 because it's a horrible abomination. But Tales of the Dark Side 3, Tom Savini said that was essentially Creepshow 3.
Yep. The Tales from the Dark Side movie, the Gargoyle story, I think is still one of the best stories in any anthology film ever.
Yeah, totally.
Which one had Bedelia in it?
Creepshow.
Yeah.
Is that the first one? Okay.
Yeah. You're talking the birthday cake, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because I use that as I like to make little things on Facebook and
Discord
and stuff for people's birthdays, and so that's
we were
one
talking about John Carpenter, so you got to mention Body Bags because not only did he direct one of the things in it, he also played the main character. That was the corpse on the table that kept coming to life to introduce the stories.
What about John Carpenter's Vampires?
Oh, I mentioned that one earlier. I actually deeply enjoyed that movie. The sequel, I pretend doesn't exist, but the first one, I loved the mythology behind it because it's one of the vampire creation myths with the Catholic Church and the actors. James Woods, man, like him in that movie was fucking.
Oh, I fucking love James.
I love this. I think didn't Stan Lee have a cameo in that? I didn't recall that. Like it was either it was James Woods.
Yeah.
But listen, horror is great. I mean, hell, even oh my god, what was it? I remember. Sorry, I was just closing up everything because I'm getting ready to go to sleep. But I remember, God, we're talking Stephen King. Salem's Lot still creeps me out.
Yeah, and honestly, I even like the remake they did with Rob Lowe on the side.
Yeah.
I thought even that version was okay. The book was better, but what I'm excited for is the new Salem's Lot they're talking about, like Jerusalem's Lot. It looks really fucking good.
Yeah, but I think what creeped me out was the tapping.
At Nosferatu fingertips, man, on the window.
Yeah, and then it's because I remember reading the book and I got really creeped out because because the whole town got taken over, and then these guys are just going place to place, dragging these sleeping vampires into sunlight just to watch them burn up. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, how many people can you get done before? You're gonna have to take breaks. You're gonna have to process stuff. You're probably gonna have to get something to eat. I was like, how many people did you guys get to kill before, the sun goes down and then you're fucked because then it's night and that's their time.
And then they started touching on again. It was the Hulu series where she was the nurse for Misery. I can't remember the name of the series was. They got canceled, but like they started like the last season was in Jerusalem's Lot, and they started to touch on it a little bit, and then they canceled the show.
Oh, that was the one that the first.
I really liked it.
The first one that they did was with Bill Skarsgård as the boy, and then
you know who the boy was supposed to be revealed as later on? A version of Bob Gray.
I knew it.
That's what he was supposed to have been revealed as later, and they were actually going to tie it into Welcome to Derry, the show that's coming out. But they just announced this week that Skarsgård's no longer attached to it.
They should be making that series.
I'm interested, but I'm more interested in the Overlook Hotel series they're working on right now.
Oh my god, they're doing that?
Oh god, yeah. If it's horror, I can tell you anything.
Well, I'm just going to say that. I mean, I'm fine with The Shining as is. I love the book. The movie, I mean, I know like Kubrick people I thought it was still a good movie. Yeah. But oh my god, Dr. Sleep. And I've told this to Carrie, like that's my favorite Stephen King.
I've been holding on and not reading the books, those two books.
No.
Intentionally.
I'm telling you, listen,
for a tough time in my life.
I'm telling you, Dr. Sleep is a sequel I didn't expect. It is, and I kid you not, Raz, that's probably the closest Stephen King's characters get to a happy ending.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously I've seen the movies, but like, so I'll get certain books and I'll save them for like a really tough time in my life. So I've got something like look extra forward to.
Yeah.
And those two books together are like the next thing I'm about to finally pull out and hit. Because I've got like digital copies of them. But
well, and then Dr. Sleep was Mike Richardson, who nailed Gerald's Game on Netflix. I mean, that was just a beautiful adaptation. And then he did a really good job with Dr. Sleep, balancing Kubrick's vision with the book. I mean, obviously they changed things, but I thought the casting was great. And especially having that one actor play Scatman Carruthers' character, because Scatman, his character not only died, although he didn't pass away in the book, to have him in the way that he did, and went on, and even other characters, like you had somebody else playing Danny's mom, who, you know, Shelley Duvall obviously was not coming back for that because considering what she suffered.
No.
Yeah, it was great. Like, and that's funny because it's every year I always forget to put that on my Christmas list or whatnot, because I don't own a copy of it, and I really enjoyed it. And but I'm telling you, like, Dr. Sleep is really good. And on that note, we should probably end the show because, you know,
Yeah.
Dr. Sleep.
Oh, and by the way, Drew.
Yes.
This is in reference to like you introducing me to Corissa. This is Raz. Fuck,
Hey,
I
Raz.
can't do it right. You're welcome.
Hold on a second. Let me just, that guy up there, right?
Yeah.
Right there. That guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That God damn it. That guy. You're
That,
welcome.
that guy. Yeah.
Horror is literally my life. I write it for a living. I do horror films. I act. I haunt. Like, it's been a part of my life since I was 2.
Yeah. That. God damn.
You know.
Scott got it right. That girl up there.
All right. Good night, Susan.
Good night, Susan. All
Good
right,
night.
everybody.
Good night, Moon. All right.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night, buckets of blood. Good night, horror script. Good night, Carrie Skulls, Raz's cigarettes. Good night, Venom and Joker. And I'm gonna go to fuck to sleep.
All right. Good
All
night.
right.
Good night, everybody. I sent out some money looking for some stuff, and I got this package in the mail. We need something else to go with this because we're geeks, but you know what we need?